Chapter 675. Female Literature. It could no longer be considered a human's aura. It was clearly a living giant dragon. Terrifying, this was too terrifying. If they were not about to enter the black hole, she would have immediately left Su Yan's body. After the demonic dragon transformation, Su Yan's aura was too cold. It was an emotionless, ferocious beast. Feng Yueyu could only feel endless fear in its embrace. Not to mention Feng Yueyu, even Xue Xinhua was afraid of Su Yan at this time. However, Su Yan was not in the mood to pay attention to them. These two women might not be aware of it, but he was very clear about it. At this time he was under a terrifying pressure. The power of the black hole was absolutely terrifying. At this time, even if he had displayed his complete state, his body still could not support it. This was only a small black hole, which was born when the void beast and the demon god were fighting. This kind of black hole was much weaker than a real black hole. If it was a real naturally formed black hole, its terrifying power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. However, he suddenly realized that under such a terrifying power, the terrifying energy in his body was gradually melting away. At this time he truly knew how powerful his power was. Su Yan had encountered countless dangers along the way, and many times he was on the verge of death. However, this also had its benefits. Under such a powerful pressure, his power continued to increase, and the accumulation in his body became more and more vigorous. However, the powerful accumulation did not directly manifest itself. Instead, it sank directly into his body. That was because the power was too strong. Su Yan's progress could not keep up with such power. If he forcibly increased it, he might be stuffed to death by this power. It was because of this that his body instinctively hid this power. Every time he encountered a great crisis, this power would be released. For example, now his body had actually cracked, his scales began to peel off and blood began to flow out. For a moment his body was on the verge of collapse. But at this time, his power emerged from the deepest part of his body and began to nourish his body. Such a state was a state of constant repetition. Under the constant torture of destruction and rebirth, Su Yan's body began to become even more terrifying. If he could make it through, then he would reach a whole new height. Of course, if he couldn't hold on, then he would directly die, and his body would shatter. After all, risks and benefits always coexisted. At this time Su Yan was completely speechless. His body was already filled with fatigue, but his willpower was incomparably firm. At such a time, he was still relying on his strong willpower to persevere. Big brother Su Yan, he is protecting me, but I am afraid of him. At this time, Xue Xinhua suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. At this time, even though Su Yan had become incomparably terrifying and looked like a terrifying beast, he was still protecting her. She clearly knew that with her strength, she would definitely not be able to survive in such an environment. If not for Su Yan, that terrifying power of darkness would have instantly shattered her into pieces. Su Yan was risking his life for her, but she actually felt afraid because of his transformation. Not to mention Xue Xinhua. Even Feng Yueyu had some strange emotions at this time. In the Taiheng sword faction, her beauty was unparalleled, and she was doted on by everyone. But she had never cared about these people, because she knew very well that most of them were here for her beauty. What if she was just an ordinary person or an ugly person? Would these people still flock to her for her sake? She clearly understood this point, so she played with these men like toys. She only felt that playing with their feelings would give her a sense of satisfaction. All along, many people were willing to sacrifice, fight, and take risks for her. But she had never cared about these things. But at this time her heart was finally moved. All along, her relationship with Su Yan was not very good. And there were even a few times when they had verbal conflicts. This despicable guy, he had never cared about her. There was even one time when she felt killing intent from Su Yan. It was not fake killing intent but pure killing intent. She knew that if the situation allowed, Su Yan would definitely make a move. But such a man was actually risking his life for her. At this time she was really moved. At this time, she did not even know how to describe her feelings. Unknowingly, she suddenly felt that Su Yan was very pleasing to the eye. No, it should be said that he was very attractive. The seemingly ferocious scales weren't terrifying at all. Instead, they were strangely beautiful. At this time she was completely moved. Su Yan did not know any of this. At this time, all of his attention was focused on the black hole. The terrifying danger was far from over. Damn it, my current strength can't support me at all. What should I do? What should I do? At this time, he was constantly thinking of a strategy. Of course, he did not want to die. It was because he did not want to die that he was thinking hard. He needed to get an answer or a way to survive. In fact, at this time, if he had two fewer burdens, then the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. But unfortunately, even at this time, he did not have such thoughts. This thought did not even appear in his heart. Giving up and abandoning his companions was the behavior of a coward. He was Su Yan and he would never do that. I know, I'll become even stronger. If I want to survive in such an environment, then I can only become stronger. The Four Dragons realm is not enough to support me. At this time, that thought flashed through his mind. Since the Four Dragons realm was not enough to support him, then the Five Dragons realm. At this time, it was indeed time to break through to a higher realm. Actually, this was just an act of helplessness, but now it was a matter of life and death. He was very clear that if he did not do this now, then only death would await him. Soon, all of the distracting thoughts were cast aside. Only determination and persistence were left in his eyes. At this moment, he immediately made a decision. He said to the two of them, "The two of you must hold on to me tightly and never let go." Once he started to break through to the next realm, all of his thoughts would be immersed in it. At that time, he naturally would not have the time to pay attention to all of this. Therefore, they could only rely on themselves. At this time, Su Yan's strength was constantly increasing, and his body was also becoming more and more blazing. The powerful aura was constantly increasing, like the breathing of a giant beast. At this time, whether it was Feng Yueyu or Xue Xinhua, both of them felt this aura. Under the impact of such an aura, both of their complexions became somewhat unnatural, and a trace of redness appeared on their faces. They were indeed more delicate than peach blossoms. If a man was lucky enough to see such a scene, he would probably be infinitely moved. However, at this time, Su Yan did not have such thoughts. When he was breaking through to the Four Dragons realm, he had already received the heavenly tribulation. According to Su Yan's speculation, the reason for this was because of the four powerful demonic beasts beside him. However, at this time, he still did not dare to be careless. At this time, his eyes had become incomparably deep, and a terrifying aura was gradually increasing. Even though they were in the black hole, his aura still formed a small whirlwind. Xue Xinhua and Feng Yueyu unconsciously looked at each other. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. Su Yan's aura had actually reached such a level. Such a terrifying power. Feng Yueyu even felt that Su Yan's power had completely surpassed Wang Baichuan's. After not seeing Su Yan for a period of time, his strength had actually increased to such a level. She now believed that Su Yan was fully deserving of the title of number one among the younger generation of the Tai Hang sword faction. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Her cousin Feng Yuhai was naturally powerful, and Wang Baichuan's strength was also extremely terrifying. However, they definitely could not reach this level. For a moment, Feng Yueyu's beautiful eyes immediately rippled, and some other thoughts even appeared in her mind. If I could become the wife of such a man, it would probably be great. Su Yan's body was gradually enveloped by a layer of scarlet flames. At this time, he seemed to be emitting a strange aura. It seemed to be very evil, and also seemed to be the aura of a demonic beast. However, in stark contrast to Honor's aura, he actually looked like a treasure. At this time, he was simply like a merciful and compassionate King Kong. Such a strong contrast was most enchanting. At this time, the scarlet light had already covered Su Yan's entire body. Logically speaking, Su Yan should be incomparably hot at this time. However, this kind of aura did not affect the two women at all. At this time, Su Yan had already forgotten everything. The only thought in his mind was to break through this barrier and reach an even more powerful realm. In his body, there was still the power of the demon god's blood that he had obtained previously, as well as the power of the four demonic beasts' hearts. Chapter 676. Female Literature. No matter what kind of power it was extremely powerful. At this moment, some of the power was expelled and gradually merged with his body. At this very moment, his aura was rising without end. Even in such a small space, the dragon's roar began to become louder. This terrifying dragon's roar was constantly attacking one's soul. At this moment, a golden bolt of lightning appeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan knew very well that it was the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was really everywhere. Now that he was in the black hole world, the heavenly tribulation could actually reach him. However, the closer he got, the calmer Su Yan became. So what if it was the heavenly tribulation? He had already endured one heavenly tribulation, so he was not afraid of a second one. He let out an angry roar, and then his strength rose to the peak. At this moment his gaze was constantly changing. A shield seemed to have condensed in front of him. This was not the shield condensed by the Dragon Blood Icefire shield. This was because his Dragon Blood Icefire shield had been shattered during the first heavenly tribulation. This was condensed by the eruption of his own power. What was even rarer was that the power it contained was not inferior to the Dragon Blood Icefire shield at all. No, to be more precise, this terrifying power was even more powerful than the Dragon Blood Icefire shield. The heavenly tribulation soon arrived. The lightning-like golden power suddenly descended and began to burn everything. Under such a terrifying power, the world seemed to be affected. If this continued, everything would be drowned in an instant. However, soon, a loud dragon's roar sounded. Su Yan immediately resisted the suppression of this power. All of his thoughts were focused here. This person's willpower was raised to the extreme. How can the heavenly tribulation kill me? As long as my heart doesn't die, the world can't kill me. At this moment, Su Yan's heroic spirit of loyalty erupted. It was also at this moment that endless light flickered in his eyes. At this moment his power had completely risen to the peak. The barrier between the 4 dragons and the 5 dragons was directly torn apart. If one had to use a word to describe it, then it would be unstoppable. It was simply too fast. Such power was simply terrifying and frightening. Dragon roars continued to resound. At this moment, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were both stunned. He had broken through. Su Yan had actually broken through 5 dragons' realm. Although they were women, their talents were also extremely good. Otherwise, these 2 people would not have become one of the 10 Taxing swords. It was precisely because of this that they deeply understood how difficult cultivation was. However, at this time Su Yan actually broke through casually. At the very least, that was what they thought. After the breakthrough in his cultivation, Su Yan's body changed again. At this moment, the dragon scales on his body did not dissipate. It wasn't peeling off piece by piece. Instead, all of them disappeared in an instant. It was as if everything before was just an illusion. His aura became more and more divine. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the bright moon had become clearer, and the light seemed to have become more vibrant. At the same time, the mysterious green lotus seemed to have opened up a little. She looked very beautiful now. At this moment, the Buddha's heart in Su Yan's body had become more powerful than before. The reason his aura had undergone such a huge transformation was because of the Buddha's heart. When he broke through last time, the power of the devil dragon's heart increased. So his aura had undergone a huge change. This time, the Buddha's heart had taken the overall advantage and suppressed all other powers. Finally, because of this, Su Yan's aura immediately became incomparably divine. Therefore, the light quickly dissipated. Even he himself did not expect that the breakthrough this time would be so smooth. At this moment, Su Yan asked them, "Are the 2 of you okay?" At this moment, the 2 women did not answer immediately. At this moment, the 2 of them were completely stunned. Su Yan was not bad looking to begin with. At this moment, his entire body was emitting a divine aura, which made him even more attractive. At this moment, Su Yan had transformed into a little fresh meat. This little fresh meat is mine. At this moment, Feng Yueyu's heart was set. Then she suddenly smiled and said, "Su Yan, thank you." She hugged Su Yan and suddenly kissed Su Yan gently on the cheek. It had to be said that she was extremely firm when it came to doing things. Su Yan was completely stunned. He did not expect Feng Yueyu to do such a thing. However, what happened next made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Xue Xinhua also kissed the other side of his cheek. At this moment, Su Yan felt helpless in his heart. As the saying went, the most difficult thing to accept was the grace of a beauty. However, at this moment, he had received the grace of 2 beauties at the same time. How could he accept this? At this moment, Feng Yueyu said, Su Yan, you've already been branded with my mark. From today onwards, you're my man. Feng Yueyu was indeed a shrewish woman. Her words were very domineering, which made Su Yan feel helpless. However, Xue Xingyue also joined in the fun. She said with a red face, "Big brother Su Yan, you've also been branded with my mark." Compared to Feng Yueyu, her voice was much softer. "Alright, the two of you stop fooling around. Right now we are still in danger. Don't joke about this kind of thing." After Su Yan said this, he didn't give the two women a chance to speak. Now his strength had greatly increased. At this time he immediately began to try to break free from this black hole. After all, if they were really swallowed by the black hole, they did not know where to go. At this moment Su Yan took a deep breath. His demonic dragon wings stretched out. At this moment there were still two pairs of wings, but they were much bigger. Regal Sword Teleportation Technique, full power. Under the Five Dragons realm, he directly used the Regal Sword Teleportation Technique. This speed was simply unimaginable. Moreover, the power within was extremely strong. Under such a violent power, he finally broke free from the restraints of this terrifying power. Then, he gradually left the pull of this power. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the black hole finally disappeared. The cold void reappeared. At this moment, Su Yan looked ahead and realized that he was no longer at his original place. Although the void outside was extremely cold, he was sure that he was not mistaken. He was really no longer at his original place. Thinking of this, he felt helpless. However, it was already good enough that he was able to survive this time. After all, being swallowed by a black hole was definitely not a joke. At this moment his power was constantly changing, and Su Yan's aura was also constantly increasing. Five Dragons Realm. In Su Yan's heart there was a little more excitement. The increase in his realm made his two bodies even more powerful, and the increase in power allowed him to further control some of the mysterious powers in his body. Not to mention other things, just the control of the four great beasts had increased by a lot. The blood essence of the four great beasts' hearts was extremely precious. It even contained their inherited power. In the beginning, Su Yan could only use this power to achieve the purpose of controlling them. But now he could analyze the inherited power from it. Of course, the power that he could analyze now was not very strong. However, he believed that as his power increased, he would obtain more and more from it, which would make him stronger. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly increasing. At this moment his power had become extremely terrifying. At this moment his heart suddenly moved. At this moment he felt the aura of the sea-splitting demonic snake. "Su Yan, what's wrong?" At this moment Feng Yueyu leaned close to Su Yan and asked softly. Unknowingly, Su Yan broke out in a cold sweat. All along, his relationship with Feng Yueyu had not been good. But now Feng Yueyu was speaking to him so softly. This made him feel really uncomfortable. More importantly, Feng Yueyu seemed to have triggered Xue Xingyue, which made her feel the same. Su Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Alright, the two of you act normal and talk properly. I'm not used to the two of you acting like this. Senior sister Feng Yueyu, aren't you being too gentle? You're so annoying, big brother Su Yan." "I've always been that gentle," Feng Yueyu said directly. Su Yan was momentarily speechless. Had he always been so gentle? However, Su Yan understood that it was better not to tell the woman too much about this kind of thing. He said, "Alright, let's not talk about this now. Still considered safe here. Stay here and digest what you've just learned. I have some things to do. Don't worry. I've already left imprints on you. Once I'm done, I'll come and find you immediately." As he spoke, Su Yan placed two pagoda imprints on the two girls. He could tell that when he was trying to break through to the Five Dragons realm, the two girls had also gained some benefits because they were beside him. Although these benefits were not enough for them to break through to a new realm directly, the Buddha light that was emitted was extremely beneficial to them. At this moment it was time for them to digest what they had learned. "Alright, big brother Su Yan." At this moment Feng Yueyu wanted to follow Su Yan. After this incident, Feng Yueyu suddenly wanted to stick close to Su Yan. However, Xue Xingyue beat her to it. Chapter 677. Female Literature. She immediately stopped talking and smiled. She was willing to wait for Su Yan here. She was a very smart woman. In terms of understanding a man's heart, she knew more than Xue Xingyue. She was just being impulsive before. But now, she immediately knew what she should do to avoid Su Yan's disgust. After all, compared to Xue Xingyue, she had a natural disadvantage. She could only make up for it bit by bit. Su Yan, I'll wait for you here. You must be careful, she said softly. At this moment, Su Yan quickly nodded and left as if he was escaping. If he didn't leave quickly, Feng Yueyu would probably come over and kiss him again. What an interesting man. Feng Yueyu laughed softly as she watched Su Yan's fleeing figure. At this moment, Xue Xingyue couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. She snorted softly. But she didn't expect that Feng Yueyu would turn around and say to her, Sister Xingyue, are you uncomfortable? Do you think I'm going to steal your man? Xue Xingyue said, it's good that you know. Feng Yueyu smiled and said, Sister Xingyue, I'll be honest with you. I've already fallen in love with Su Yan. I've never been so infatuated with someone since I was young. So this time I definitely won't give up. I know you definitely like this brat. But looking at you guys, I'm afraid this brat didn't accept it. Feng Yueyu's gaze was naturally extremely vicious. She was able to make so many people in the Taihang sword faction fall in love with her. Other than her beauty, she naturally had her own unique methods. So, she could see through the direct relationship between Xue Xingyue and Su Yan. Xue Xingyue's expression turned ugly when her secret was exposed by Feng Yueyu. But this was the truth. Su Yan had always only treated her as a sister. This really made him very sad. However, this was not something that could be changed by her own subjective will. At this time she blushed and didn't know what to say. She knew Feng Yueyu's character. She would definitely think of a way to get whatever she wanted. She and Feng Yueyu were once good friends when they were young. But because of this, as time passed, they gradually became enemies. If she really had feelings for Su Yan, then it would be a very passive thing for her. Before Xue Xingyue could say anything, she suddenly laughed and said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Don't worry this time, I will help you keep Su Yan's heart. Xue Xingyue looked up at Feng Yueyu. No matter what, she didn't seem like such a generous person. At this time Feng Yueyu said, I know that you won't believe me when I say this, but to tell you the truth this time, the two of us should be on the same side. Hearing this, Xue Xingyue finally asked, Feng Yueyu, what exactly do you want to do? When she heard this, she was confused. What exactly did this woman want to do? For a moment, Xue Xingyue actually couldn't guess her thoughts. At this time Feng Yueyu smiled and said, Sister Feng, if I'm not wrong, Su Yan must have other women. Tell me everything you know. Don't worry, this time you and I are definitely on the same side. Only when the two of us work together will we have a greater chance of winning back Su Yan's heart. Xue Xingyue didn't say anything. To be honest, she didn't trust Feng Yueyu. At this time Feng Yueyu said, Little Yu, this time we have to work together. Otherwise Su Yan won't be ours. Xue Xingyue was stunned. Us. At this time her heart was about to break down. What exactly was this Feng Yueyu thinking? Feng Yueyu smiled and said, What's so strange about that? Su Yan is such an outstanding man. Don't tell me you want to have him all to yourself? Let me think, based on your personality, I'm afraid you've already told him that you like him. But until now, there hasn't been any progress in your relationship. Then it's obvious that Su Yan rejected you. Xue Xingyue couldn't help but lower her head. Her personality was too weak. In front of Feng Yueyu, she naturally appeared submissive. At this time Feng Yueyu said, Little Yu, this guy doesn't even want such an outstanding girl like you. What exactly is he thinking? It's nothing more than that he's thinking about other women. Maybe it's one or many. So no matter what, if we want to win his heart, we have to use some special methods. And this special method is that we sisters have to put down our barriers and then... Feng Yueyu was really amazing. In just an instant, Xue Xingyue was convinced by her, and began to listen to her teachings. At this time Su Yan was moving forward with all his might. This was because he felt that the sea-splitting demonic snake was in danger. This huge guy seemed to be in a tough battle at this time. Su Yan could sense through the essence blood that it left in his body that it wasn't in a good condition. It was now his mount. Su Yan had no reason to watch his mount die like this. So at this time he was moving forward with all his might. At this time this huge guy seemed to have sensed Su Yan's arrival. He immediately felt a pleasant surprise in his heart. Then, a thought was transmitted directly to him. "Master, help me eat." The bloodline of the demonic sea-split serpent was extremely powerful, but compared to the blood-winged wyvern, it hadn't been around for that long. Because of this, it could only communicate with Su Yan to a limited extent, even though it used its consciousness. Su Yan immediately understood what it meant. It seemed that the sea-splitting demonic snake had found some prey and wanted to kill him and then devour him. This prey must be very important to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so excited. However, there was no doubt that this prey was very powerful. It was so powerful that it was no match for this prey. Instead, it had become the prey. However, it was fortunate that Su Yan was nearby. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. After a while, Su Yan had already sensed the violent movements in this place. In front of him, the sea-splitting demonic snake was fighting with a void beast. This void beast's appearance was very similar to the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Su Yan suddenly remembered a legend. That was that in the world he lived in, there were many monsters with the bloodline of void beasts. Of course, many people scoffed at this. However, based on the current situation, this might be the truth. The sea-splitting demonic snake felt the power that it yearned for. It might be a reaction from its bloodline, or it might be something else. In short, the sea-splitting demonic snake attacked it. Fortunately, this void beast wasn't very powerful. Maybe it was just a newborn void beast. Therefore, the sea-splitting demonic snake was still able to hold on. Even so, it was enough to show how powerful this void beast was. However, such a young void beast had already rendered the sea-splitting demonic serpent helpless. It had even threatened his life. If Su Yan couldn't get there in time, the sea-splitting demonic snake would definitely die. After Su Yan arrived, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he instructed the sea-splitting demonic snake to continue fighting with the void beast for a while. He needed to look for an opportunity. Only when the opportunity was right could he kill the void beast with one strike. At this moment, the surface of the void beast was covered in rings of light. There were a total of 5 rings of light. Each ring of light exuded an extremely terrifying aura. It was this aura that forced the sea-splitting demonic snake to retreat. If it hadn't been for its great power, it would have been torn apart. This terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy everything in this world. Of course, this was just an illusion, because the void beast's power hadn't reached this level yet. If it fully matured and was able to unleash this terrifying destructive power, it would really be able to destroy the world. Each of these void behemoths was synonymous with destruction. Every record in history was telling people how powerful it was. If it hadn't been for the protection of the sacred venerates on the continent, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Su Yan had already started to analyze this power. He knew that he had to understand how this power operated and how it could unleash its greatest power. If he didn't understand it clearly and acted rashly, the situation would become even worse. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake's power was still at the level of a venerable even in the void. One could imagine how powerful the void beast was to be able to force the sea-splitting demonic snake into such a state. Although Su Yan's power had increased greatly, he was still far from being able to fight against such a supreme existence. At this moment, the void beast's body was constantly twisting, and the 5 rings of light were also constantly changing. At this point, the sea-splitting demonic snake gradually started to move away, no longer fighting the void beast head-on. This was naturally Su Yan's idea. This was because Su Yan knew very well that the sea-splitting demonic snake wouldn't be able to hold on for long if they continued to fight head-on. What Su Yan needed now was time. He needed to use this time to find out the weakness of this big fellow before him. The sea-splitting demonic snake was very intelligent. After receiving Su Yan's order, it immediately started to move away. Although they were in the void, its speed was still unexpectedly fast. This was beyond Su Yan's expectations. The void beast was gradually enraged, and the 5 colored rings of light started to expand. Chapter 678. Female Literature. The 5-colored light will gradually begin to change. The color of his eyes began to darken. Then the power within it became even stronger. At this moment, Su Yan could clearly see that the distance between him and the void beast had increased. It turned out that the sea-splitting demonic snake could swim around this void beast. However, at this moment, The difficulty of swimming around the void beast increased exponentially. Su Yan's attention was completely focused on the void beast. Now he needed to find a breakthrough. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake's voice sounded. As soon as the void beast entered this state, the pressure on him instantly increased. At this moment, it was already very difficult for him to continue swimming around the void beast, let alone kill it. But at this time, Su Yan still did not have any intention of making a move. This was because he knew that it was not the right time. The sea-splitting demonic snake transmitted its thoughts again. Master, I can't hold on any longer. After the transformation, the 5-colored light wheel was really too powerful. Every light wheel contained unimaginable power. It was the most blazing fireball. Although the sea-splitting demonic snake had not come into contact with it, it was already affected. This was the void beast's extraterritorial battlefield, not its battlefield. Even if there was no battle, its body was still under a great burden. However, its body was already very strong, so it ignored such a small burden. At this moment, it was already exhausted from dealing with the mysterious power of the void beast. Because of this, the influence of the extraterritorial void was infinitely magnified. Hold on for a little longer. Now you go to his left. Su Yan directly transmitted his will through his mind. After receiving Su Yan's order, the sea-splitting demonic snake was stunned. This was because, according to its perception, the left side was clearly where the power of the mysterious and strange light wheel was strongest. If it went that way, wouldn't it be suicidal? At this moment, Su Yan transmitted his thoughts again. Quick, this is an order. This time it was actually an order directly issued by Su Yan through the original name contract. Faced with this order, he immediately lost the will to resist and could only follow Su Yan's will. Right now, he could only pray that his body was strong enough to not be struck by this power. Soon, the flame-like power arrived in front of him. At this time, his heart was filled with anxiety, and he even began to curse Su Yan. But in the next moment, after a slight burst of heat, he actually passed through this flame. I'm actually still alive, and I don't seem to have suffered any injuries? At that moment, it could not help but stare blankly. It was even wondering if the void behemoth's power had suddenly weakened. But at this time, Su Yan's order came again. After receiving Su Yan's command, the sea-splitting demonic serpent immediately sprang into action. Ahai, don't just stand there. Charge toward his lower right side. In fact, according to the scan of its mind power, this was another dead end. If it did that, it was afraid that it would die there. However, it had already acted according to Su Yan's order once before, so it trusted Su Yan a little more. Therefore, this time it did not hesitate at all. This time the situation was very similar to the previous one. That terrifying light will directly pass by its body, and the seemingly incomparably powerful power did not cause much damage to it. At this time, it immediately understood that its master seemed to have grasped some kind of pattern. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic serpent transmitted its thoughts to Su Yan. Great master, quick! Use that terrifying power and directly kill this guy. The terrifying power it was talking about was the terrifying power that Su Yan had displayed on the sea after borrowing the power of the Godslayer sword. Even now, the sea-splitting demonic serpent was still terrified by that power, and its whole body could not help but tremble. However, how could Su Yan dare to use that kind of power? Last time, he was extremely lucky to have been able to suppress the Godslayer sword. If this happened again, he did not think that he would have a chance of defeating the opponent. Once controlled by the Godslayer sword, it was needless to say that this would be the end result. Don't be noisy. Charge in front of him. Su Yan naturally did not pay attention to this guy. He gave the order again. At this time a cold light was released from his eyes, and the power in it was simply terrifying. At this time the sea-splitting demonic serpent did not dare to go against Su Yan's will. Even though it was very frightened at this time, it still calmed itself down. Then it directly unleashed all of its power. All of a sudden, an azure water pillar began to appear in the void outside the realm. This was inconceivable, but at this time such a scene happened in front of Su Yan. At this time Su Yan's entire soul was trembling non-stop. He was paying attention. At this time, when the void beast saw that the sea-splitting demonic serpent dared to attack it, it immediately exploded with boundless anger. At this time the 5-colored light wheel became even more dazzling. The two extremely terrifying beasts had already begun to fight with all their might. It was also at this time that Su Yan moved. His demonic dragon wings unfolded directly, and at the same time the regal sword teleportation was pushed to the extreme by him. At this moment his speed was already unparalleled. Now, it was hard to imagine that his speed had surpassed the sea-splitting demonic serpent at this time. He directly crashed into the five-colored light wheel from below the sea-splitting demonic serpent. At this time the sea-splitting demonic serpent was shocked. It did not understand why Su Yan was doing this. After all, its life and that of Su Yan were already connected. Su Yan's life was its life. At this time Su Yan was actually doing this. Could it be that he had taken something too hard and wanted to commit suicide? But even if he wanted to commit suicide, shouldn't he break the contract before he died? It had to be said that the sea-splitting demonic serpent was a guy who liked to let his imagination run wild. Just as it was fantasizing, Su Yan's voice was heard again. "Ahai, use your greatest strength and directly attack his head." The sea-splitting demonic serpent immediately collected its thoughts. Then, an extremely terrifying ultimate light was immediately released. That berserk tide-like power drowned out everything. And Su Yan's figure also disappeared directly within. "It's over. Master is dead. Am I going to die too?" The sea-splitting demonic serpent was absolutely devastated at this moment. Just as it was letting its imagination run wild, Su Yan's speed increased again. This time he had overloaded his spiritual qi, causing his speed to break through his own limits in an instant. Because its speed was too fast, a layer of faint flames even appeared on the surface of its skin. Su Yan's current situation seemed to be very dangerous. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be scared out of their wits. After all, the five-colored halo was something that even the sea-splitting demonic serpent was afraid of. However, at this moment Su Yan was not afraid at all. Su Yan's actions were not reckless. He had been observing from the very beginning. Previously, he had let the sea-splitting demonic serpent take such a risk because he wanted to discover its weakness. The five-colored halo was indeed powerful. It was so terrifying that it could almost directly kill a venerable. Under normal circumstances, Su Yan would not have been able to survive under such a terrifying divine light. However, he had discovered a weakness earlier. When the five-colored halo was activated, the place where the halo shone did indeed become more powerful. However, in the inner circle of the light, the power was immediately weakened. No, it should be said that it directly disappeared. This void beast lived in the void outside the realm all year round. Its opponents and prey were all huge creatures. Therefore, in the long journey, the ability he obtained was to hunt such a large creature. This was what Su Yan took advantage of. At this moment he had completely retracted all his aura. He needed to walk through this power vacuum. Only then could he truly get close to the void beast. It was precisely because of this that he needed the sea-splitting demonic serpent to unleash its greatest power. When he unleashed his greatest power, the void beast would definitely start to counterattack. Only then would his power be completely activated. Only then would Su Yan be able to find a vacuum for himself. Of course, such a vacuum was naturally very dangerous. Although many things were possible in theory, it was not so simple when it was actually put into practice. Moreover, it was such a dangerous thing. If there was even the slightest carelessness, Su Yan would die. Fortunately, Su Yan succeeded. He directly dodged this extremely terrifying power, and then very smoothly passed through this terrifying power. The huge void beast was right in front of him. This 100-meter-long void beast was truly awe-inspiring. And this was merely a void beast in its infancy. Its body was covered with extremely mysterious scales. Although they were both scales, its scales were completely different from the sea-splitting demonic serpents. These scales seemed to be able to store void energy. The destructive power of the void had no effect on him at all. In fact, it could even help him grow and become stronger. It was no wonder that every void beast was so terrifying. This was because the environment they grew up in was the worst of the void outside the realm. In such a terrible and harsh environment they grew up. It was also because of this that they had the strongest bodies and abilities. What Su Yan wanted to do now was to kill it. Chapter 679. Girl Literature. At this moment, Su Yan was right in front of the void beast. Compared to such a huge void beast, he seemed to be just a little bigger than an ant. However, even an ant had the ability to kill. And Su Yin was such a poisonous ant. The scorching sun sword appeared directly, and the spiritual qi in his body started to circulate. This was such a huge and terrifying power. When this power gathered, it immediately condensed into an extremely sharp aura. This aura was not grand and majestic, but it was extremely terrifying. It was an evil sword, as if it was born to kill. This move had a very domineering name, and that was Godslaying. Godslaying sword. Su Yin thought that if he could use the Godslayer sword to perform this move, its power would be even more powerful. However, Su Yin did not dare to provoke that God-slaying sword now. Each of the backlash divine swords was extremely terrifying. The aura of God-slaying sword rose to the peak in an instant. Such power was almost a miracle. Such a strange power was truly terrifying and unparalleled. The void beast was fighting with the sea-splitting demonic snake. The terrifying five-colored light was extremely bright, and it seemed to be able to directly shatter meteorites. However, at this moment he suddenly felt that he was mistaken about a power. The appearance of this power made him feel uneasy. So at this moment he was actually distracted. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake naturally seized this opportunity. The terrifying power of water directly entrenched itself. Then he directly raised his head and used his strongest power to directly burst out a terrifying shockwave. Such a violent power directly exploded at this moment. Even the terrifying five-colored halo was shaken at this moment. This was completely out of the sea-splitting demonic snake's expectations, because he knew very well that his power was definitely not a match for this void beast. Void beasts were really terrifying in the extraterritorial void. They were simply abnormal existences. When Su Yin asked him to fight with the void beast, he was very hesitant. However, he did not expect that this time he would succeed. His power actually directly suppressed the void beast. This was truly a pleasant surprise. But at the same time he admired Su Yin even more. At this time he naturally discovered the pain of the terrifying big guy, which was brought to him by his master. Although they were still some distance away, he could feel the terror of the deity vanquishing sword. Now, his fear of Su Yin was no longer just because of the contract. He felt that Su Yin was really a miraculous person. At this moment, Su Yin's deity vanquishing sword had already pierced him completely. The blood of the void behemoths was far hotter than Su Yin had imagined. Su Yin felt as if his palm was going to be ignited the moment his sword pierced the beast's body. If it was an ordinary person, they would have subconsciously let go at this moment. However, Su Yin was not an ordinary person. He had already experienced speechless pain, and had even died countless times. He endured the terrible pain and refused to let go. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were curled up in a smile. How amazing! Such heat is even more terrifying than lava. Haha! Scorching sun sword, this is also your good fortune. Su Yin could not stop laughing at this moment. When Chobo passed this sword to him, he had said that it would be his greatest regret in life if he could not forge this sword into a divine sword. If there was a chance, he hoped that Su Yin could help him refine this sword. Su Yin naturally wanted to help Chobo fulfill his wish. However, this matter was really too difficult. One had to know that there were only 10 divine swords in the current Jeju continent. The master swordsmith of the Taihang sword faction was extremely powerful. On the path of swordsmithing, he had probably gone further than Chobo. However, it was a pity that he did not forge a true divine sword. At this time, as Su Yan's cultivation increased, he gradually understood a principle, and that was that the holy sword could be forged, but the divine sword could not be forged. The so-called divine sword was the god of swords. The power it possessed was absolutely unimaginable to ordinary people. Unless a god acted directly, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to create a divine sword. However, other than asking a god to act, there was actually another way, and that was to evolve a divine sword. A divine sword and its master had gone through countless battles together. Only if it could give birth to its own spirituality in battle, then it could evolve into a divine sword. At this moment, Scorching Sun Sword was walking on such a path. Although this was a very difficult path, at least it was possible for him to succeed. The scorching blood of the void behemoth was a huge opportunity for him. The void beast's blood was so terrifying that its terrifying heat was enough to raise the quality of Scorching Sun Sword to another level. This time, of course, it was impossible for the sword to evolve immediately. However, this was laying a foundation for the future. In addition, this sword was stained with this terrifying blood energy. Naturally, it could obtain a trace of spiritual energy from this blood, in order to create the conditions for the formation of its own sword spirit. At this moment, the void beast immediately became extremely angry. Its terrifying and ferocious claws fell directly. Such a terrifying power was simply extremely fast. It was like a gust of wind. Su Yan immediately felt great danger. But at this moment, Su Yan made a crazy decision. In such a dangerous situation, not only did he not retreat, but he actually rushed forward directly. Yes, at this moment, he directly nailed Scorching Sun sword into the void beast's blood vessel, and directly rushed in together with him. The power of the void beast was so strong, but he actually did it. Crazy, really crazy. It seems that this master is really crazy. He actually dares to do this. This is simply courting death. Great master, it's fine if you want to court death, but you have to consider us. We still want to live. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake's heart was filled with endless bitterness. How did he end up with such a reckless master? At this moment, Su Yan's body had directly entered the blood vessel. The suffocating feeling of terror was simply indescribable. Now, he was afraid that it was almost the same as directly entering the magma of a volcano. Kill. However, at this time he didn't even say a word of nonsense and immediately moved forward. His purpose was very clear, and that was to kill. He wanted to kill this void beast. However, this void beast's defense was really terrifying. He had gone through a lot of hardships to succeed in the previous opening. However, such a wound could only bring him pain. However, it was unrealistic to want him to die directly. Moreover, this was the void. Once this void beast found that it could not defeat him, it would immediately escape. It was absolutely impossible for the sea-splitting demonic snake to stop it. Therefore, in order to kill this guy, Su Yan spared no effort. At this moment, he was swimming freely in the body of this huge void beast, while releasing all of his power. Injuries that came from the inside were the fatal ones. Moreover, doing so could make the Scorching Sun sword even more surprised. In fact, in order to make the sword evolve, it could only let it devour powerful blood. If it could be bathed in divine blood, then even a rotten branch could become the most powerful divine weapon. Of course, this kind of thing was still too far away for Su Yan. Kill him, Ahai. Don't you want to devour him? Now is your chance. At this moment, Su Yan was wantonly destroying the void beast's body. The sea-splitting demonic snake could seize the opportunity and cooperate with him to directly kill this terrifying guy. As soon as the sea-splitting demonic snake heard this, its huge body immediately began to shake. At this moment it was really too excited. It immediately roared, "Long live the master, long live the great master." Then it directly pounced and immediately pressed the terrifying void beast down. His sharp claws were firmly suppressing the void beast. Now it was really excited. If it could devour everything of this big guy, its strength would definitely increase in a short period of time. It laughed and said, "Void beast, you are mine. Ha ha ha, you are mine. I will definitely digest everything of you. By then, my strength will become even more powerful." At the thought of the benefits it was about to obtain, this big guy couldn't care less. Its body kept shaking, and a powerful force burst out at the same time. Thus, with the efforts of both Su Yan and the sea-splitting demonic snake, the void beast finally stopped struggling. After a long time, Su Yan finally struggled out of the void beast's body. At this moment, he looked really battered and exhausted, and his clothes were already in tatters. This was because the energy of the blood was really too terrifying. Even if he used spirit chi to protect his body, he could no longer protect himself. However, although he was very battered, he was still in a good mood. This was because this time he had gained a lot. The power of the blood was so strong that he naturally wouldn't forget to cultivate here. Through his efforts, his realm became more stable. At this moment, he had completely stabilized his cultivation of the 5 dragons realm. However, now that the void beast was dead, the spirituality in the blood continued to fade, and he didn't need to continue staying in the big guy's body. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake was already impatient. Su Yan gave the order, and it immediately pounced. Chapter 680. Female Literature. The scene of the sea-splitting demonic snake devouring was too beautiful. Su Yan did not dare to look at it. After all, it was too gory. Hence, after he gave the order to the sea-splitting demonic snake, he immediately went to meet up with Xue Xinyue and Feng Yue. After all, he had confirmed that it was a safe place, which was why he let them stay there. However, this was the extraterritorial void after all. There were countless dangers. It was hard to guarantee that dangerous guys would descend unknowingly. That would be terrible. Hence, Su Yan had to meet up with them as soon as possible. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already started to gorge itself. The bloody scene was like an epic horror film. On the other side, Xue Xinyue looked at Feng Yue and gritted her teeth in silence. Feng Yue said, "Little Yue, have you thought it through? I think you should know that that guy is so stubborn. If you're alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to be with him for the rest of your life. Are you really willing to be his younger sister?" Was she really just his younger sister? Obviously, this sentence had already defeated her. Of course, she was not willing. She had finally found someone she liked, but she could only be his younger sister. One day, once he left, she would lose him. During this period of time after Su Yan left, Xue Xinyue had been telling herself to accept reality and forget about Su Yan. However, this was really a difficult thing to do. She could not do it. She really could not do it. Finally, she made up her mind. Okay, let's go together. I want to be with big brother Su Yan. Feng Yue looked at her calmly, as if she had already guessed this result. She smiled and said, "That's right. For us, happiness is something we have to fight for ourselves. What's the point of waiting? Little Yue, listen, when Su Yan comes back, you..." Xue Xinyue's face had already turned a little rosy. At this moment, another thought was transmitted over. "Kiki, it's my honor to meet the Taixing twin moons here." "Good, very good. It's been a few days." As soon as this voice appeared, it immediately gave the two people a fright. No matter what, they were still part of the 10 Taixing swords and were well-known figures of the younger generation. However, he actually had no idea how this guy had appeared. If this guy hadn't opened his mouth, he wouldn't have known that this person had appeared beside him. "You coward, die." At this moment, Feng Yue immediately attacked. An extremely intense beam of light immediately shot out. That was the Feng family's demon-sealing divine light. This ray of light immediately began to spread in all directions like a beautiful and brilliant moonlight. In such a state, Feng Yue was indeed beautiful, as expected of Tai Hong's moon. But now she was the angry moon. She was in a terrible mood to be attacked in such a place. At this moment, someone walked out from the corner. This was a very short guy. He was not tall, just like a dwarf through and through. Furthermore, it was a disgusting dwarf. At this moment, Feng Yue's expression immediately changed. Perverted dwarf. She wasn't scolding him, but this guy's name was Perverted Dwarf. He was originally a wandering scoundrel. Later on, he obtained an inheritance from somewhere and his strength actually increased by leaps and bounds. As a result, he became even more unscrupulous in his actions. Originally, he was just a lowly scoundrel. However, as his cultivation increased, he became even more unscrupulous in his actions. In the end, he actually defiled a female disciple of the Water Moon sect, one of the 10 great sects. The Water Moon sect was in another part of the 9 states continent. Although it was no longer at its peak, it was still one of the 10 great sects. This showed how powerful it was. However, this guy actually managed to survive the pursuit of the Water Moon sect. Since then, his name had become even more resounding. However, since then, he seemed to have disappeared without a trace and rarely came out. About 2 years ago, this guy appeared in the territory of the Taihang sword faction. At that time, the Feng family had once encircled and annihilated this guy. That year, Feng Yue had personally participated in that operation. However, it was a pity that this guy got the news from somewhere and immediately disappeared without a trace. Feng Yue didn't expect that after 2 years, she would actually meet this guy again. What was even more unexpected was that this damn guy was actually absorbed by the Divine Devil Island and came here. Furthermore, he was still alive and even met her. Ha ha ha, Miss Feng Yue. It's my honor that you still remember me. 2 years ago, you and I hurriedly parted ways. I missed you so much. The perverted dwarf was already filled with disgust just by talking. Not to mention, His pair of eyes were constantly wandering around the various parts of the two women's bodies. Humph, perverted dwarf, 2 years ago you were lucky enough to escape a calamity. However, you shouldn't have appeared in front of me today. However, since you're here, I'll send you to heaven. Feng Yueyu's murderous aura gradually thickened. A long time ago his family wanted to kill this guy, but he managed to escape. But now this damned perverted dwarf was right in front of her. Not only did this perverted dwarf take her virginity, but he also liked to kill. Furthermore, it was torture. Back then she had seen that corpse with her own eyes. Since then, she swore that she would definitely kill him. Ha ha ha, Feng family's moon? You want to send me to heaven? How do you want to do that? Let me die under the peony flower? TSK, this is my favorite thing. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Come, let's have a good fight. I didn't expect to be able to play with 2 phoenixes by myself. His laughter was so disgusting. Just as he was speaking, his body had already flown towards the 2 of them. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said directly, "Little Yura, I'm sure you know about the reputation of this perverted dwarf. Let's join forces to kill him. This guy deserves to die." Xue Xinyue nodded. At this moment, the sacred sword appeared in her hand. This sacred sword was given to her by Su Yan back then. When Feng Yueyu saw this sacred sword, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her eyes. After all, this sacred sword was something that every sword cultivator yearned for. However, this trace of envy quickly dissipated. She knew clearly what she should do at this moment. The 2 women's auras were completely released. During this period of cultivation, their cultivation had increased by quite a bit. Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue had both reached the 2 dragon realm, and were both at the peak of the 2 dragon realm. After the 2's auras were combined, the powerful oppressive force became even stronger. Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue were already going all out. Although she really wanted to kill this guy, she knew one thing, and that was that this guy was extremely powerful. After all, this guy was someone who had escaped from the water moon sect's pursuit. From this, it could be seen that his strength was extremely terrifying. When fighting with such a guy, she naturally had to go all out to kill him. Ha ha ha, there's actually a sacred sword. This is really good stuff. Looks like I'm really lucky today. Not only did I get a beauty, but I also got a sacred sword. How fortunate. His divine thought was still floating, but his body had already disappeared from the spot. The gloomy void gave off a terrifying pressure. It was as if he was a ghost. This was truly a terrifying fellow. Behind, Xue Xinyue directly transmitted her divine thought into Feng Yueyu's sea of consciousness. These 2 women, who were originally not very compatible, cooperated perfectly at this moment. The moment the colored midget appeared, 2 rays of sword light flew towards him. At this moment he raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised. Amazing, really amazing. The cooperation between the 2 of you is beyond my expectations. You actually managed to discover my location. His movement technique was extremely strange, which had always been his greatest advantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. When he activated his movement technique, he could directly transform himself into a specter. This state allowed him to do many things without any scruples. However, he never expected that he would miscalculate today. Xue Xinyue was actually able to discover his whereabouts. However, he was only slightly surprised. To him, this level of strength was nothing. After the initial surprise, he had already calmed down. He just watched as the 2 rays of sword light arrived in front of him. Interesting, really interesting. Suddenly, a strange and extremely powerful aura appeared from his body. This aura was like peach blossom trash, but also like a blur. Moreover, this strange aura actually blocked the power of the 2 of them. The 2 women's expressions changed. They didn't hold back at all in this attack, but the other party actually blocked it so easily. What was even more terrifying was that they suddenly realized that their strength was slowly decreasing. Oh no! They immediately realized that something was wrong. In front of this perverted midget, if they lost their strength, then they would definitely end up in a very miserable state. Ha ha, Taiheng twin moons, how beautiful. And this time 2 moons actually threw themselves at me at the same time, ha ha ha. His laughter was wretched, and then he actually grabbed the 2 long swords. This person's strength was truly terrifying. He actually grabbed the 2 swords in his hands, and then he directly pulled them. The two women only felt a wave of energy coming towards them, and they actually couldn't help but fall into the embrace of the midget. Chapter 681. Female Literature. Damn it! At this moment she was extremely vexed. Feng Yueyu did not underestimate this lecherous dwarf at all. But now, both he and Xue Xinyue had fallen into the trap so easily. You poisoned us, despicable thing. She knew that the sudden weakness in her body could not be due to her body. This despicable fellow must have poisoned her. Otherwise she would not have ended up like this. It was just that she couldn't understand how this damned perverted dwarf could poison her in the void. Under normal circumstances, water and air could spread toxins. However, they were in the void. How could this fellow transmit poison here? Of course, now was not the time to care about this. What she needed to do now was to get out of her current predicament. They were too passive at this moment. Moreover, she instinctively detested this despicable fellow. Despicable, why isn't Su Yan back yet? Feng Yueyu thought. She did not realize that unknowingly, she had started to rely on Su Yan. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a domineering force was transmitted over. When these two appeared, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were immediately stopped in midair. No matter how hard the lecherous dwarf tried, he could not move at all. At this moment, the lecherous dwarf immediately realized that someone had interfered with his matters. His face turned black immediately. How dare you meddle in my affairs? I want you dead. This arrogant thought was transmitted directly. At the same time, this despicable guy actually directly hit the two women with a force. At this moment, he was obviously trying to force Su Yan out by threatening the safety of the two ladies. Moreover, his intention was realized. At this moment, Su Yan appeared. The lecherous dwarf sneered. What a fearless brat. However, you will regret it very soon. He did not hold back at all in this attack. Moreover, he used some special methods. He believed that this would definitely give Su Yan a surprise. However, his expression changed immediately at the next moment. At this moment, a shield made of flames appeared in front of Su Yan. As soon as this shield appeared, it immediately blocked his attack. At this moment, the extremely terrifying green light within this attack was also directly incinerated at this moment. Corroded? At this moment, Su Yan squinted his eyes. He saw that his power was corroded just like that. His flame power was definitely not just for show, but even so, this power was still able to corrode his own power. This showed how terrifying this power was. If he was caught off guard and hit by this move, even Su Yan's body would more or less be injured. However, the moment he made his move, Su Yan had already guessed that this guy must be very powerful. Fortunately, it was because of this that he was fine at this time. If he was careless just now, this moment he would be in trouble. However, it didn't matter now. Who exactly are you? How dare you interfere with my matters? The perverted dwarf was furious. Su Yan's appearance ruined his plans. How could he not be angry? Su Yan's gaze was cold. He said directly, "Who am I?" I'm the one who will kill you." As he spoke, he charged towards the perverted dwarf. Ever since he was in his original world, the people he hated the most in his life were scums like perverted dwarfs. Moreover, the perverted dwarf wanted to attack his friend at this moment. This made him even more furious. He had already made up his mind to kill this fellow. At this moment, the perverted dwarf disappeared again. "Brat, you're thinking too much if you want to kill me." At this moment, the perverted dwarf's cold laughter was heard. He had thought it through. He would try to kill Su Yan first. If he could, he would kill him directly. If not, he would retreat and leave immediately. He was a ghost in the night. Once targeted by him, that person could forget about surviving. You're using such a trick in front of me? You're the one who's thinking too much. At this moment, the perverted dwarf suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It was as if he was being targeted by a giant beast. Even his soul began to tremble in disbelief. How did Su Yan discover him? Even if that little girl could discover him, it was impossible for her to do so. She could only sense his presence when he was about to appear. And now, he was clearly still in his ghost state. However, that person called Su Yan had actually launched an attack on him. It wasn't a bluff, it definitely wasn't. He believed in his directness. His intuition had saved him countless times. Therefore, he definitely didn't believe that it was just an illusion. However, this was too terrifying. This damn guy, how could he have such a trick? At this moment, a ray of flame was heading towards him. He was filled with fear towards this ray of light, so at this time, he did not dare to let this ray of light fall on his body no matter what. His figure flickered again. Ghost Shadow Rampage. This was his mysterious trick. It was also what he relied on to escape from being hunted down. Ghost Shadow Rampage. In such a state, he was the most mysterious ghost shadow. He directly changed his position, and the shadow swayed. However, even with that being the case, the feeling of danger still existed beside him. This was a terrifying feeling. It made his hair stand on end. Damn it! At this moment, the perverted dwarf no longer wanted to kill Su Yan. He didn't even have the heart to test him. This was because he knew that Su Yan's strength had exceeded his expectations. This young guy's strength seemed to have exceeded the range of what he could handle. Of course, he would remember this grudge. He definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. There would be plenty of time for revenge in the future. You want to leave now? It's not that simple. Do you know that I, Su Yan, hate scum like you the most? Since you're already here, don't leave. A blood-red ray of light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. It was a ray of light that made the perverted dwarf feel danger, and even despair. It was as if this ray of light could specifically restrain him. That was the blood dragon pupil. It was refined with the dragon soul as its source. It was specifically used to restrain all ghosts in this world. That was something that could even restrain real ghosts. This perverted dwarf's trick was only to temporarily transform himself into a ghost. How could he avoid such a powerful attack? At this moment, the perverted dwarf was really afraid. He felt that his body seemed to be bound by some kind of power. If this continued, he would definitely die. However, he didn't want to die. No matter what, he wanted to live. Damn it, where did this guy come from? He's so difficult to deal with. At this moment, he hated Su Yan to the core. However, he also knew that this was definitely not a suitable time to fight with Su Yan. Not to mention that Su Yan's strength alone was strong enough to pose a huge threat to him. Furthermore, there were still Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue beside him. Of course, he didn't think that these two girls were just flower vases. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen by the Divine Devil Island. Although these two girls were now hit by his trick and seemed to be powerless. However, he was very clear that this was only temporary. Of course, he was extremely unwilling to retreat just like that. Since they had already reached this stage, he had to create some trouble for Su Yan. I want you to die. At this moment, he suddenly sent a thought to Su Yan. Su Yan was startled at first. It was also at this moment that a ripple appeared in his sea of consciousness. There was an extremely strange energy that appeared directly in his sea of consciousness. However, when Su Yan was in his sea of consciousness, the bright moon suddenly flashed, and the strange energy wave immediately disappeared. To Su Yan, this was really just a matter of an instant. However, it was also at this moment that he already knew why Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were hit by his trick. Divine thought. So you can use your own divine thought to transmit that strange energy. Su Yan immediately pointed out the mystery behind it. At this moment, the lecherous midget's expression became even uglier. This trick of his was almost always successful. Unless the person's cultivation level was much higher than his, otherwise they would all be hit by it. Although some people could expel the energy that he set up using his divine thought, there were too few people like Su Yan, who only frowned and already knew the crux of the matter. His estimation of Su Yan's strength immediately increased by a level. This guy, what a powerful divine thought. Su Yan was right. The reason why the two ladies were hit by it was because he did something to their divine thought when he was communicating with them. Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were already very powerful. After all, they were chosen by Divine Demon Island. However, they were unable to find out how he did it. However, Su Yan was able to point it out with a single sentence. It could be seen how powerful and abnormal Su Yan's divine thought was. It was also at this moment that Su Yan directly slapped his palm over. He suddenly felt that he seemed to be facing an extremely terrifying existence, as though a supremacy was standing right in front of him. Under such power, he did not even have the strength to fight back. Su Yan's strength was actually so terrifying. Damn it, am I going to die here? Back then, he even survived the pursuit of the Water Moon sect. However, he was going to die in the hands of such a person here. How could he be willing? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, he immediately let out a roar. The terrifying demonic sound actually caused the scene in front of the lecherous midget to change. Chapter 682. Female Literature. It's fake, that's. At this moment, the scene in front of the lecherous dwarf changed. Su Yan had indeed made a move, and his power was indeed very terrifying. However, it was definitely not like before. It was as if the entire world was Su Yan's power. He immediately understood that he had been tricked earlier. Apart from that strange movement technique, the lecherous dwarf was best at divine sense attacks. After all, these were two of his greatest dharma gates. Not to mention the strange ghostly shadows, this kind of divine sense charm was also very terrifying. He could make people fall for it unknowingly. Just like Shuexingyue and Fengyue, their strength and aura were not weak. If the lecherous dwarf wanted to defeat them head-on, it would not be easy. However, this time both sides almost did not fight, and the two women were directly subdued. If Su Yan had not suddenly arrived, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This was the lecherous dwarf's unique skill. However, the previous scene was very similar to his own method, which was to use the power of divine sense to make him feel despair. With such a mentality, he would naturally be unable to display his true strength due to fear. In this way, he would be killed very quickly. The guy opposite him actually knew such a method. In other words, this guy had learned it immediately after he had used it once. If it was the former, it would be fine. However, if it was the latter, this guy was even more terrifying. This was not only a retentive memory, but also a case of deducing other things. It was definitely a painful thing to be enemies with such a person. Thinking about how he had almost died under his own unique skill, he panicked. However, it was fortunate that the demonic roar had awakened him and bought him some time. Otherwise, he would have really lost his life here. Someone from the Devil's Sect? At this moment, Su Yan frowned. He immediately realized that the guy who had roared earlier was actually from the Devil's Sect. In that case, was this short and fat dwarf in front of him working together with the Devil's Sect? Although this guy was easily defeated by him, Su Yan would never underestimate him. He clearly knew how powerful this guy was. His spiritual sense attack was truly terrifying, as it could be unleashed without a sound. His sea of consciousness was so powerful that it was probably not weaker than that of a venerable one. In particular, an unusual phenomenon had been born in his sea of consciousness, which was why he could instantly detect his attack. But others didn't. If this guy launched a sneak attack, then it must be a very scary thing. And there were two living examples in front of him. Moreover, he understood in his heart that such a person was definitely a person with evil intentions. As the saying goes, one must eliminate all evil. If he didn't kill this person this time, then he would definitely take revenge. Therefore, Su Yan had never thought of letting the dwarf go just like that. You want to leave now? He snorted coldly and attacked again. The Taishang sword shield was deployed in an instant. Such power flashed, and the terrifying aura was released in an instant. That terrifying killing intent actually made the lecherous dwarf shudder. He himself had killed countless people. Therefore, why would he care about ordinary killing intent? However, Su Yan's murderous intent caused him to tremble. At this moment, he could not help but recall the days when he was escaping. At that time, the Venerable One from Water Moon sect had personally attacked him, and he almost collapsed. Later on, if it was not for someone who helped him, he would have definitely died in the Venerable One's hands. Now, Su Yan actually made him feel that way. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or not, it made him feel terrified and uneasy. Save me. For a moment, he dared not make a move himself. Instead, he directly called for help from the person who suddenly appeared. That person frowned. Clearly, he was very displeased with the lecherous dwarf's unbearable state, but he still made a move in the end. Wind-Eye Devil Fist. He directly threw a punch, and a wave of energy immediately appeared. It was like a terrifying storm from the Nine Serenities hell. The moment this power appeared, Su Yan's surroundings were filled with the sound of endless howling winds. If it was in an ordinary place, this would not be considered a very surprising thing. However, the problem was that this was the void in the outer realm. In this place there should not be wind at all. However, this wind had appeared so strangely. It was obvious how powerful this punch was. Su Yan knew that this was because his strength had reached a certain level, and his strength had materialized. It was like when the sea-splitting demonic snake was fighting with a void beast. A huge wave appeared around him. This guy who suddenly appeared was not weak. But even so what? He had already made up his mind to kill. Demonic dragon wings. His figure suddenly turned into a straight line, and the terrifying radiance immediately became extremely terrifying. The eye of the storm had already appeared, and a small meteorite floating around was directly crushed by this power. It was really too powerful. However, Su Yan's demonic dragon wings directly cut the eye of the storm. At this moment, the person who attacked only felt his chi and blood suddenly stagnate. Damn it, this guy is so strong. At first he thought that this lecherous dwarf was really weak. However, at this moment he immediately knew how powerful he was. Su Yan's strength had already exceeded his imagination. He even felt that Su Yan was comparable to the son of the devil. Although his strength was not bad in the devil sect, it was impossible for him to be compared to a monster like Su Yan. Demonic thunder orb explode. He roared angrily, and a force immediately exploded at this moment. At this moment a huge thunderous sound directly rumbled at this moment, and terrifying energy spread directly. Under such power, Su Yan finally had to stop his body. He was indeed confident that he would be safe under such power, but Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were not far away, and their strength had just begun to recover. If they were directly hit by this terrifying power, they would probably die immediately. That person seemed to have calculated that Su Yan would definitely go and save these two women, which was why he did this. Su Yan did not hesitate at all and immediately turned around, then protected the two women. Almost at this moment, a terrifying aura directly exploded. If it were not for Su Yan, the two of them would probably be dead by now. Big brother Su Yan, we've caused trouble for you again, Xue Xinyue said. She felt that she was really useless. Every time she was causing trouble for Su Yan. She knew that if it were not for her and Feng Yueyu's safety, Su Yan would very likely have killed those two people directly. At this moment Feng Yueyu also said, Su Yan, you saved my life again. Don't worry, I will definitely not forget. In order to repay you from now on, I will be yours. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yan's expression immediately changed. Why is this great aunt so bold? Right now he already had enough love affairs. He didn't want to owe more people. However, he knew that it was useless to talk about these things with this lady. Therefore, he could only change the topic. Senior Sister Feng, where did this guy come from? His ability is very strange. Hearing Su Yan's question, Feng Yueyu rolled her eyes at Su Yan with hidden bitterness and flirtatious emotions. Then she said, this guy is a lecherous dwarf. He's a very hateful and deserves to die, but he hasn't died yet. As for the one who appeared later, he should be from the devil sect. How hateful! This lecherous dwarf actually colluded with the devil sect. Now that he thought about it, the reason why the lecherous dwarf was able to escape from the Water Moon sect's pursuit back then should be related to the devil sect. The devil sect's reach was really long. It's just a pity that we didn't kill him today. I don't know how many good girls will be buried in his hands, Xue Xinyue said. Obviously, she also hated this lecherous dwarf very much. It was just a pity that she was not capable enough. If she was strong enough, it would be great if she could kill him directly. But now, not only was she unable to kill him, but she had also become Su Yan's burden. Thinking of this, her heart became even more disappointed. However, Su Yan said, if that's the case, these two guys really deserve to die. However, it might not be that easy for him to leave just like that. Who knows, he might not be able to continue living today. Just as Su Yan was speaking, he had already transmitted his will to a big guy. That was the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake had just swallowed the void beast's body. After swallowing the void beast's body, his entire body had already undergone a transformation. Its scales had become even more mysterious, and it had even started to condense the energy of the void. As long as it was given a little more time to accumulate, its strength would increase by leaps and bounds. It would advance directly. I'm so happy. Although I'm a little unlucky to have followed this master here for no reason, it's really a great fortune to be able to swallow this void beast. My strength will definitely increase tremendously. Ha ha ha. At this moment he was really happy. In fact, it wasn't just his strength that would increase. His life essence would also be sublimated. At this moment, Su Yan's will had already been transmitted. Master's will. Staring at two humans? Not bad, not bad. Now that I think about it, Master is really not bad. Not only did he bring me such an opportunity, but he even prepared a post-meal exercise. Ha ha ha, let's get to work. The sea-splitting demonic snake was completely different from before. At this moment the energy of the void didn't reject him anymore, and it could even be used by him. Moreover, it wasn't long before his enormous consciousness noticed two people, and it was the perverted dwarf and the expert from the devil sect. Chapter 683. Female Literature. At this moment they were still rejoicing that they were able to escape. Earlier, Su Yan had given them too much pressure. At this moment the lecherous dwarf said directly, "Who exactly is that guy? He's actually so terrifying. Back then I fought with Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai once, but this guy didn't give me such a huge pressure." Thinking about how Su Yan had used his own method to attack him, he was sweating profusely. He knew that if the person next to him had not suddenly appeared, he would have died. He had always been known for his methods, but he never thought that Su Yan's methods were actually more terrifying than his. This was definitely a terrifying enemy. Although he was lucky enough to survive this time, what about the next time? If they met again, would he be able to survive? More importantly, he didn't even know who such a powerful person was. The person from the devil sect next to him said, "His name is Su Yan, a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. He's a genius who has just risen. The death of Xiang Yunfei, a son of the limitless devil sect, seems to be related to this guy. The death of the three venerables back then also seems to be related to him." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I originally thought that even if he's powerful we should be able to capture and kill him if we join forces. But now it seems that we're too naive. This guy's strength is simply terrifying. Damn it, I really want to kill him." The lecherous dwarf was very unwilling to give up. Ever since he escaped from the pursuit of the Water Moon Sect's venerable, he had never encountered such a crisis again. However, this time he once again experienced the threat of death. This made him very unwilling. If he could, he really wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. However, when he thought about Su Yan's strength, he felt discouraged. Su Yan won't be able to jump around for long. At this moment, the genius disciple from the devil sect next to him suddenly said. Hearing this, the perverted dwarf immediately understood something, so he asked, "What's wrong? Are you preparing to deal with Su Yan?" At this moment his interest was immediately piqued. If that was the case, that would be great. Other things aside, the beauty of the Taihang twin moons made him drool endlessly. After all, they were rare beauties. He had been unhindered for so many years, and there were not many women who could compare to them. If he could pick these two beautiful flowers, he would definitely be overjoyed. Because of Su Yan, he had originally planned to give up on this idea, but this guy's words immediately gave him hope. That's right, it is indeed to deal with Su Yan. Although the perverted dwarf had not officially joined them, he was originally on the same side as them. If the devil sect wanted to deal with Su Yan and the others, the more people they had, the better. Ghost-killing Palace Rosen has already recruited people, and is preparing to kill Su Yan. And now he is searching for Su Yan's whereabouts. And now, since we know where Su Yan is, we will naturally inform Rosen of this news. At that time, Su Yan will definitely die. Ha ha, good, that would be for the best. Hearing this news, he immediately became excited. However, the two of them did not notice that while they were talking, a small snake was quietly approaching them. This small snake was the sea-splitting demonic snake. He had received Su Yan's order and was heading here. At this moment he happened to hear something that seemed to be useful. He immediately informed Su Yan of this news through the soul contract. At this moment, Su Yan had already comforted the two women and was planning to find Feng Yuhai and the others to meet up with them. After hearing the news from the sea-splitting demonic snake, his eyes immediately narrowed. These fellows from the devil sect seem to be arranging something very interesting. Do they want to kill me? Interesting, interesting. If it was in the past, he might have been a little worried about these things. But now he didn't have much fear. All he had was anticipation. He was looking forward to what kind of surprise the other party could give him. All of this was because of strength. At this moment his strength had increased by too much. He who was in the 5 dragons realm was no longer the same as before. Now he could not wait to fight. He wanted to use battle to prove his strength. Of course he was not a madman. Naturally, he would not seek out super-powerful existences like the Void Beast and the terrifying demon god to court death. At this moment, since Rosen wanted to deal with him, this was a sparring partner who had delivered himself to his doorstep. At this moment, Xue Xinhua noticed Su Yan smile and immediately asked, "Brother Su Yan, what's wrong?" Feng Yue also looked over. "What's wrong, junior brother Su Yan? Is there something fun? Don't forget about me. Little Yue and I have already given ourselves to you." After hearing this, Su Yan broke out in cold sweat. "What do you mean by giving yourself to me? I didn't do anything to you at all. Is it really okay for you to slander me like this?" However, he could only keep this in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, he would probably be beaten up immediately. Moreover, he was not allowed to fight back. Now, Su Yan felt that it was better for Rosen to come over quickly. Of course, with the 2 women beside him, Su Yan did not dare to be too reckless. Naturally, he hoped to fight with Rosen and the others. However, he could not ignore the 2 women's comfort because of this. "Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry and meet up with senior brother Feng Yuhai and the others. A few days have already passed, and the 15 days are not too long away. If everyone is careful, we should be able to get through it." The Celestial Devil Island's Tao Master had said that he would stay in the Outer Realm for 15 days. Once the 15 days were up, he would naturally bring everyone back. Although they did not know the exact passage of time, they roughly knew that the 15 days were not too far away. At this time, many people were thinking of returning as soon as possible. However, Su Yan was not one of them. What he wanted now was to give himself more time. After all, he was going to become a hunter. He was going to hunt. There were many young powerhouses of the Devil Sect here. He and the Devil Sect were innately enemies. No matter which hall they belonged to, he would not let them go as long as he had the chance. From the moment they took Lu Lan away, this was already destined. Since they were destined to be enemies, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill as many of them as possible. Rosen wanted to start hunting, but he did not know that Su Yan was thinking the same thing. Of course, the most important thing now was to find Feng Yuhai and the others. After all, Su Yan was unable to know their whereabouts at this time. However, this was not too big of a problem because Su Yan always liked to leave a backup plan when he did things. When everyone was about to leave, he had already left a trace of a mark on Mu Tianxing's body. Mu Tianxing could naturally feel it, and he believed that she would not erase this trace of a mark. Although Su Yan did not know which direction they were in, he could roughly sense it by following this mark. At this time, Su Yan's speed had increased to the limit. The 2 women were directly pulled into his arms. He helplessly realized that the 2 women seemed to be enjoying his embrace very much. These 2 women were extremely beautiful to begin with. And at this time they displayed the expression of a lazy cat, which was even more beautiful and moving. As expected of the Taihang twin moons, such a scene was simply desirable. Su Yan felt that if it wasn't for the people he cared about in his heart, he might have already been attracted to them. However, he knew that he could not indulge his heart like this anymore. He already had enough on his shoulders. If he developed feelings for these 2 women at this time, it would be harming them. The current situation was just a small quarrel between the 2 women. He believed that as long as he left them, they would forget about him. After all, the Taihang sword faction was full of talents. The aura of his mark was getting closer and closer, but at this time, he realized that Feng Yuhai and the others were not in good condition. Could it be that Rosen has already launched an attack? This guy's speed is really fast. However, I think that with Feng Yuhai's ability, he shouldn't have any problems. Moreover, there's still Mengyang. Su Yan thought in his heart. Feng Yuhai's strength was needless to say. In Su Yan's heart, Feng Yuhai's position had never been lower than Wang Baichuan's. As for Mengyang, although he was a bit of an idiot, his strength was unquestionable. In addition, there was Mu Tiansheng in their group. Although Su Yan had never seen Mu Tiansheng make a move since he met her, Su Yan knew that if she really made a move, her strength would definitely be extremely shocking. However, Su Yan soon realized that Feng Yuhai's enemy was not the devil sect, but the devil clan. At this time, countless little devils were constantly flying around. These little devils did not have strong fighting strength. However, when these little devils gathered together, they could emit a strange fluctuation. Such a fluctuation would bring extremely heavy mental pressure to people. And the greater devil among them was fighting Feng Yuhai and the others under such circumstances. For some reason, the group of devils was actually so crazy this time. Feng Yuhai and Meng Yang were fighting with all their strength, so one could imagine the speed at which the devils fell. According to the previous pattern, the devils should have retreated in such a situation. Chapter 684. Female Literature. However, under such circumstances, not only did the demons not show any signs of retreating, but they also became more and more aggressive. Su Yan knew that this was definitely not normal. At that moment he was about to make a move, but at that moment he suddenly stopped. Because at the very beginning, he had already wondered if these demons were being commanded by someone. If not, why would they advance and retreat in such an orderly manner? From the looks of it, although the cooperation between the big demons and the little demons was not flawless, it was already very clever. There must be a commander among them. Su Yan immediately confirmed this thought. At this moment Feng Yueyu said, "Su Yan, they are in a very dangerous situation now. Let's go and help them." Feng Yueyu was sometimes willful and mischievous. However, she was still a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, and one of them was her cousin. Naturally, she would be worried. Su Yan said, "Senior sister Feng, go and help them. However, you must remember that you must not rush in. You must kill as many of these little demons as possible from the periphery." As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, Feng Yueyu immediately frowned and said, "Su Yan, I am very happy that you are worried about my safety. However, I am still a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Now that my fellow disciples are in trouble, how can I not go in and save them?" Su Yan smiled helplessly. However, Feng Yueyu was still quite likable at this moment. He immediately said, "Senior sister Feng, you're right to listen to me. I'm asking you to do this because I want to save them. If you barge in directly, look at this vast group of evil demons. Even if you can buy them some time to breathe, can you let them escape?" At this moment Xue Xinyue said, "Feng Yueyu trusts Su Yan." Compared to Feng Yueyu, Xue Xinyue trusted Su Yan more. At this moment, Feng Yueyu finally said, "All right, I understand. However, junior brother Su Yan, I believe that you will definitely not disappoint me. This time we must rescue them." After saying that, she immediately took action and headed straight for the group of little devils. She was also a Dragon Realm elite, so it was easy for her to deal with these little demons. As she swung the lunar rain sword in her hand, imps fell one after another. It was no wonder that he was unhappy. For her, this was a complete waste of talent. "Warm Moon, listen well, you have a mission, and that is to observe from here. You have to see an existence that is different from all the other demons. I'm not asking you to avoid the battle, but to find it. This existence is the key to this stop. If you can quickly find it, then this crisis will be quickly passed." After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly walked forward. He let Feng Yueyu wander around the periphery, while he charged into the group of evil demons. And the moment he charged into the group of devils, he immediately pushed all of his aura to the maximum. There was even the aura of the great demonic dragon. Su Yan did this on purpose. He knew that the aura of the great demonic dragon was extremely attractive to these devils, and he wanted to attract their attention so that he could reduce the pressure on Feng Yuhai and the rest. Of course, other than that, there was also an extremely important reason, which was to find. He had to find the leader of this group of devils. He believed that this leader was the key to this battle. At this moment, the appearance of Su Yan's demonic dragon aura immediately attracted countless devils. The great devils were still fine after all. After evolving into great devils, their intelligence had increased by a lot, and at least they would not be controlled by their instincts. However, these imps were not the same. After feeling the joy of Su Yan's aura, who knew how many imps immediately went into chaos? They were like locusts directly charging towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's divine telekinesis was fully activated. At the same time, flames appeared around his body. Scarlet spirit fire. This flame had been nurtured in Su Yan's body all this time, and today, it had become extremely powerful. At this moment, facing so many devils, Su Yan directly summoned it. This was the best thing to deal with these imps. At this moment, Xue Xinhua began to sense with all her might. Her perception was extremely outstanding. Su Yan had already discovered this point a long time ago, and it was once again reflected in the battle with the lecherous dwarf not long ago. That lecherous dwarf was simply unpredictable. Feng Yueyu's cultivation was actually half a level higher than Xue Xinhua. But Feng Yueyu was unable to discover the perverted dwarf. Xue Xinhua, on the other hand, was able to determine the location of the perverted dwarf the moment he ended his unhindered phantom. This was Xue Xinhua's natural advantage, and Su Yan wanted to use this point to find this existence. The battle immediately became extremely chaotic. At this moment, the pressure on Feng Yuhai and the rest naturally decreased. Meng Yang's arrogant laughter immediately sounded. Ha ha, I knew that bastard Su Yan wouldn't die so easily. He is indeed still alive. Su Yan was rendered speechless by his words. Why does this guy curse me to die every time we meet? Damn it, it seems that it's time to teach him a lesson. Of course, this thought disappeared in a flash. This was because at this moment, his attention was completely focused on the group of imps. Xue Xinhua's perception was indeed powerful, but Su Yan did not dare to place all his hopes on her. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly discovered that there seemed to be an extremely special existence in the group of imps. Although he was also constantly swaying, from the beginning until now, he had not rushed up to fight with him. Moreover, although he looked very similar to the imps around him, there were still some differences. At this moment, the reptile seemed to have sensed Su Yan's divine thought, and he immediately began to sway. He wanted to disappear under Su Yan's divine thought. Despicable reptile. Su Yan was furious. He waved the blazing sword in his hand again, and countless flames flew out, immediately killing countless imps. However, in just a short while, Su Yan could no longer detect the existence of the imps. At this moment, he was naturally extremely angry. At this moment, Xue Xinhua's voice sounded. Brother Su Yan, behind you. Su Yan was immediately delighted when he heard this voice. He did not hesitate at all, and did not even have the intention to confirm it, because at this moment, he trusted Xue Xinhua's judgment. His blazing sun sword directly stabbed behind him. The sword directly pierced into the body of the imps. At this moment, the imps were struggling in the group of imps. On his ugly and ferocious face, there was an expression of incomparable fear. But today he was destined to die, and he could not escape no matter what. Since Su Yan's blazing sun sword had pierced into his body, he was destined to die here. At this moment, the surface of his body began to be filled with a red light, which was the power of Su Yan's blazing sun sword. At this moment, under the burning of the blazing sun sword, the imps finally died. Almost at the same time that the demon died, the countless little demons scattered in all directions. The scattered imps left directly, and the remaining great imps immediately appeared to be a little lonely. The people here were all extremely powerful existences, and there were no particularly powerful imps here. Previously, because of the presence of the imps and great imps formed a cooperation and directly trapped everyone. At this moment, the imp commander was killed by Su Yan, so the formation was immediately shattered. Without the formation, the remaining guys were just chickens and dogs. The imps were directly repelled, and those who survived were immediately gratified. Although almost all of them were imps before, with such a large black mass, just the mental pressure was already very terrifying. Not to mention that they could also send out that terrifying mental attack. At this moment, these guys were finally eliminated. Su Yan, this time it was Su Yan again. If it were not for Su Yan, even if they could finally discover this point, someone would have to be sacrificed. Su Yan, I really didn't expect you to save us again this time. If it weren't for you, we would have suffered heavy losses this time. At this moment, Feng Yuhai had already walked over. He was naturally very happy to see that Feng Yueyu was safe and sound. But at this moment, Su Yan was not happy. It should be said that he was not happy at all. They really knew too little about the imps. In the war 10,000 years ago, although humans had won in the end, there were very few records about the imps. From this, it could also be inferred how terrifying the war was. Who knew how many people died because of it? Senior Brother Feng, why did this group of imps suddenly appear here and attack so crazily? Logically speaking, a large number of imps had already been wiped out before, so for the imps this was a dangerous place. There should be no reason for them to come here. But they just had to come, and they were so crazy and determined, so there must be something here that attracted or forced them to continue to come here. At this moment, Su Yan smiled bitterly and said, "You should ask Meng Yang about this matter." Hearing this, Su Yan immediately rolled his eyes. As expected, it's this guy again. His ability to attract hatred was simply too powerful. Su Yan had even begun to consider whether or not he should directly kick this guy out. Chapter 685. Female Literature. Meng Yang, tell me what's going on. Don't tell me you don't know, Su Yan said angrily. Meng Yang probably also knew that he had done something wrong. This time he didn't waste any more words and just said, "Indeed, I was wrong in this matter. However, I didn't want to be like this. Moreover, I think that even if you were in my shoes, you would most likely make the same choice as me." Su Yan immediately felt curious when he heard this. It seemed that it was really something good for Meng Yang to say such words. "Oh, tell me about it." At this point, Meng Yang's face immediately showed excitement. He said directly, "Su Yan, that day, the demon god woke up and fought with the void beast." Su Yan certainly remembered. If it were not for the two guys fighting, the black hole would not have appeared, and he would not have forcibly broken through to the five dragons' realm under the threat of the black hole. Meng Yang continued. The two guys fought for a few days, and in the end the void beast gained the upper hand. In the end, the demon god retreated, and the void beast chased after him. However, after they left, I found something good on the battlefield, and that was a claw of the demon god. After saying that, Meng Yang took out the demon god's claw. As soon as the claw appeared, a very terrifying demonic aura immediately emerged. For a real demon god, this claw should be just a small part of his body, but the aura it contained was already so terrifying. Not to mention the huge amount of demonic aura on the claw. The claw itself was already an extremely rare treasure. If he could bring it back and make good use of it, it might become a very good thing. Su Yan, do you know that if I bring this back and ask a forging master for help, this thing should be able to be forged into a sacred weapon? At this point, Meng Yang was almost drooling. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said with a smile, "A forging master? I have one in the Taihang sword faction. Although Uncle Master Wuya almost always forges swords, with such a material, he can help you forge a treasured saber." As soon as Feng Yueyu finished speaking, Meng Yang immediately said, "Treasured saber? What's the point of forging that thing? What I need is an indestructible stick. That way it will feel better when I fight in the future, ha ha." Meng Yang laughed arrogantly, and everyone subconsciously took a step back. This guy, is he really a swordsman? Everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Such an eccentric fellow was truly rare at that time. As for Meng Yang himself, he was still proud of his creativity. He did not care about what others on their minds. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "If I had known that Brother Meng Yang had such thoughts, I think we shouldn't have helped him back then." Most people agreed with this statement. After all, everyone was concerned about Meng Yang's staggering blow. After all, if one day Meng Yang's brain suddenly went haywire and did something like that, not everyone would be able to live a long life. The devil's claw? Meng Yang, why don't you give it to me? At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Everyone immediately frowned, because they knew the owner of this voice. Rosen. Rosen of the Devil Sex Ghost Killing Hall. This time Rosen seemed to have gained a lot of benefits. His aura had become extremely vigorous. Clearly, his cultivation had increased a lot. Su Yan looked at this guy. He naturally knew Rosen's plan. According to Su Yan's original plan, he wanted to go find Rosen after a few rounds with them. However, he didn't expect this group of demons to appear and delay a lot of time. Furthermore, Rosen's efficiency was not bad. He actually came straight to him. However, this was also good. After all, Su Yan was going to find trouble with him. At this time, since he was above, it would save him the trouble of looking for him. "Rosen, right? Have you lost your mind? You actually want to buy my things. Is this young master's thing something a fool like you can buy?" At this moment, Meng Yang was extremely arrogant. He could naturally see that Rosen's strength had increased a lot. But so what? His Mengyang's strength had also increased greatly. It was still unknown who would win. Furthermore, Suyen, Feng Yuhai and the others were all here. If they really got up, it was still unknown who would win. Who would Mengyang be afraid of when he went back? At this moment, Rosen directly said with a smile, "Everyone, I know that you think you have extraordinary strength and have the ability to fight with me. However, I advise you not to do so, because if you help the Taihang sword faction today, my devil sect will definitely settle accounts with you in the future." As soon as he said that, the expressions of the experts behind Feng Yuhai immediately changed. After all, not all the experts here were from the 10 major sections. Many of them were individual cultivators. As Rosen said, if they offended the devil sect and were directly hunted down by them, it would not be a fun thing to do. However, at this moment Su Yan directly said, "Everyone, each of us is a cultivator. We cultivators are fighting against the heavens. Why would we need the devil sect's charity? Besides, if you shrink back today, what about another day? Since you're able to come here, you're naturally not ordinary people. I think you all understand this." As soon as Su Yan's words fell, the eyes of all the powerhouses lit up. It was a kind of anger. Su Yan was right. Cultivators were fighting against the heavens. Most importantly, if they shrank back in the face of the devil sect, what about in the future? One day they would have nowhere to retreat. Moreover, at this time they were already on the Taihang sword faction's side. If Feng Yuhai and the others were really killed by them, would the devil sect let them go? No, they wouldn't. The devil sect was not so kind. In that case, what was the use of being in awe of the devil sect now? At this moment, everyone's aura suddenly rose. At this moment there were already people who sneered. You damn thing. Even now, you still want to talk nonsense with us? So what if you're from the devil sect? Kill me if you can. With one person taking the lead, more people immediately stood up. That's right. Aren't they just a bunch of bastards? What's so great about them? Besides, if they all die here, then There were indeed many ruthless people among these people. At this moment, they actually wanted to kill the devil sect people to silence them. What a bunch of naive people. You actually want to silence us. I only hope that you can continue to live. At this moment, the two sides had already started cursing at each other. Su Yan was speechless. The two sides were clearly going to start a war. But at this moment they were cursing at each other like gossipy women. Among them, Meng Yang was the one who cursed the most fiercely. His strength was indeed terrifying. At least 70% of their firepower was on him. Stop! At this moment, a clear voice sounded in everyone's ears. It was Feng Yueyu who stood up. Are you all idiots? At the very least, you're all outstanding talents of the younger generation. You actually started cursing at each other. Even if you're not annoyed, I'm annoyed. If you're a man, then don't say anything and just start fighting. At this moment, Feng Yueyu was overflowing with domineering aura, displaying the demeanor of a queen. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of Taihang's moon. Her charm is extraordinary. Ha ha ha. I'm definitely going to pluck this flower. At this moment, the lecherous midget in the crowd stuck out his tongue greedily. At this moment, Rosen had already laughed and said, "If that's the case, then let's do it." He directly pressed his palm down lightly, and immediately, a terrifying aura rose into the air. A dark golden ring began to appear. The smile on his face became even wider, and he directly said, "Su Yan, I'd like to see how you're going to block this move of mine." He waved his palm, and as his palm danced, the dark golden ring began to split. In the end, it formed a total of 108 rings. Earth Fiend Astral Wind Demon Summoning Technique. Demons, heed my command. He directly shouted. As his voice fell, a series of extremely terrifying energy directly exploded at this moment. Then, demonic figures immediately appeared one after another. Those were demons. This guy was actually able to summon demons. This was really unexpected. Hehe. This is the secret technique of my limitless demon sect. After the great battle back then, the seniors of my demon sect directly researched methods to control demons. This is the void outside the realm. So summoning demons is even easier. Face your enemies well. I hope you won't be eaten up by the demons. As soon as this move landed, an endless number of demons immediately appeared. The demon sect had the word demon in it, so their cultivation technique was naturally strange and evil. After the great battle back then, some people realized the strength of demons, so they began to study them. In history, the craziest thing was to directly transform oneself into a demon. However, that expert was directly killed not long after. And what the demon sect did was to summon demons. They directly summoned demons to fight for them. However, this method was very difficult, and no one in the demon sect had been able to successfully perform it for a long time. Rosen was really a genius. He actually succeeded in something that others couldn't do. Probably because this was the void outside the realm, the difficulty of summoning demons was greatly reduced. At this time, an endless number of demons appeared. Feng Yuhai raised his eyebrows and directly locked his consciousness on Rosen. He naturally knew the principle of capturing the ringleader to capture the bandits. Moreover, he had just fought a great battle with the demons, so he also knew the importance of a controller to the entire demon group. Chapter 686. Female Literature. At this moment, Rosen was obviously the core of this group of people. If he was directly killed, then everything would be settled. Although there were powerhouses among the remaining people, they were insignificant compared to Rosen. Therefore, Feng Yuhai's first target was Rosen. However, as soon as he made his move, someone immediately blocked Feng Yuhai's path. Taxing's second sword? Come. Let's fight. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Today is a rare opportunity, the person said directly. Since this guy dared to appear in front of Feng Yuhai, his strength was not bad. With a rough look, his strength had reached the peak of the 4 dragons. It seemed that Rosen had gathered a large group of people. Feng Yuhai did not waste any words. He immediately unsheathed the sacred sword in his hand, and an extremely powerful aura directly oppressed the other party. At this moment, he did not hold back and directly released the strength of the 5 dragons. Facing the enemy, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. The terrifying aura had been raised to the extreme in that instant. The person who blocked him felt as if a terrifying giant beast had suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, he almost retreated. It was obvious how terrifying Feng Yuhai's strength was. This person was also a member of the demonic path, but he was not from the limitless demon sect. However, he had a great reputation. Moreover, his fierce reputation was earned by his own killing. That lecherous dwarf could not be compared to him at all. At this moment, he came up with high fighting spirit, but he was directly defeated in just one move. He could not accept such an outcome. Therefore, he directly sneered. You are indeed powerful. As expected of Feng Yuhai, it seems that it is impossible to continue holding back today. Yasha Ming Wang. At this moment, an extremely mysterious and powerful aura immediately appeared around his body. That was the so-called Yasha Ming Wang. The cultivation of demonic path disciples had always been extremely extreme and cold. However, it was very rare to see someone like this one in front of him. At this moment, it was as if he had directly opened the door to the netherworld. At this moment, his aura was directly raised to the extreme. His entire person seemed to have changed. This was the Yaksha Hades. Such a heavy and terrifying aura. Feng Yuhai raised his eyebrows. His original intention was to kill Rosen directly. However, at this time this guy was blocking his way. It seemed that it was impossible to bypass him and kill Rosen directly. Since that was the case, he could only kill this guy now. Because this guy's aura was so strange, he knew that it was the aura of the legendary Yaksha. Yaksha's successor, you also deserve to die. His power was released at this moment. It was as if an incomparable ocean had suddenly appeared around him. That terrifying aura was unimaginable. Although his aura couldn't be compared to the sea-splitting demonic serpent, it was still very terrifying. He was able to burst out with such power in such a realm. Feng Yuhai was indeed an extremely terrifying person. When the Yaksha descendant felt Feng Yuhai's power, he actually trembled. This guy was really too strong. His cultivation level should be the same as his. But why was his battle prowess so strong? His cultivation level had actually reached such a level. The first thought that came to his mind was to retreat. This was something that he never thought would happen. However, at this time he still didn't retreat. This was because if this operation was successful, the benefits he could reap were simply too great. Therefore, he still went up to fight with him. At this time, the two's powers were competing head-on. Yaksha's power had always been known for being dangerous and terrifying. At this time, an extremely cold and gloomy power directly enveloped him. However, at this time, his advantage in power was directly suppressed. The majestic power of the sea pressed forward with indomitable will, as if it wanted to crush all of his power. He frowned and immediately knew that this was an extremely dangerous situation for him. Humph, do you really think that you can defeat me with such strength? Feng Yuhai, you've been standing on the altar for too long. Today I'll directly kill you. Since the battle had already begun, he might as well stake it all and put all of his power into this. At this time, his body began to release a faint red light. At this time, he seemed to have completely transformed into a divine ghost. At this time, his power had at least increased by several times. In such a state, he finally had enough confidence. He directly swung his sword, and the scarlet power tore a terrifying crescent moon in the sky. This was an evil crescent, and its power spanned across heaven and earth. Feng Yuhai's terrifying aura of the ocean was actually forcibly blocked. Ha ha, I blocked it. How was it? I told you that your legend would end today. This state was his ultimate battle state. Once he entered this state, his strength would become extremely terrifying. The price he had to pay for this was extremely heavy. Normally he would never use this state, but at this time he did not hesitate to use it. Putting aside the promise that Rosen gave him, just the thrill of defeating Feng Yuhai was enough to make him extremely excited. In a short moment, he had already exchanged at least 30 moves with Feng Yuhai. Each of their moves would erupt with extremely terrifying energy flames. The terrifying energy flames were strange and overbearing. For a moment, even Feng Yuhai was forced to retreat by him again and again. Ha ha ha, do you see that? You're no match for me at all. What bullshit, young genius. I'm the one. You people are just fishing for fame. You're nothing at all. Your strength can't be compared to mine at all. Once he entered the Yaksha state, there was an extremely serious sequela, and that was berserk. Yakshas were irrational creatures. They were extremely crazy, but they were also extremely murderous. Every living Yaksha was a natural fighter. They lived for battle and died for battle. The power possessed by such a powerhouse was simply unimaginable. It could be said that the strength of a Yaksha was not inferior to that of a demon. However, the frequency of Yakshas appearing was not high, and they had never invaded in groups like the demons. Therefore, many people did not have a deep impression of them. However, the strength of a truly powerful Yaksha was extremely terrifying. They were simply the destroyers of the world. And now, this guy had transformed himself into a Yaksha in a short period of time. How could such a person not be powerful? How could his strength not be terrifying? Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely, the little demons summoned by Rosen had already gathered here. The densely packed little demons were like a terrifying bat colony. They were even more terrifying than before. Everyone here had powerful cultivations, but they could not help but tremble in the face of such a scene. There were definitely many people who had the same thoughts as Feng Yuhai. At this moment, Su Yan had such thoughts. At this moment, he also charged directly at Rosen. Rosen's devil's summoning was indeed powerful. In this way, it was equivalent to summoning countless powerful subordinates for himself. Even if they wanted to fight against him, it would not be easy for them to do so. Therefore, at this moment, only by killing this guy could they lead everyone out of this predicament. Rosen looked at Su Yan, then said with a smile, do you want to kill me? I'd like to see how powerful you are to be able to execute the decapitation strategy on me. Among everyone, the one Rosen wanted to kill the most was not Feng Yuhai, but Su Yan. When he was in the secret realm, he had already begun to fight with Su Yan. From that moment on, he already knew that Su Yan was very likely to be his lifelong enemy. His potential was really too terrifying. Although he had not met Su Yan many times, he had such a feeling every time. And this time it was even more intense. One had to know how powerful his own strength had become at this time. However, unfortunately, Su Yan's strength was actually not inferior to his. The last time they met, his realm was 2 realms higher than Su Yan's. But now, Su Yan's realm was actually not inferior to his. He was simply a monster. One had to know that the reason why his realm could continuously break through in such a short period of time was because of the ghost-killing Hall's first elder. But what about Su Yan? Why did he have to do this? What right did he have to compete with him? Rosen had investigated Su Yan. He was just a wild boy from a backward place like the Five Counties continent. But his strength was actually not inferior to his own. This made him extremely unwilling. When Feng Yuhai came, someone stopped him. However, Su Yan directly came in front of Rosen. "Long time no see, Su Yan," he said with a smile. Su Yan said, "It seems that it hasn't been long. Rosen, you're really annoying." At this moment, his eyes were already filled with killing intent. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he would not show mercy. Moreover, because of their different standpoints, both sides were natural enemies. Since it was already like this, there was no need for any nonsense. At this moment, both sides' killing intent had already locked onto each other. Their arrogance was raised to the maximum at this time. Chapter 687. Female Literature. Both of them had dragon shadows hovering around them. That was a sign that one's dragon aura had been refined to the extreme. Ordinary dragon realm powerhouses would not be able to manifest their dragon aura, even if their realms had increased. However, both Su Yan and Rosen were extremely powerful. Their auras had been strengthened to the extreme. Therefore, at this time, their power could directly manifest into the shape of a dragon. Su Yan's dragon form was a crimson fire dragon. The fire dragon's tooth that he obtained from Xiangju had begun to completely fuse with his body. Therefore, although his body was clearly covered in the blood of the great demonic dragon, what he manifested was a fire dragon. On the other hand, Rosen was displaying a completely dark aura at this time. That dark aura fused with his dragon aura and turned into the dark dragon. The dark dragon was the most mysterious existence among the dragon clan. Just like the light dragon, they were the most powerful and could almost be considered the royal family of the dragon clan. Yet, this Lawson was actually able to manifest his dragon aura into such a dark dragon. From this, one could see how powerful he was. At this time he said directly, "Humph, it's just the appearance of a fire dragon. Su Yan, you're no match for me. Let me kill you today." Su Yan ignored him and only said, "Are you here to quarrel?" While speaking, Su Yan actually chose to take the initiative to attack. At this time, his dragon aura directly pressed over. At this time, that terrifying power directly crushed over like a raging fire. Both of their dragon auras directly met at this moment. A terrifying dragon roar directly erupted. This terrifying power directly crushed the nearby imps into pieces. To ordinary powerhouses, the little demons were indeed powerful. However, to powerhouses like Su Yan and him who were 2 realms apart, what was the little demons? Not only the little demons, but even those powerhouses also directly retreated under the pressure of such an aura. At this time, 2 of the most powerful auras immediately appeared in this battlefield. One of them was naturally the battle between Feng Yuhai and the terrifying expert who had transformed into a yaksha. The other one was Su Yan and Rosen. It hadn't been long since the battle between Su Yan and Rosen broke out, but this aura was already comparable to that of Feng Yuhai's battle. "Humph, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Rosen didn't use any fancy moves and directly threw out a punch. When he punched out, an extremely terrifying dragon head immediately appeared on his fist. The aura of that terrifying dragon head was truly terrifying. The endless radiance continued to entrench itself. The power of darkness directly suppressed Su Yan in an overbearing manner. It was as if the dragon of darkness had awakened and wanted to devour Su Yan. If Su Yan's aura was really just a fire dragon, then he couldn't compare to Rosen. Unfortunately, the essence of Su Yan's power was that of a great demon dragon. The great demon dragon was a special case of the dragon clan. In other words, he was no longer part of the dragon clan. He was too powerful. Legend had it that the great demon dragon was jointly suppressed by the 5 dragon gods of the dragon clan. Among the 5 dragon gods, there was the light dragon and the dark dragon. Therefore, Su Yan didn't feel any pressure against the power of the dark dragon. On the contrary, the aura of the dark dragon stimulated Su Yan's fighting spirit. At this moment, his aura became even more violent. "So what if it's the aura of the dark dragon?" "Rosen, don't be too arrogant." Su Yan directly responded. At the same time, he also threw out a punch. This was really a direct collision between the 2 dragons. Their terrifying strength could simply annihilate everything in this world. Of course, this was just a feeling. After all, this was the void. With their current strength, no matter how they performed, it was impossible to have any effect on this void. In an instant, the strength of the two reached the peak at the same time. Like Su Yin, Rosen also had dragon wings on his back. Moreover, he had 3 pairs of dragon wings. The dark dragon wings were indeed terrifying. It seemed to be able to directly integrate him into the night. However, although he had an extra pair of dragon wings than Su Yan's speed was not inferior to his. At this moment, the battle between the two began. Gradually, Rosen's power began to suppress Su Yin. This was the void outside, and there was no lack of darkness. For Rosen, this was like a fish in water. He directly said, "Ha ha ha, Su Yin, you can't be my opponent. The Dark Dragon is the king of the Dragon Clan. Your Fire Dragon Chi can't compete with me." When he fought with Su Yin now, every time they met, Su Yin had to retreat slightly. His power was truly terrifying to the extreme. It seemed that even a mountain range could be directly flattened by him. But gradually he also discovered a problem. Although his strength had already suppressed Su Yin, it seemed that was all there was to it. No matter how powerful he was still unable to directly kill Su Yin. Not to mention killing him, he couldn't even continue to suppress him. Gradually, Rosen suddenly discovered that Su Yin seemed to be deliberately maintaining such a battle situation. Under such circumstances, his heart was already a little chaotic. The scene of the battle in the past reappeared. The situation at that time seemed to be the same, but no matter what he did, Su Yin seemed to be able to directly resist. Confusing my heart? Damn, Su Yin, you're trying to confuse my heart. No, you won't succeed. Today I'm far from what I was before. He waved again, and a huge black hole directly appeared under his palm. That black hole began to wander and spin. At this moment, countless little fiends flew toward his black hole. This was an extremely terrifying scene. When such a small fiend crashed into it, it immediately caused countless movements. He was actually devouring the essence of these fiends. Su Yin, do you still want to continue fighting with me? I might as well tell you, this time you're dead for sure. Rosen had painstakingly set up this time. His so-called goal was actually only one, and that was to kill Su Yin. As for the others, Rosen had never thought about them from the beginning. If he could kill them, that would be for the best. If he couldn't, then it didn't matter. The one he cared about the most was still Su Yin. Back then in the Ghost Killing Palace, the First Elder had personally told him that if possible, he had to kill Su Yin. At that time he was extremely shocked, because the First Elder had not left the Ghost Killing Palace for many years. However, he knew Su Yan's name. He knew that the First Elder had the ability to see through the heavens and earth, and could even foresee the future. For him to say this, it meant that this Elder must have seen something. In fact, he was also very afraid of Su Yin. Since that was the case, then he no longer had any misgivings in his heart, and was even more determined to kill Su Yin. At this moment it was the best chance for Su Yin to fool him. Perhaps it was also his last chance. Because Su Yan's strength had increased too quickly. He didn't know what kind of surprise Su Yin would give him the next time they met. However, this surprise wasn't what he wanted, so he took advantage of this opportunity to kill Su Yin in one fell swoop. He summoned so many small fiends, but these small fiends were actually not to deal with the others present, but to deal with Su Yin. At this time, countless small fiends were directly attracted by him. These small fiends had no intelligence and were directly devoured one by one. After devouring the small fiends, Rosen's aura had already begun to change. At this time, his aura had already become stronger and more domineering. Even his body had begun to change. The original black dragon wings had already become wider. The terrifying dragon wings stretched out, and they were more than twice as long as before. Countless dragon auras and demonic auras began to entangle on his body. You actually want to transform yourself into a fiend, Su Yin said in surprise. The people of the devil sect had always been crazy. However, this guy was actually so abnormal that he directly transformed himself into a fiend. Ha ha ha, surprised, right? But don't worry, I don't care about turning myself into something like that. At this time, I'm just directly devouring the aura of these small fiends, and then forming a powerful armor for myself. Su Yan's eyes revealed an increasingly fearful look. Is that so? To condense an armor for himself, this seems to be somewhat similar to my demonic dragon armor. This guy's courage was really not small. Just by looking at his expression at this time, One could tell how much pain this guy was going through at this time. Scorching Sun Sword. Heaven-breaking 10 slashes. At this time, Su Yan activated his sword without hesitation. The first ray of powerful sword aura was released directly. The sudden arrival of the terrifying sword aura immediately made Rosen's body tremble. However, that was all it could do. Su Yan's first sword aura was actually unable to do anything to him at all. At this time, his defense was actually so strong. Ha ha ha, do you see that? This is the power of my demon god armament. No matter how powerful your sword energy is, it will not be able to break through my defense. So you can give up. Today you will die here, Luo Sun said straightforwardly. However, Su Yan ignored him. At this time, the second sword aura was released directly. The second sword aura was stronger than the first. After all, it was heaven-breaking 10 slashes. When such a sword aura was released directly, the sword aura became even more profound. A ripple appeared directly. That was the extremely terrifying power that erupted after the sword aura and the devil god armor met. If this place was not in the extraterritorial void, there would definitely be a sonic boom. Lawson's expression turned even more unsightly. Although Su Yan's sword aura did not break through his defense, he clearly felt that the power of Su Yan's sword aura had increased by many times. Chapter 688. Female Literature. How could he be so powerful? However, at the very least he could not break his own demon god armor. That was enough. As time passed, the demon god armor would become more powerful. He wanted to see how this guy would fight with him. When the demon god armor was completed, it would be time to kill Su Yan. At this moment, there was an incomparably resolute divine light in his eyes. The first elder had told him that the ghost-killing hall would rise under the leadership of Rosen. As for the enemies of the ghost-killing hall, he would kill them one by one. Hence Su Yan would definitely die. At that moment, the third sword descended. After the third sword, it was the fourth sword, the fifth sword. Su Yan did it all in one go without stopping at all. At that moment, the demon god armor was becoming more and more complete. As the armor was completed, Rosen began to transform into a demon god. A demon god was the opposite of an honorable realm. He was only at Dragon Realm level 5, but he already had the aura of a demon god. This set of equipment did indeed have its strong points. The sixth sword. This time Su Yan's scorching sun sword had reached its peak. The terrifying sharpness seemed to be able to pierce through the entire sea. If one looked at his sword, one would feel that his sword was the only thing in the world. There was no power that could contend against this sword. There was still no sound, but Luo Sen's body had already started to sway. His demon god armor was much more powerful than before. Logically speaking, his defense should be much more powerful than before. However, he was now in such a situation. This could only mean one thing. Su Yan's sword was much more powerful than before. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Why is it so powerful? He gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling. He kept telling himself to hold on because the demon god armor was about to be completed. The seventh sword. At this moment there was no expression on Su Yan's face. The power of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was extremely terrifying. At this point he could already unleash 7 times his original power. The power of such a sword was naturally terrifying. However, the burden on his body was also extremely heavy. An ordinary person might not be able to withstand such a terrifying backlash after using the third last sword. At this moment, Su Yan had already forcefully performed the 7th move of this sword technique. At this point, even with his strength, he could feel a huge burden on his shoulders. The sword light of the 7th sword seemed to have turned into a meteor. His speed was so terrifying that the dazzling light attracted the attention of almost everyone. There were even a few experts who were in the middle of fighting who stopped at this moment. Because this power was truly terrifying. Vaguely, everyone felt as if 2 venerables were fighting. It was at this moment that Rosen roared, "It's done. Die." At this moment he did not stop at all and directly attacked with a terrifying punch. The powerful punch directly turned into a huge devil's shadow, which then tried to devour Su Yan. At this moment Su Yan's sword chi shone to its peak. When the 2 forces met, a terrifying halo of light exploded at the center of the confrontation. This kind of power was almost endless. Everything came to a halt at this moment. Those who were fighting immediately fled in all directions. The power was so terrifying that if they were affected by it, they would be severely injured even if they were as strong as they were. No one was willing to bear such an unexpected disaster. Ha ha ha, it's painful. Rosen's thoughts spread out. At this moment, Rosen had almost completely transformed into a demon god. No matter what, everyone was in awe or fear of him. However, right at this moment, another sword shadow appeared. No one could describe the power of this sword. The terrifying halo that had yet to descend seemed so insignificant in front of him. This speed had already broken through to the limit. Su Yan. It was Su Yan who made his move again. This rising star of the Taihang sword faction had actually become so powerful. At this moment, Rosen no longer had any carelessness. He had already seen through the strangeness and terror of this sword, and also deeply understood the power of this sword. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Why do I feel like I've seen this move before? Could this be the heaven-breaking 10 slashes from my devil sex inheritance? As the current #1 genius of the ghost-killing hall, Rosen was naturally clear about some of the secret records of the devil sect. He had once read the records. The heaven-breaking 10 slashes of the ancient devil sect was a technique created by the great devil Heavenly Lord. At this moment, the power that Su Yan displayed was very similar to this move. However, at this moment, this thought only flashed through his mind. This was because at this moment he no longer had the time to care about this. He had to deal with Su Yan's sword. Su Yan's sword was too powerful. He originally thought that after summoning the divine demon armor, he would be able to quickly defeat Su Yan. But who would have thought that Su Yan would be far more difficult to deal with than he had expected? If he couldn't withstand such a sword strike, then it was very likely that he would be killed directly. I'll let you know the power of my divine demon armor. His hands shook violently, and a terrifying power immediately condensed at this moment. That powerful power began to spin. A huge ball of darkness directly appeared. Terrifying lightning condensed on the surface of the ball of darkness. At this moment, his power was constantly rioting. In the end, it had become so powerful that it was extremely terrifying. He directly threw this ball of darkness at Su Yan. The flashing power was very frightening. Those who had unconsciously started to watch the battle were actually quite a distance away from the two of them, but at this moment they still unconsciously retreated backward. This was because this power was too terrifying. It was as if even the aftermath of the power made them feel incomparable fear. At this moment, these two powers finally met directly. That kind of violent and crazy power. The sword shadow and the ball of darkness, that was endless fear. After the two powers met, they immediately began to annihilate everything. No matter what kind of existence it was, as long as it was affected by these two powers, it would immediately be flattened. This was how terrifying and powerful it was. Su Yan's figure was so resolute. This time he did not hesitate at all. His entire body directly passed through the terrifying shadow, and the black ball was directly cut open. What? This is impossible. At this moment he was truly panicking. This was the power he obtained after activating the demon god armament. Even he did not dare to imagine such a power. However, at this moment, his attack was actually cut open by Su Yan. How terrifying was the power of Su Yan's sword? Was it really that move? Could it really be that move? Why was his power so terrifying? At this moment, he was very sure that Su Yan had used the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. This was because he believed that in this world, other than that person's heaven-crushing 10 slashes, there was no other move that could make Su Yan's power reach such a level. At this moment, his gaze suddenly fell on Su Yan's eyes. At this moment, he was completely shocked. Su Yan's eyes were actually so terrifying. After activating the demon god armament to a certain extent, he had transformed his power into that of a demon god. However, at this moment, Su Yan's eyes were actually so terrifying. They were as cold as black clothes, and no one could see any hope in them. It was as if he was the terrifying demon god and he was just a mortal. Vaguely, he seemed to see a terrifying power in Su Yan's body. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying ancient giant beast living in his body. At this moment, he had an illusion that even the terrifying giant beast in the void could not compare to the existence in Su Yan's body. That was because he was really too great and terrifying. Unwittingly, he actually took a step back. If he did not take that step back, everything would be fine. However, now that he took a step back, His aura was immediately suppressed by Su Yan's aura. When Su Yan's terrifying aura enveloped him, he realized that he had done something so stupid. Damn it, this despicable guy. Originally, he thought that he could directly kill Su Yan with a terrifying technique like the demon god armament. However, now he was forced into such a sorry state by Su Yan. Damn it, that must be the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. It's all my fault. I gave him time to accumulate so that he could directly push his sword momentum to such a level. At this moment he was already regretting. The power of the demon god armament was indeed terrifying. However, if he wanted to use it now, he would need time to directly devour the little devil that he had summoned. During this time, Su Yan had forcefully pushed his power to the peak. If he had directly suppressed Su Yan with an extremely terrifying aura from the very beginning, he thought that Su Yan would have absolutely no chance. This was because he could not accumulate the aura of the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. However, at this point there was no point in regretting. Now, his aura was already at a disadvantage. Chapter 689. Female Literature. Rosen knew that at this time, he had to think of a way to turn the situation around. Otherwise, at this time, Su Yan had already seized the opportunity, and then he could only face the fate of being defeated. He had already failed the last time, and this time he definitely did not want to fail again. He would not allow himself to fail. It was at this moment that a small skull suddenly appeared in his palm. This skull was really small, about the size of a fist. The pale instant noodles did not seem to have anything special about them. However, when Rosen took out this skull, his face was filled with struggle. Obviously, this thing was very important to him. This item was passed down to him by the first elder. This was an extremely important item. His name was Ghost Killer's Beginning. Just from the name, one could tell how important this item was to the Ghost Killing Hall. The reason why the first elder of the Ghost Killing Hall passed this item to him was so that he would have enough confidence when competing for the Devil's Son. And Rosen also knew that this was definitely his most precious treasure. No matter what, he could not lose this. From the very beginning, he had never thought of taking it out. In his opinion, no matter how strong Su Yan was, it was impossible for him to force him to this point. Using the Devil God armament was already the limit of his power. However, it had already come to this point. Under such circumstances, he finally took out this item. At this moment, the terrifying sword had already arrived in front of Rosen. Almost subconsciously, Rosen directly blocked the Ghost Killer's Beginning in front of him. This was a subconscious action. It was like a drowning person grabbing onto something beside him. But it was this action that saved him in the end. It also immediately changed the situation. At this moment, the tip of Su Yan's sword directly touched the Ghost Killer's Beginning. Almost at this moment, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely terrifying sense of danger. At this moment, he subconsciously retreated, not even caring about the backlash of the sword chi. Almost at the moment he retreated, an extremely terrifying and evil purple light immediately appeared in the small skull. It was clearly not as dazzling as the purple light, but when he appeared, he had already become the core of everything around him. It was as if he was a natural overlord, and in front of him everything would pale in comparison. Su Yan had already retreated fast enough. However, at this moment, there was still a ray of light that came into contact with his body. At this moment, he only felt an unstoppable force directly rushing into his body. This kind of power seemed to want to melt him directly. Looking at such a powerful force, Su Yan's entire body trembled. What kind of terrifying power was this? This world, this heaven and earth, everything was directly drowned by this terrifying power. However, at this moment, the bright moon in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly bloomed with radiance. In an instant, the scene of the destruction of the world finally disappeared. What a powerful and strange power! At this moment, Su Yan was extremely shocked. This kind of power was not only extremely lethal to his body, but even more terrifying was that it was the same for his divine sense. Beginning of the Ghost Kill. This thing was actually so powerful and had such a mighty force. It actually forced Su Yan to retreat directly. One had to know that at this moment, Su Yan had already used the seventh sword of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. At this moment, his power could not be said to be lawless, but it was definitely not far from it. However, in such a state, Su Yan was actually forced to retreat. Moreover, Su Yan had only touched a bit of the light, but he already felt that he was in so much pain. Whether it was the destructive power of the purple light itself or the power of the light that could destroy consciousness, they were both terrifying. Although the lecherous midget's method was strange, it was only able to temporarily suppress him. But now this purple light was extremely domineering and destructive. Everything was destroyed by brute force. This kind of domineering was simply terrifying. Fortunately, Su Yan's strength was not weak. His sea of consciousness was also blessed by the heavens, and could turn something rotten into something magical. In such a state, he was not injured at all. As for the injuries on his body, they healed in an instant. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, how is the power of the beginning of the ghost kill? Humph, in front of this kind of power you are nothing. Today is the day of your death. The purple light and his own black dragon power gradually converged. At this time it actually formed an extremely strange picture. His aura had already begun to undergo a huge change. At this moment he had become even more mysterious. The aura emanating from his body was much stronger than before. Moreover, his body had begun to release an aura that was almost equivalent to that of a supremacy. Just as Su Yan and Rosen were fighting, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from the mysterious divine demon island. Interesting, you are actually starting to have the aura of a supremacy. Not bad at all. At this moment a woman beside him asked sweetly, Master, I don't understand. It's just a supremacy, it doesn't seem like a big deal. I really don't deserve such praise from Master. What she said was not without reason. This mysterious island master had the means to reach the heavens. He did not care about ordinary supremacies. The supremacy from the devil sect from before did not even have the strength to fight back in his hands because the gap between the two was too big. At this moment, the island master was actually interested in someone who just had the aura of a supremacy. The mysterious island master said, A supremacy is naturally nothing, but you should be able to feel his realm, right? Dragon realm, he is only dragon realm level 5, but he can have such an aura. This kind of person is naturally not bad. The maid beside him was immediately speechless. She knew that what her island master said was naturally reasonable. Indeed, this person was only in the dragon realm, but he already had such an aura. This was indeed amazing. At this moment, Rosen was already slowly walking towards Su Yan. His steps were very slow, and each step did not seem to cover a lot of distance. However, every time he lifted his foot, he was able to move a long distance. His two were indeed very powerful, and to be able to display them at this time it was even more terrifying. In just an instant he was already in front of Su Yan. The distance between the two was really too close. It was as if in the next moment he could directly kill the other. He laughed sinisterly. Su Yan, now are you afraid? Do you remember that I once said that I will definitely kill you? Now it is time for me to fulfill my promise. Your strength is indeed strong, and you can even master the 10 heaven-breaking slashes. You are really a terrifying enemy. It is a pity that my strength is stronger than yours. You are not my opponent. Today is the day you bite. He opened his palm again. He knew that the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand was a holy sword, and had extremely terrifying power. However, at this moment he did not care at all. Because at this moment, he was under the divine demon armament. In this state he was invincible. So what if it was a holy sword? A divine demon armament would only be more powerful than a holy sword. Su Yan could no longer rely on the sharpness of this sword to kill him. On the contrary, the current him could not resist his strength at all. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed across Su Yan's eyes. This moment he actually laughed. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. So your strength has already reached this level. Divine demon armament? The beginning of the ghost killer? Both are powerful things. Su Yan directly transmitted his thoughts into Rosen's sea of consciousness. Voice could not be transmitted in this place, but it did not matter. Although words could not be transmitted, they could still communicate through their thoughts. When Rosen saw that Su Yan was not afraid, he actually laughed. His heart was immediately filled with rage. Laughing? This moment you can still laugh. Su Yan, you are indeed someone that I see in a new light. At this moment, I'm afraid only you can maintain such calmness. However, this is also good. I treat you as a great enemy. If you die like a coward, it will be too boring for me. Alright, now it's time for me to send you on your way. Don't worry, I will remember you. You are a respectable opponent. Really, don't worry, I will remember you. After all, among my enemies, you're the only one who can make me feel so pressured. So now you can go to hell. At this moment, his aura had directly increased. The purple light and the black light directly intertwined and immediately turned into a terrifying dragon. The aura on its body was so terrifying and so unbridled, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Aha, Rosen, do you think you have won? Do you think I'm just bluffing? No, you're wrong. I'm just excited. I really didn't expect your strength to reach such a level. Do you know that I have been longing to find someone who can fight with me with all his strength? At this moment, Su Yan had directly let go of his scruples and began to prepare for battle with all his strength. Naturally, there was an extremely powerful aura directly bursting out from his body. For a moment, the aura that he had been suppressing burst out at the same time. The aura of the great demonic dragon, the aura of the Buddha's heart, and the aura of the demonic beast blood essence. Su Yan had too many powerful forces in his body, but he had always been suppressing them. These forces made Su Yan extremely powerful, but at the same time, they were also extremely dangerous. Su Yan had to maintain a balance between them. Otherwise, once this balance was broken, he would not be able to suppress such forces. However, at this moment he no longer needed to do so, because now, he could completely release these forces without any scruples. When Su Yan heard that Rosen was ambushing him, his first reaction was to feel happy, because at that time, he had already thought of making Rosen his punching bag. At this time, Rosen's strength had gradually been revealed. The strength of this sandbag made Su Yan feel pleasantly surprised. This was good. If there was not even a little bit of pressure in a battle, then how could it be called a battle? In essence, Su Yan was a gambler who liked to linger on the edge of life and death. At this time, his aura was constantly rising. Let's change places, Rosen, Su Yan said directly. Rosen smiled. Change places? Don't you want to lose so miserably? It's okay, I like to help others the most. Don't worry, I will never let you die so miserably. At least, you are an opponent who has gained my recognition. Rosen still wanted to say something, but at this time Su Yan directly said, You talk too much nonsense. Chapter 690. Female Literature. After saying this, Su Yan's figure suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he had already unleashed his fastest speed. Almost in the next moment, his figure had already appeared in front of Rosen. At this moment, Rosen was a little stunned. At this moment, Su Yan's palm had already directly covered his head. Whoosh whoosh. An extremely violent aura directly appeared. At this moment, Su Yan had already taken him to a distance. Until now, he still had a look of disbelief on his face, because it was too fast. Su Yan's previous speed was so fast that he did not even have time to react at that moment. At this moment, he had already been taken by Su Yan and directly flew into the distance. Impossible, how can this guy be so powerful? This was the thought in his mind at this moment. However, he calmed down very quickly. You're just forcibly propelled up using a secret method. Fine. Since you want to fight elsewhere, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, he directly let go of all his thoughts. He actually still allowed Su Yan to take him to another place. Su Yan's speed was really terrifying. In just a short while, he had already been immediately out of everyone's sight. At this moment, he sensed a large meteorite in front of him. This is the place, Rosen, let's fight here. A huge force suddenly erupted from Su Yan's arm. Under this force, Rosen was directly thrown out. Is this the place you chose to be buried? Fine, then it shall be here. Don't worry, this time, I'll definitely kill you directly. He directly stabilized himself in the air. At this moment he was wrapped in the divine demon armor, and was a living demon god. His gaze was fixed on Su Yan. At this moment Su Yan's aura was also becoming stronger and stronger. Rosen flipped his palm. A long black spike gradually appeared. You have the holy sword in your hand, but my devil god armament is definitely more powerful than the holy sword. Come at me now. In fact, before he could finish his sentence, Su Yan had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, Su Yan had already released the power suppression on his body. All the power began to burn in an instant. At this moment he needed to find a breakthrough for himself. and Rosen was clearly one of them. Wang! The scorching sun sword and the strange black spike collided, and a terrifying energy spread out at this time. When the energy landed on the meteorite, it immediately cut a long hole in the meteorite. Suyen, did you see that? This is my power. A casual strike of my sword can cause such destruction. Do you really think you can defeat me now? As he spoke, he swung his sword backhandedly. A terrifying sword edge appeared at this moment. The terrifying black and purple shadow seemed to be omnipotent. Everything would be destroyed under such power. No one could describe such power. At this time the world seemed to have become very crazy. It was no wonder that Su Yan had chosen to bring him here at the beginning, because at that time, he had already predicted that this battle would be extremely terrifying. Rosen's aura became stronger and stronger. At the same time he became more and more excited. At this moment he almost fused with the Devil God armament. The Devil God armament was indeed powerful. He felt that he was almost omnipotent. There was no doubt that no one could defeat him. He firmly believed that although Su Yan could stop him now, it was only temporary. However, this was only temporary because he deeply discovered that the power in his body could not be unleashed at all. Once his own strength reached the pinnacle, what would Su Yan amount to? The gigantic meteorite was already riddled with holes after being ravaged by the two of them. At this moment, both of their powers had become even stronger. However, the two of them did not know that a pair of eyes was watching them at this moment. This person was naturally the island master of the Divine Demon Island. How interesting. You're only at this age but you're already so powerful. Haha, not bad. It's good to be young. He laughed. At this moment Rosen became even crazier. His thoughts were constantly transmitted. It was a kind of roar as if he had really transformed into a devil god. Su Yan, you're dead. Die. He waved his black thorn again. A pitch-black shadow appeared and slashed towards Su Yan. At this moment Su Yan actually stood on the spot. He only looked coldly at the terrifying light that was charging towards him. At this moment he seemed to have forgotten to resist. Haha, you're already powerless to resist? That's right. It's indeed very difficult for you to fight with my divine demon armor to this extent. Now everything is going to end. There's still a gap between you and me. I'm the chosen one and you're nothing. Ugh. His last sentence was abruptly interrupted. At this moment, his face was filled with disbelief. Because at this moment, his sword was actually caught by Su Yan. He didn't block it but caught it. Su Yan calmly stretched out his hand and directly caught the black spike. It was clearly such a terrifying attack, but he received it so casually. It was as if this terrifying power was nothing in front of him. At this moment Rosen was simply in disbelief. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly waved his other hand and a crimson sword light flashed. At this moment Rosen was jolted awake. He immediately retreated backward. At this moment, his aura had become chaotic. However, he couldn't understand why Su Yan was able to borrow his sword. Impossible. According to the previous power, you definitely did not have the ability to dodge this sword. However, if you successfully dodged this sword or blocked it with your divine sword, I wouldn't be surprised. But how did you catch my sword? At this moment he was extremely confused. He really couldn't understand how Su Yan was able to withstand his sword. This was something that he could not accept no matter what. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his shoulder. He lowered his head and realized that there was a long cut on his shoulder. If it was not for the protection of the divine demon armor, he might have lost his arm by now. At this moment Su Yan said, I borrowed your sword and it made you so surprised? Rosen looked at Su Yan with a face full of anger. What did you say, you damned guy? At this moment Su Yan transmitted his thoughts again. As expected, your mind is in a mess now? Then I'll repeat it again. I blocked your sword and it made you so surprised? Do you really think that your strength is already above mine? Of course my power is above yours. You only borrowed the power of the heaven-breaking 10 slashes to reach this level temporarily. How can your power be compared to mine? I understand now. You must have used some kind of secret technique to forcefully keep your strength at this level. You won't be able to defeat me like this, Rosen said directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying sword light suddenly flashed and disappeared. This sword light was naturally released by Su Yan. The power of this sword light was actually much faster than before. Su Yan looked at it expressionlessly. So that's how you understand it. I can tell you that the power that cut the meteorite was mine, not yours. The person who used power that didn't belong to him was you, not me. After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly walked towards Rosen. At this moment Rosen was even crazier. Stop talking nonsense. How can you have such power? How can you defeat me? You're just a loser. You can't defeat me. Ha ha. Come on. I hate you very much now. You're just a guy who talks big. Go to hell now. At this moment his speed reached the limit. He wanted to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan's face was still as cold as ever. The red light behind the scorching sun sword began to rise. The blazing sword chi seemed to want to burn everything around it. Just as Rosen arrived in front of Su Yan, that stunning sword light had already slashed across. And this sword slashed at Rosen's chest. Even with the protection of the divine demon armor, Su Yan's sword still directly penetrated his body. At this moment Rosen directly retreated. His face was full of disbelief. At this moment he was obviously on the verge of collapse. He didn't understand why he was not Su Yan's opponent in such a state. Su Yan's face was cold and indifferent. At this moment his sword was still emitting a light hum. It was clearly impossible to transmit sound here. But Rosen clearly heard the hum of Su Yan's sword. Blood continued to flow out of his body. He was really in too much pain. Not only was it because of the wound Su Yan had inflicted on him painful, but it was also because he had actually lost to Su Yan in such a state. However, he was really unwilling to accept this. Chapter 691. Girls' Literature. It wasn't easy for his strength to reach this level, but why was he still not a match for Su Yan? Could it be that this guy was really his destined nemesis? No matter how much his strength increased, he was still not his match. However, he was truly unwilling to accept this. He was the future of the ghost-killing palace. Even the first clan elder had admitted this point, and had even given him the devil god armament secret technique in the beginning of the ghost-killing. The beginning of the ghost-killing was the most important thing to the ghost-killing palace. The last person to obtain the beginning of the ghost killing was the second clan elder. However, even such a powerful and terrifying second clan elder had not received the recognition of the beginning of the ghost killing. However, he had already received recognition. What kind of honor was this? Therefore, he knew that as long as he could survive, he would definitely become the master of the ghost killing palace in the future. Rosen had grown up in the ghost killing palace since he was young. Therefore, he hoped more than anyone that the ghost-killing palace could continue to exist forever. Of course, this was still not enough. He hoped that the ghost-killing palace could walk towards glory and become the ruler of the entire devil sect. No, it should be said that he was the ruler of the entire world. This was indeed a grand goal and also a crazy one. But he didn't care. He could accomplish it himself. Rosen's talent was very high. Since he was young, he knew this, because many adults had said this to him. As time passed, his talent was revealed bit by bit. Whether it was his talent in cultivation or his talent in war, he was one of the best among his peers. His strength became stronger and stronger, until one day he met an enemy. This enemy was Su Yan. He, who was 2 realms higher than Su Yan, had actually lost to Su Yan. Of course, failure was nothing. Since he was young, he had experienced countless failures. He was not the kind of flower that grew up in a greenhouse. All of his cultivation was obtained through his own hard work. His achievements today were all due to his own hard work. He had lost to his senior brother and to other enemies. Every time he failed, he would not be as unwilling as this time. Facing an expert, he could lose because he knew that after he failed, he would win back sooner or later. But this time it was completely different. He felt that it was impossible for him to win it back. When he had failed the last time, he already had this feeling. He had never failed like this before. At that time, he could still tell himself that he would definitely win it back. Furthermore, that was what the first elder had told him as well. He had passed down the devil god armament and the beginning of the ghost kill to him. But this time he was actually defeated. His strength had indeed increased greatly, but Su Yan's strength had increased even more. Why? Could it be that this guy was his nemesis? No matter how hard he tried, he would never be a match for him. Right now, he felt endless desolation in his heart. At this moment, Suyen watched coldly. After this strike, his aura didn't stop at all. Instead, his battle intent became even stronger. Rosen, is this all you've got? Didn't you say you were going to kill me? If this is all you've got, then don't say such nonsense. You can't defeat me like this. Suyen walked over. He wouldn't show any mercy to his enemy. However, this Luosin was still someone who could stand a good fight. Therefore, he hoped that Rosen could stand up. He hoped that Rosen could fight with him properly, and not be like this like a woman. No, Suyen, I won't lose, I definitely won't lose. Don't think that you've already won, I won't lose, I won't. Ah! At this moment, an unbearable pain came from his throat. He suddenly felt an intense pain coming from within his body. That kind of pain was simply unbearable, as if he would be torn apart in the next moment. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his wounds had begun to heal. Moreover, he felt that his strength had begun to increase. Demon God armament, arm the demon god. Ha ha ha, I understand, Suyen, I've said before I won't lose. Do you really think you can defeat me? Ha ha ha, impossible, you won't succeed. Demon God armament, evolve. He actually said demon God armament, evolve. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in black aura. His strength had increased to such a terrifying level. Such strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. His strength had also become so terrifying at this moment. Suyen's aura was constantly increasing. His strength was constantly increasing. The current him was too terrifying, too terrifying. 6 dragons, 7 dragons. At this moment, he actually had a breakthrough in his realm. As his strength increased, his appearance also changed. Above his mouth there were already 2 extremely strange holes. At this moment he even grew fangs. Moreover, his palms had also begun to change. His rootless fingers had directly turned into sharp claws at this moment. At this moment his appearance had also begun to gradually change. At this moment he looked more and more like a demon god. Even Suyen was becoming more and more dignified at this moment, because such a change was simply too strange. In such a long period of time, Suyen had seen many strange and unusual situations. However, he really had never seen such a strange and terrifying change. At this moment, this guy's change was simply too strange. He did not know what had happened to Rosen at this moment. However, he directly told him that such a change was definitely not a good thing. Whether it was for himself or for Rosen, this was the case. Rosen, stop your current change, this is not a good thing for you. You are still unable to control such strength now. If you continue, you will die. Hearing Suyen's words, Rosen laughed directly at this moment. His laughter had also changed. His voice was already so unpleasant to hear. However, he did not notice this at all. Suyen, are you afraid? Haha, this is the second change of my demon god armament. Haha, you are indeed powerful to actually force me to this point, but I still have to thank you. If not for you, I would not have known that the demon god armament has such a second change. So don't worry, after I defeat you, I will directly kill you and not torture you at all. Even your friends, I will let them off this time. This is the mercy that I am about to give you. His laughter was so unpleasant that it sounded like the laughter of an old man on the verge of death. Humph, fish dragon dance sword. Suyen did not speak any more nonsense, because he knew that Rosen was now intoxicated by such strength. This was like a person who was addicted to drugs. Everyone knew that he was on the verge of death, but he did not notice at all. At this moment, a trace of a smile suddenly appeared on his ferocious and ugly face. Then, his body suddenly disappeared on the spot for no reason. Suyen's sword fell, but this sword did not cut anything. Originally, he was just like a shadow. It was so terrifying yet so strange. His speed had actually reached such a level. No, this was not just speed but something more profound than speed. At this moment, Suyen suddenly felt that there was a powerful force behind him that was rushing towards him. The moment he felt this force, Suyen's scorching sun sword had already launched a defense. At this moment, he had no time to turn back, so at this time, he directly turned his sword behind him. Clang! Although sound could not be transmitted, Suyen still seemed to hear a terrifying loud sound. The power of this sword was so great that it caused Suyen to be directly sent flying. The strength has at least increased by 3 times. Suyen's eyes flashed with surprise. This force was actually so terrifying. The strength had actually increased by more than 3 times. How terrifying was this? 3 times. What kind of concept was this? Rosen's strength was not weak. At this time it had directly increased by 3 times, which was even more terrifying. Ordinary people would probably be killed in an instant when faced with such a change. At this time Su Yan was also directly caught off guard. At this time he continued to laugh wildly. Haha, do you see, this is power. This thought was directly instilled into Su Yan's mind. In the next moment he immediately appeared. Now he appeared on the trajectory of Su Yan's inevitable arrival. He had already raised his sharp claws, waiting for Su Yan's body to arrive. Then he could directly kill Su Yan. This kind of power could already be considered abnormal. It's really powerful. What a terrifying power. At this time, Su Yan's demonic dragon wings shook violently, and he directly changed his trajectory. Humph, even after taking my attack, your strength is not affected in the slightest. Under such circumstances you are actually still safe and sound. Truly impressive. However, this is what makes it interesting. His thoughts were still being transmitted, but his body had already disappeared from where he stood. At this time Su Yan, who was still moving, seemed to have noticed something. He did not speak but directly swung his sword. Buzz! In front of him, which was originally empty, a terrifying light directly appeared. This light collided with Su Yan's power, and the powerful and terrifying power directly spread at this moment. Chapter 692. Female Literature. He managed to block it. In the end Su Yan managed to block the attack, but it was extremely difficult. The strength of this enemy was far beyond his expectations. However, at this time, he also keenly discovered that Rosen's aura had changed even more violently. It seemed that soon, his own aura would completely disappear. However, sometimes his own aura was very exuberant. This must be a very strange thing. However, Su Yan couldn't tell what was strange about it. Soon Rosen's next attack came again. The terrifying thing about Rosen was that he seemed to be pressuring himself all the time. There was no way to predict which direction he would attack from next. At this time, the reason why Su Yan could still deal with him to this extent was only because of his fighting intuition. The moment Lawson launched an attack at him, he would be able to detect it and respond to it. Rosen was the attacker and he was the defender. However, Su Yan also knew that blindly defending was definitely not a long-term solution. Because defending meant being passive. Su Yan had never been a person who was good at defending. Rosen had completely taken the initiative at this time. Now he could only wait for Rosen to make a move, and then he could resolve it. However, gradually Su Yan's heart began to calm down. Since he couldn't take the initiative at this time, he could only look for opportunities in the passive. Battles had always been unpredictable. At this time, since he had fallen into a disadvantage, he naturally wanted to be stable. And such a battle was just what he wanted. Because he could constantly sharpen his swordsmanship in such a battle. Rosen was becoming more and more crazy, while Su Yan was becoming more and more calm. Regal Sword Scripture, Buddha's Boundless Technique, Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Scripture, The Inheritance of the Great Demonic Dragon, The Inheritance of the Great Demonic Heaven Lord, and even the inheritance of the 4 great demonic beasts. Su Yan had mastered too many things, and each of them was extremely powerful and terrifying. Of course, this was a good thing. No matter which one Su Yan used, he was already powerful enough. But there were always 2 sides to everything. He had mastered so many cultivation techniques. This allowed Su Yan to possess unlimited power. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Yan had a huge flaw, and that was his inability to master it. Unless he chose one of them and abandoned everything else, it would be very difficult for him to master all of them. However, at this time Su Yan already had an idea. Since it already existed, it was someone else's Tao. Even if these things could make him extremely powerful, could he really surpass the people who created these inheritances? Maybe, but it was too difficult. Because the path you walk is someone else's path, there's no meaning to me at all. Su Yan didn't want to be like this, and he didn't want himself to be like this. What Su Yan needed was a path that belonged to him. He could only use other people's things as a reference, but he could never copy them. How could he, Su Yan, not understand this logic? Therefore, at this time when he was defending, he began to integrate these powerful cultivation techniques with his own strength. In other words, Rosen at this time was indeed terrifying. However, he was still just Su Yan's whetstone. Right now, Su Yan was trying to figure out his own path through this battle. Vaguely, Su Yan's aura had begun to change. Of course, such a change naturally couldn't happen like Rosen's, where it was a crazy change. It was just that his aura had become even more mellow, becoming even more integrated. If there were to be 4 words to describe Su Yan at this time, it would be Tao follows nature. That was exactly what he was feeling right now. It was a supreme state, a supreme thought in the world where Su Yan's previous life belonged to. Almost everyone knew these words, but there were only a few who could really do it. At this time, Su Yan was moving towards this state. Of course, he was just at the beginning stage, but even so, Su Yan was already very happy. After all, he had already begun to touch this state. Ghost Killer Roar. At this time, purple demonic flames surrounded Rosen. The terrifying aura directly suppressed at this time. After this move, his aura increased again. Under such a state, he still has such a fighting instinct. Su Yan knew that the reason why Rosen suddenly used such a huge power was because he realized that Su Yan seemed to be using the battle to nurture the battle. Therefore, he did this. He wanted to end Su Yan directly with a single move. He didn't want Su Yan to continue like this. Go to hell. At this time, circles of purple flames appeared directly around Su Yan. The terrifying aura of power gave Su Yan extremely heavy pressure. This terrifying aura made Su Yan's surroundings extremely heavy. Under such an attack, it seemed that the gravitational field around Su Yan was directly changed. Amazing power. It's really amazing. Although Su Yan was his enemy, he still gave this move a very high evaluation. Such a move was truly terrifying. Moreover, if the battlefield at this time was not in the void but in the 9 regions, then such a power would be even more terrifying. However, even so, it didn't mean that Su Yan had admitted defeat. At this time, his aura had completely calmed down. It wasn't because he wanted to give up, but because he wanted to better display his power. A moment after Su Yan's aura completely disappeared, a terrifying power once again awakened. It was as if a volcano that had been dormant for countless years suddenly erupted directly. Such a terrifying power directly appeared at this time. It was as if the whole world was shrouded in it at this time. This power was really terrifying to the extreme. Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. He knew that Rosen's attack was extremely terrifying. So at this time, he had to use his strongest power to meet the attack. This was using offense as a form of defense. Under such circumstances, it was already impossible for him to continue defending. Therefore, he could only use offense as a form of defense at this time. Your attack is indeed powerful, so I'll use an even more powerful force to fight against you. One was a demonic purple radiance, while the other was a blazing golden radiance. When these two forces collided, the surrounding stars seemed to have dimmed. Island Master. These two people are both moldable talents. On Divine Demon Island, a beautiful woman beside the Island Master said. The Island Master said softly, "They are indeed not bad, but let's continue watching and see if they are qualified to inherit it." Su Yan and Rosen didn't know that every scene of their battle had already been seen by others. Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash had already turned into a terrifying sun sword, and the terrifying purple radiance had turned into a strange evil eye at this time. Before today, the strangest eye that Su Yan had ever seen was that of the Evil Eye Tyrant. That terrifying and powerful creature had left a deep impression on Su Yan. There was no doubt about the strength of this fellow. However, the strange eye that had formed at this time was even more terrifying than it. Su Yan even saw an extremely mysterious and different power in this eyeball. It was as if this power didn't belong to this world at all. This is the Eye of 9 Nether. Master, why does such a thing exist in this world? The beautiful woman's tone wasn't normal. It was obvious that she was very afraid of this thing called the Eye of 9 Nether. However, at this time the Island Master said, "No need to be nervous. It's just the Eye of 9 Nether." After all, there were too many things left behind in that era. Those people who thought that they were chess players would leave behind some backup plans. However, look, what kind of inheritance does Su Yan have? After the Island Master said that, the two beautiful women looked at each other. That's Fu. No, there's also the power of the Great Demonic Dragon and the Demon Master. This fellow. If the Island Master hadn't reminded them of this, they would have directly ignored this point. Futu, Great Demonic Dragon Demon Master. These three names were all very impressive. Back then they were the men who truly stood at the peak of this world. At this time, their inheritances had actually hit a person's body. How inconceivable was this? This fellow called Su Yan, where did he come from? Why did he have such power? At this time, the two women couldn't help but fall into contemplation. However, at this time the island master smiled gently, then sighed and said, "You two can't see far enough." These two women couldn't see clearly, but he could see very clearly. It was true that the inheritances of these three great powers were very powerful. However, this little guy named Su Yan was obviously hiding something. Those three powerful forces weren't his origin at all. His true origin was another kind of power, and this kind of power was something that even the island master hadn't seen before. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that there would be such an existence among the people who were summoned this time. He's such a powerful strength. It seems that he's above many experts. Then, Futu, Great Devil Dragon and Devil Lord, are you also attracted by such a strength? Is that why you've started to make arrangements? You guys really aren't simple. It seems that this chess game really hasn't decided the winner. But I'm very curious. What kind of surprise will this chess piece give me? Chapter 693. Female Literature. This mysterious and unfathomable island master was high and mighty, overlooking everything. It was as if he was the will of heaven and earth. "My lord, the great demon lord should be here soon," a woman said. "The great demon lord? Yes, he should be here. But if he wants to come, then let him come. After such a long time, these things have to come to an end. Now, let's see which of these two interesting guys will be the final winner." He was so playful and disdainful. The battle between Su Yan and Rosen was just a show to liven things up for him. The battle between the two finally came to an end. Both Su Yan and Rosen were not in good condition. After one round of battle, Rosen's demon god armor was broken again. One of his palms was drooping. It was obvious that his arm was broken. He had the protection of the demon god armor, but he was still severely injured. It was obvious how terrifying the battle was. As for Su Yan, he wasn't much better off either. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood. In terms of injuries, he was more powerful than Rosen. After all, Rosen's demon god armor was no joke. Although Su Yan was protected by the power of the invincible golden body, the invincible golden body was built on his own strength after all. At this moment, his strength had been pushed to the limit. However, even though he was injured to such an extent, Su Yan did not have any intention of admitting defeat. At that moment he stood up. He raised the sword in his hand again. The long sword was filled with power again. Such a sword principle was already flickering with light. It was an extremely terrifying power. But now he actually wanted to fight again. He didn't want to make any adjustments. He wanted to continue fighting. One must know that at this time, he must have suffered extremely heavy injuries. "Rosen, do you still have the ability to continue the battle?" he asked with a smile. After hearing Su Yan's words, Rosen's face, which was hidden behind the demon god armor, burst out a ferocious radiance. "Su Yan, kill Su Yan, I want to defeat you." At this moment his voice was like that of a wild beast. And it was under such circumstances that his aura became stronger and stronger. At this moment his aura was even stronger than before. How terrifying was that? This guy was really a terrifying person. His eyes were constantly flickering with red light, which was not a color that a human should have. "Sure enough, Rosen, you can't control yourself anymore? Are you going to become a wild beast? You are no match for me." Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood at the corner of his mouth. His power spread out once again. "Kill." At this moment, Su Yan activated the Taishang sword shield and rushed toward Rosen. Rosen roared angrily and then shook his broken arm. At this moment his broken arm was directly reconnected. What a terrifying and abnormal regenerative ability. His two claws danced, and a terrifying cross-shaped radiance immediately appeared. The terrifying black and purple lion set off a frenzied wave. Su Yan's power hit the terrifying cross head-on. Almost at this moment his body was directly sent flying. His power was indeed strong, but this terrifying cross seemed to be even more terrifying. Su Yan's body was directly sent flying. "Humph, Su Yan, you are still far from it." The battle between the two began again. Last time Luosin was constantly on the offense while Suyen was constantly on the defense. At that time, although Rosen's power had the upper hand, he was still unable to defeat Suyen directly. However, at this moment Suyen actually started to attack. There was indeed an advantage in attacking, but there were also relative conditions to it. That was the strength of both sides. When both sides were equal in strength, the attacking side would naturally have the advantage. However, at this moment, Suyen's fighting power seemed to be inferior to Rosen's. Rosen's strength was originally strong. In terms of realm, he was in the same realm as Suyen. Moreover, he had entered the Five Dragons realm earlier than Suyen. Moreover, at this moment the terror of the Devil God armament was directly reflected. As the battle continued, the fusion between the Devil God armament and Rosen became more and more intimate. As a result, his strength naturally became extremely terrifying. In such a state, there was no need to say anything more. After the collision of the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash and the Ghost Killer's Roar, both of them suffered extremely serious injuries. However, with the help of the Devil God armament, Rosen's recovery ability was better than Suyen's. In other words, at this moment, Rosen's state was better than Suyen's state. Because of this, Suyen's state was greatly inferior to Rosen's. However, at this moment, Suyen was still so reckless and started to attack directly. This was extremely illogical. However, since Suyen did this, he must have his reasons. One sword to decide the universe. Another sword attack was launched. Unlike Suyen's previous defense, Rosen did not think of blocking at all. When Suyen's attack arrived, he directly counterattacked with an even more terrifying power. He was so overbearing and crazy. He wanted to let Suyen know that in front of him, Suyen was nothing at all. Supreme Ascension Swordsmanship. At this moment, Suyen suddenly used a sword attack. He had never used such a sword move before. However, he directly used it at this moment. Moreover, this move seemed to be a little different from the previous one. This move seemed to have integrated the terrifying aura of the deity vanquishing sword and the mighty majesty of the Buddha's infinite skill. Oh, it seems to be completely different from the previous swordsmanship. What an interesting guy. It seems that he is going to create his own sword principle. Amazing. At this moment, the island master who was watching the battle suddenly said. Hearing the island master's calmness, the two maids next to him were stunned. Others did not know the island master, but they did. They did not even dare to imagine how terrifying the island master's strength was. The two of them followed the island master for such a long time and experienced so many times when the divine demon island chose experts to fight against the demons in the void. When had they ever heard the island master praise a person like that? Amazing. Even the island master said that he's amazing. This person called Suyen. At this moment, Suyen's sword attack had been blocked by Rosen. Suyen frowned. Of course, he was not frowning because the sword attack was blocked because it was a matter of course. After all, the sword attack just now was a sudden thought that he had. He did not dare to feel surprised that it was blocked at all. The reason he frowned was because the sword attack was still very different from what he had imagined. The speed is indeed enough, but the changes in the sword are not enough. However, it was still a prototype. Since there was a direction, it was a good thing. After all, as long as he did not die today, there would be a chance to slowly get back at him in the future. At this moment, Suyen's aura had begun to increase. Suyen dared to do so because the aura in his body was truly enormous. At this moment, streaks of lightning began to appear around his body. Another new power. That seems to be the Heavenly Tribulation Thunderbolts. How interesting. Has he attracted the Heavenly Tribulation? He's only a venerable one, but he can already attract the Heavenly Tribulation. Haha. The Divine Demon Island's master began to laugh again. Rosen, let's go again. Suyen raised his longsword again. At this moment, the scarlet longsword was surrounded by thunderbolts. No matter how one looked at it, Suyen was at an absolute disadvantage at this moment. His aura had begun to weaken. On the other hand, Rosen's aura was much more powerful than before. In such a battle, Rosen was constantly becoming stronger while he was gradually weakening. However, Suyen was still attacking Rosen again and again. Rosen was able to repel Suyen every time. However, unknowingly, Suyen's aura had already suppressed him. At this moment, a voice appeared in Rosen's heart. I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose. As soon as this voice appeared, it caused his mind to be in a mess. No, I won't lose, I won't lose. As he roared, his power became even more terrifying. At this moment, his aura was almost on par with the person in the 8 dragons realm. Monster. He was really a monster. The power of the demon god armament was indeed terrifying. The huge meteorite that the two of them were standing on was already full of holes. Have you increased your power again? Rosen, it seems that you can't control this demon god armament after all. You're going to be devoured by it. Su Yan said directly. Since the first evolution of the demon god armament, Su Yan had already realized that the demon god armament was not a good thing. At least it was too evil. As time passed, the aura on Rosen's body was almost indistinguishable from that of a human or a demon. Moreover, his aura was becoming crazier and crazier. Su Yan believed that this was definitely related to the demon god armament and the ghost killer's beginning. However, Rosen was not his friend. Naturally, he did not need to care about this. All he wanted was to fight and defeat. Now, his battle with Rosen had lasted for 2 days. There was not much time left before the 15 days set by the Divine Demon Island's Tao Master. To others, this might be a land of demons with groups of demons touching it. However, to the real experts, this was a paradise and a holy place for fighting. Chapter 694. Female Literature. Regardless of whether he was fighting with others or himself, it was an extremely interesting thing. This was because true experts were never afraid of battles. Only through continuous battles could their strength grow. Only then could they become even more powerful. The best among them were Su Yan. He naturally knew that he did not have much time left. Therefore, at this time he had to speed up. Only in this way could he obtain more power. Rosen was indeed powerful. However, Su Yan would not lose. He wanted to defeat Rosen. Was he tired? Of course. After so many days of battle, he was physically and mentally exhausted. But so what? Exhaustion was not a reason to retreat. Absolutely not. He had already experienced too much pain and had endured too much fatigue. From the very beginning when he first learned the sword, Su Yan had understood a principle. Either persevere or give up. In this place, giving up meant death. My sword Tao, my protection. No matter what, I will not retreat. I will not fail. I will eventually walk to the dawn. Since that is the case, I will create a sword Tao that truly belongs to me. My first sword will be the dawn. This is my will and my belief. No matter what happens in this world, I will eventually walk to the dawn. Therefore, this sword will be the dawn sword. At this time, Su Yan's aura flowed out again. Facing Rosen, who was constantly growing stronger, Su Yan did not retreat at all. Instead, he prepared for battle with an even stronger will. His first sword, the dawn sword. Dawn was dark because he had just walked out of the night. Dawn had yet to arrive and light had yet to rise. At this time, the power of the great demonic dragon and the great demonic heaven master directly increased. Dawn was also full of light and hope. Therefore, the light of Buddha appeared. With the will of darkness and light, with hope and an eternal oath, his first sword was born, the dawn sword. At this time, Su Yan's surroundings changed. Darkness and light began to revolve around him. At this moment, the darkness and light had reached an extremely strange balance. Then everything moved toward Su Yan's body. This Su Yan, what's going on? His power, why did his power become so strange? Darkness and light are clearly two kinds of power that don't fuse together. Why is his power like this? At this time, the two women were also baffled by what was going on. They were also experts. To be able to follow this mysterious and unfathomable island master, they were naturally not ordinary people. Their strength was much stronger than Su Yan's. However, at this moment they were astonished by the situation that was happening to Su Yan. At this time they didn't seem to understand why Su Yan could be in such a strange situation. At this moment the island master of the Divine Devil Island said, "You two stop acting cute in front of me. I don't believe that with your realm, you can't see Su Yan's current situation. It seems that this kid has already created his own path. Furthermore, it is a very impressive path. The coexistence of darkness and light? How daring, how daring." The two sisters looked at each other. This Su Yan was really amazing. This was not the first time their master had praised a person like this today. The two sisters had followed the island master for so long, but they hadn't encountered such a situation for a long time. At this time, Su Yan's Daybreaker sword finally took shape. In this world, everything revolved around him. It was as if he was the core of this world. Light arose because of him, and darkness existed because of him. His aura still hadn't changed, but at this time he gave people a feeling. He had become the core of this world. On the other hand, with the support of the demon god armament, Rosen's strength had increased. This increase was obvious. In the blink of an eye, his realm had reached the 8 dragons realm. This wasn't an illusion, but a real increase in realm. Terrifying, it was actually so terrifying. In just a few days, his realm had broken through again and again from the 5 dragons realm to the 8 dragons realm. Such a terrifying increase would probably scare people to death. No one would believe it, but unfortunately, this was the truth. And now this fact was right in front of his eyes. At this time, he stopped all his actions and focused all his attention on Su Yan. Obviously, at this time, he had already felt the terror of Su Yan. Although Su Yan's realm hadn't increased, and he didn't even have a berserk aura. But at this time, Su Yan was really too dangerous. Now he felt a great sense of danger. Rosen's will seemed to have become very vague. The only thing that remained was his battle instinct. His instinct told him that the current Su Yan would be more terrifying than ever. What a terrifying young man. How terrifying. At this time, a voice came from Rosen's body. It wasn't Rosen's voice. On the contrary, it was a very old voice. Su Yan. What an interesting young man. You're too terrifying. No wonder you could defeat Rosen. The voice that came out of nowhere sounded like a wild ghost. This feeling was naturally terrifying. Soul swap? It's actually a soul swap technique. How interesting. I haven't seen someone from this lineage for a long time. The island master realized. At this time, a maid beside him said, "Master, it's obviously a battle between 2 young men, but this shameless old man interfered. Let me make him stay. This person is really bold. He actually dares to ruin your business." Before the island master of Divine Devil Island could speak, the other woman beside him said, "Chinner, I think you've taken a fancy to that kid called Su Yan. Humph, I've taken a fancy to him. So what? He's handsome and powerful. It's not easy to find someone like him." The 2 women started to tease. At this time, the island master said, "All right, Chin, don't interfere in this matter. That kid called Su Yan is a big trouble. It's better if you don't get involved. Moreover, it's only a soul swap and it's only a weak soul shadow. It's still uncertain if it can defeat Su Yan. Let's look forward to the power of Su Yan's sword." The island master of Divine Devil Island said. Since the island master had spoken, Channer didn't dare to say anything. It's really strange. Is this the mystery of the Divine Devil armament? It seems that Rosen is also a pitiful person. Su Yan said as he walked forward. The sudden appearance of this person had indeed given him a huge pressure. As soon as he appeared, Rosen's aura actually increased again. From this, it could be seen that this person was definitely a terrifying person. Su Yan didn't know who he was, but he wasn't interested in finding out at this time. Was he strong? That's good. If he wasn't strong, how could he test if his Daybreaker sword was strong enough? Rosen? This child is indeed not bad, so I made him my cauldron. Everything he has was given to him by me, so he's naturally mine. I wanted to wait for a while before harvesting him. Unfortunately, you forced him to this point. His Divine Devil armament evolved too quickly, so I had no choice but to harvest him. But this is good. If not, I wouldn't have found such an excellent seed like you. This dry voice was really annoying. Moreover, he seemed to want Lin Fan to be like Rosen and become his seed. Although Su Yan didn't know what kind of seed this was, it was probably something like possession or life transfer. You want me to become your seed? Come at me if you can. How could I, Su Yan, be someone who would be frightened by a few words from you? Haha, I'll walk towards the dawn. Everything will be destroyed by me. Daybreaker sword kill. Su Yan's sword finally fell. At this moment, the huge meteorite under his feet had been completely enveloped by the sword aura. His power was actually so strong that it had completely surrounded everything. At this moment, darkness and light actually transformed into 2 dragon shadows. The 2 dragon shadows were constantly alternating. It was like day and night. Two extreme powers were vividly displayed at this moment. The first sword created by Su Yan had finally appeared. And his opponent was this mysterious old man who had suddenly appeared. At this moment, he had already occupied Rosen's body. Faced with such a sword, the eyes covered by the divine devil armament flickered continuously. Powerful, you're really powerful. I never thought that your power could reach such a level. Powerful, really powerful. But now let me destroy your power first. Ghost killer, evil ghost killer. It seemed like a sigh, but it also seemed like a roar. In short, that terrifying power appeared at this moment. A terrifying night was born, and a terrifying evil ghost appeared out of thin air. That was almost the power of a venerable one. You're indeed very powerful, but the power of a venerable one seems to be about the same. Daybreaker sword? It's better for you to be destroyed. That terrifying ghostly figure roared, as though it wanted to kill Su Yan. And now Su Yan was in the midst of the dawn. Everything around him was his sword. Such powerful power is almost on par with a venerable one. But that's fine too. I've never tried to fight a venerable one. Today I'll use you, the evil ghost, as a sacrifice to my sword. Kill. As soon as the word kill was said, the Daybreaker sword suddenly shone brightly. The sun rose from the west. Everything would be destroyed by such a sword. Chapter 695. Female Literature. The power of a venerable was indeed powerful, and it was so powerful that it was suffocating. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all, because at this time he believed in his sword. Daybreak sword, the first sword he slashed out. He was absolutely confident that he would not lose. At this moment he was constantly moving forward. No matter how terrifying the darkness is, I will eventually walk towards dawn. This was his belief, this was his will. At this time, Su Yan was the most determined person in the world. No, not only at this time, Su Yan had always been like this no matter when and where. He would never back down, nor did he think of backing down. Because he was Su Yan. At this time, the old man's voice sounded from Rosen's body. You're actually so powerful that you won't back down in the face of my power? You're really amazing. Then come, let this old man see how brilliant your dawn is. At this time, Rosen's palm pressed down once again. That terrifying aura appeared again at this time. The terrifying brilliance directly dazzled at this time. That terrifying power seemed to want to directly suppress Su Yan at this time. He wanted to cut off Su Yan's belief, he wanted to destroy Su Yan's dawn. This power was really too terrifying. At this time, Su Yan's dawn seemed to have stopped. He smiled coldly, then said, "This is indeed an amazing power, but unfortunately, your realm is still too low. Even with Rosen's body, he has reached the realm of 8 dragons, which is 3 dragons higher than you. You have no chance." His palm pressed down again. His words were like heaven's will. If he said that Su Yan would fail, then Su Yan would fail. Su Yan said directly, "Humph, old dog, I don't care who you are, but it's definitely not that easy for you to defeat me. My daybreak sword is my belief. Perhaps darkness covers my eyes, but dawn will eventually come. My belief is immortal, and my will never stop." Su Yan shouted directly. At this moment his power was fully ignited. All the power in his body was mobilized at this moment. All kinds of powers were burning at the same time. This was Su Yan's willpower. No matter what kind of difficulties he faced, he would not relax. At this time the heart of the great demon dragon and the Buddha's heart began to beat wildly. Others only had one heart, but he had 2. At this moment his heart was beating, and his strength had become even stronger. At this moment he was completely reckless. This was his will, and he would never yield. It wasn't just the 2 hearts. Su Yan's other powers also began to awaken at this time. The thunderbolt in his body began to rumble at this moment. Within his body, the power of the demon god was also ignited at this moment. Although the demon god's power had increased Su Yan's strength, for Su Yan, it was also an unstable factor. If he couldn't completely burn this power, then it wouldn't be his own power. One day, once this power was released, it would bring him endless trouble. At this time, with the help of this battle, Su Yan's power began to fully erupt. For Su Yan, although this was extremely dangerous, it was also a huge opportunity. Only by fighting could he improve his strength faster. This was definitely not a lie. Not only that, But even the blood of the demonic beasts in Su Yan's body began to boil. The 4 demonic beasts were not to be underestimated. The sea-splitting demonic snake, the blood-winged dragon, and the terrifying oriole were the last to arrive. They were all extremely powerful existences. At this time, Su Yan's willpower started burning. It actually caused his blood to burn. That was the power of their blood essence. At this time, when their blood essence was directly stimulated, they naturally felt it. The sea-splitting demonic snake, who was closest to Su Yan, felt it the most clearly. After the battle began, he did not appear. Instead, he was ordered to protect Xuexinyu and Fengyueyu. At this time, he suddenly felt the changes in this place. Master, my great master can actually activate the power of my heart's blood. Haha, as expected of the master I've chosen. He will definitely become the most powerful existence in this world. At this moment he began to roar. At this time, he had completely forgotten that he was forced to become Su Yan's mount. However, this did not matter to the sea-splitting demonic snake. Giving their heart's blood to Su Yan was not a good thing for them. This was because their strength would be restricted by Su Yan. In other words, if Su Yan's strength was unable to break through, it would be extremely difficult for them to increase their strength. However, at this time Su Yan actually stimulated their heart's blood. This meant that Su Yan's strength had begun to increase again. If Su Yan's strength increased faster than them, then as mounts they would be able to reap the benefits. However, this situation was really rare. After all, they were demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines, while Su Yan was only a human. However, at this time Su Yan's strength increased again. The burning blood in his heart had already caused his body to feel scorching hot. Ha ha ha, my great master, I can feel that you are fighting. In that case, how can I stay here so comfortably? I won't be lazy anymore. Kill. The sea-splitting demonic snake was originally wrapped around Xuexinyue's beautiful neck. However, at this time it felt Su Yan's fighting spirit and directly burned. He immediately flew out and revealed his body. At this moment, the people from the devil sect immediately panicked. The sea-splitting demonic snake's aura was really terrifying. Could fight against a venerable one. No, if it was an ordinary human venerable one, it could directly tear him apart. What is this? Is this a void beast? Why? Why would a void beast suddenly appear? At this time, the people from the devil sect were already in a panic. They really did not expect the sea-splitting demonic snake to suddenly appear. This was really too sudden. This is the sea-splitting demonic snake. Su Yan's pet is actually such a terrifying thing. Humph, I knew this dead man was very powerful. Hehe, this old lady's vision is really not bad. But little Yuer, I admire your vision even more. You must remember, we must not let this man go. Fengyueyu said to Xuexinyue very seriously. As she said that, her gaze fell on Mu Tiansheng. Although Mu Tiansheng had been wearing a veil, she could naturally see that this woman was definitely a first-class beauty. She was probably not inferior to her. Su Yan really knew how to attract bees and butterflies. However, Fengyueyu did not mind. In her opinion, this also proved Su Yan's excellence. At this time, Xuexinyue actually nodded seriously. In the Jiuzhou continent, the blood-winged flying dragon suddenly roared. At this time he could only feel that his aura was blazing. He could feel Su Yan's aura. At this time Su Yan was in a great battle. He could feel it. After the previous tribulation, although Su Yan had successfully passed the tribulation, he had also paid a price. That was, his 4 demonic beasts could not gather with him directly. Otherwise, if the demonic beast's blood were to explode, Su Yan would be killed instantly. At this time he could already feel that Su Yan's control over the blood of their hearts had become stronger. At the same time, he also knew that Su Yan had become even more powerful and terrifying. Oh my midget, are you fighting? Why do I suddenly want to fight by your side? Well, since I have become your mount, I hope you can succeed. You can become a peerless expert. Don't die. Back then, the blood-winged flying dragon was the first to become Su Yan's mount because it was afraid of death. However, in reality, he was very unconvinced by Su Yan. However, the contract had already been set and he could do nothing about it. At this time he could already feel Su Yan's transformation. In just a short period of time Su Yan had become even stronger. Like the blood-winged flying dragon, the double-winged sky tiger and the huge oriole were also in the same situation. My master, since you are in a tough battle right now, let us lend you a hand. The 4 demonic beasts roared in unison before unleashing their powers. The blood of their hearts had a mysterious connection with them. At this time, the blood of their hearts was directly activated and transferred its power to Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan was facing a power that could kill a supremacy, but he still did not cower. His eyes were still very calm. At this time, he could feel the demonic blood in his body growing stronger. Are you temporarily transferring your powers to me? I really didn't expect the blood of the demonic beasts to have such a magical effect. Well, since you trust me so much, how can I lose just like that? In that case, let's fight together. Dawn, show yourself. Su Yan roared furiously. At this moment, his aura was completely instilled into the air. All the power condensed and Dawn was finally formed. That sword stood in front of Su Yan for a long time. It was an illusory sword. The body of the sword was exactly the same as the scorching sun sword, but the power within was completely different. This was the alternation of darkness and light. This was the awakening of dawn. This sword was not the scorching sun sword, but the dawn sword spirit. When the dawn sword spirit appears, all laws will be destroyed. His sword finally fell, and everything began to come to an end. Such a sword strike actually tore apart that terrifying ghostly shadow. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, there was no pause at all. That terrifying ghostly figure was directly destroyed just like that. As the ghostly shadow was destroyed, cracks appeared on the demon god armor. Chapter 696. Female Literature. Cracks began to appear one after another. Actually, it was impossible to transmit sound here, but it felt so clear. Under the daybreak sword, the terrifying ghost-killing shadow was destroyed. Along with it, the devil god armament was also destroyed. The cracks in the devil god armament appeared, and a terrifying black aura spread out, filling the air with black smoke. That horrifying scene began to fade away. Rosen's face appeared once again. At this time, Rosen's face was filled with pain. On his face, there was an extremely strange and terrifying black pattern. This pattern did not seem to exist in the human world at all. It was almost like a living evil spirit. At this time, his eyes were filled with a dazed expression. Why is it like this? At this time, he was roaring with unwillingness. Moreover, Su Yan knew that he was not angry at losing to him, but at the actions of the old man. Why did the great elder treat me like this? Didn't you say that I was the hope of the ghost-killing hall? Didn't you say that I would become the strongest person in the ghost-killing hall? But why did you treat me like this? I can't accept it, I really can't accept it. This time he had gone completely crazy. He was also completely furious. He originally thought that the great elder saw him as a successor. Therefore, he wholeheartedly fought for the great elder, for the ghost-killing hall. But today's battle made him realize that he was just a seed nurtured by the great elder. It was just a seed. If it wasn't for the battle with Su Yan today, he would have been forced into a corner, causing the evolution of the devil god armament to be ahead of schedule, and forcing the great elder to reincarnate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about this. He fought for the ghost-killing hall, but the ghost-killing hall only treated him as a seed. Why did it have to be like this? Why did the great elder treat him like this? At this time he was truly crazy. He really could not understand why the great elder would do this. Moreover, the reason why he was able to survive this time was because of Su Yan. If it wasn't for Su Yan's terrifying sword strike that defeated the great elder's reincarnated soul, then he would have really died. You can go. At this time Su Yan was standing in front of him. Rosen was a member of the devil sect. Su Yan and the devil sect were like fire and water. He should have killed Rosen directly. But at this time Su Yan couldn't do it, because he wasn't such a person. At this moment Rosen was as fragile as a piece of paper to him. If he really wanted to kill him, he could easily do so. But in the end, Su Yan didn't make a move. Rosen was also a pitiful person. Now his faith had been shattered. I'm actually just a seed. Ha, ghost-killing hall, number 1 elder, you old thing, you actually only treated me as an elder. At this moment, Rosen was in a daze. It was as if he had gone crazy. Su Yan, kill me. I don't need your pity. I, Rosen, don't need anyone's pity. I'm just a seed. How laughable. Rosen was such a person, but now he actually let Suyin kill him. Suyin sighed. He directly kept the Dawn Sword spirit into his sea of consciousness and turned his head. If you want to die, then kill yourself. To think that I still treated you as my opponent. You who are crying like a woman, what qualifications do you have to make me attack? Suyin said directly. Hearing Suyan's words, Rosen was speechless. At this time, Suyin was actually too lazy to kill him. His opponent was actually too lazy to kill him. This was a great insult to Rosen. If you are a man, then don't cry endlessly. He deceived you and wanted you to become his seed. Then why didn't you choose to resist? If you hate him, then kill him. After Suyin finished speaking, he ignored Rosen and went to the other battlefield. Because at this time his eyebrows kept twitching. At this time he had a bad premonition in his heart. It seemed that a greater crisis was about to arrive. The Divine Demon Island Master suddenly smiled and said, "It seems that he has a premonition of something. What a sharp intuition. What an interesting person. Perhaps he is suitable to be my successor." When he said this, the two beautiful maids were shocked beyond words. Be his successor? What was their great master trying to do? Suyin left. Rosen was still sitting in the same place dispiritedly. Suddenly he took a deep breath and took out an item. It was a skull the size of a fist. This was the Ghost Killer's beginning. Once when he obtained the Ghost Killer's beginning, his heart was filled with joy. But at this time it was gone. Everything was gone. At this time he had endless anger. That damned guy, he actually dared to deceive him. At this time a faint purple light appeared. Then the image of an old man suddenly appeared. It's you. At this time Rosen's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. This old man, he used to revere him so much. But now he was so angry at this old man. Because this old man deceived him and betrayed him. The first elder's voice was heard. Rosen, my child. To be honest, his voice was kind. It was not as gloomy as when he was fighting Suyin. Rosen, my child. Rosen had heard these words countless times. This sentence was almost like his spiritual power. This mysterious first elder was his teacher and also his idol. Therefore, no matter how many times he had suffered, he felt full of power when he heard this sentence. But this time it was different. This time it was completely different. After hearing this sentence, he did not feel any warmth. Instead, he was so angry and disappointed. Shut up, you old thing. Shut up. I'm not your child. I'm definitely not. If I was really your child, why would you want to kill me? Old thing, you just treat me as a seed. You want to eat me. Rosen said directly. The first elder said with a smile, "That's right. Now you understand, my child." Shut up. These words were the source of Rosen's pain. Unfortunately, you failed. You didn't defeat Suyin. So you failed. Old thing, do you think I will let you succeed? I'm not a fool. There was no longer a trace of sadness in Luosen's eyes. Instead, there was only incomparable determination. Just as Suyin said, how could he cry like a woman? Since this old man wanted to kill him, he might as well kill him. My child, you're always so naive. Whether I can succeed or not, it's never up to you. Your fate has been decided from the very beginning. Your life was given to you by me. Everything you have is given to you by me. You are just a seed. Now it's time to take back this seed. Although it's barely satisfactory, since it's already come to this point, it's time to take it back. The beginning of the Ghost Killer suddenly bloomed with radiance, and that radiance had become incomparably intense. The dazzling radiance was simply terrifying. Rosen was soon enveloped by this radiance. At this moment, he didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. No, my power, how can it be like this? Rosen was really panicking at this time. The power that he had painstakingly cultivated since childhood was actually unable to be mobilized at this time. Even his own power had betrayed him. How painful this was for him. Damn it. His ambition was higher than the sky, but he had never thought that he would die in such a way. He was really unwilling to accept this. As I said, your fate has never belonged to you. A shadow directly emerged from the purple beginning of the Ghost Killer. It was also a terrifying shadow. He suddenly appeared, and as soon as he appeared, his palm had already grabbed Rosen's neck. The The power of this ghostly shadow was actually not very strong. If it was the usual Rosen, he would be able to easily crush it. Unfortunately, at this time, Rosen could not even use a trace of his power. The current him was simply frighteningly weak. It was as if in the next moment he would be killed. Rosen, my child, although you have not completely matured, but now your life should also reach the end. Your everything is mine, The first elder's laughter was still so benevolent. However, this gave people an extremely terrifying feeling. At this moment, Rosen was not the least bit afraid. All he felt was endless anger and unwillingness. In the end, the genius of the Ghost Killer Hall had actually ended up like this. He couldn't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. At this moment, the ghostly shadow had already opened his mouth. He wanted to directly devour Rosen. It was at this moment that a clear voice rang out. Since you have not completely matured, why don't you continue to wait? This voice was truly beautiful. Moreover, he did not appear as an idea but as a voice. Her voice was like flowing water but also like a cool breeze. It was incomparably beautiful, giving people a very cool feeling. What was even stranger was that after this voice appeared, the ghostly shadow's movements actually stopped. Chapter 697. Female Literature. Who's there? At this moment, the old man immediately roared. The ghostly figure stopped. However, the ghostly figure didn't stop by himself. He was stopped by someone. The old man realized that he couldn't control the ghostly figure anymore. This wasn't a good thing for him. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared. Rosen couldn't describe the beauty of the woman in front of him because she was too hazy. He couldn't see anything about her clearly, including the color of the clothes she was wearing, or whether her hair was long or short. He couldn't see any of these clearly. However, he was sure that the woman in front of him must be a beautiful woman. At this moment, the woman's voice sounded again. Old man, you've got guts. How dare you interfere with my master's affairs? Do you really think that my divine devil island is just a decoration? The woman's laughter sounded again. At the same time she waved her hand. A gust of wind appeared. The breeze was very weak, but at this moment the ghostly figure roared angrily. How dare you? Then the power of the ghost killer's beginning was activated. He wanted to stop the woman. Unfortunately, he failed. The power of the ghost killer's beginning was very strong. However, it couldn't stop the breeze. The breeze shattered the light of the ghost killer's beginning and defeated the ghostly figure. This was simply too fast. In just the time it took to think, the ghostly figure had already disappeared. Rosen was really surprised when he saw this. Who was this woman who suddenly appeared? She was actually so strong. Thick Waist knew that the ghostly figure's true strength wasn't strong. However, it could be seen that later on, the old thing had sent a terrifying force through the air. However, that power was defeated so easily. The woman seemed to have just waved her hand, so casually. Although he hated the first elder, the old man's strength was indeed terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have respected the old man so much since he was young. However, everything in front of him was completely out of his expectations. Thank you for saving my life, fairy, Rosen said respectfully to the woman. He suddenly realized that when he faced this woman, he was actually a little nervous. She had never felt such tension before. His heart was beating faster, and his face was burning hot. It made him feel extremely nervous. One had to know that even when he was in a situation of certain death, he had not lost his composure like this. As expected, he must be blushing right now. Hee little fellow, your heartbeat seems to have sped up. However, you don't need to thank me. This is all the island master's arrangement. Moreover, your crisis has not been resolved. You are still that old thing's seed. One day, this old bastard will still make a move on you. It's just that you have more time than before. During this period of time, this old thing won't be able to sense your existence. So you should take advantage of this period of time to work hard and become stronger. If the time is up and you still can't escape from your fate, then you can only blame yourself for being too useless. Every word that this woman said was engraved in Rosen's heart. So this was the arrangement of the Divine Demon Island's master. However, it didn't matter. As long as he was given a chance, it couldn't be better. It was better than suddenly dying like this. Alright, Rosen, understand. Fairy, can you tell me your name? No matter what, you saved me today. I will always remember this kindness in my heart, Rosen said directly. At this moment he was already despising himself in his heart. He, Rosen, had killed countless people and survived through life and death situations. However, at this moment he was just asking for a person's name and it made his heart beat faster. The woman suddenly smiled and said, "You can call me Xiaoqian. However, you don't have to repay me. As I said earlier, this is the kindness of the island master. I hope to see you alive next time." She disappeared right after she finished speaking. From the beginning to the end, everything happened so quickly. Rosen didn't even see her real face. However, at this moment, Rosen was sure that he had already fallen in love with this woman called Xiaoqian. There was no reason. He just fell in love with her. Rosen originally thought that he was in despair. The first elder deceived him. Not only that, that old dog wanted to swallow him. Therefore, he was in incomparable pain at that time. However, it was different now. Everything was different. At this moment he was filled with hope for the future. Because of this woman called Xiaoqian. She was a fairy, a beautiful fairy. She should belong to him. No, it wasn't should, it was definitely. Old dog, do you want to swallow me? No, I definitely won't let you do as you wish. I won't die and I can't die because I have already found the meaning of living in this world. When Su Yan met up with Feng Yuhai and the others, the battle on this side was about to end. With the help of the Luohai demonic snake, the battle was almost one-sided. Moreover, Rosen had not returned for a long time. Naturally, their morale was shaken. At the end of the day, the reason why these people could unite was because of Rosen. The battle between Su Yan and Luo Sun had been witnessed by most of the spectators. They were extremely afraid of Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan appeared directly. To them, it was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying thing. In just a short while, those people dispersed. Ha ha ha, great master. I knew that you would be fine. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake turned back into a small snake and hung on Su Yan's neck. Su Yan ignored him. He originally wanted to use the sea-splitting demonic snake as a surprise attack. However, this guy actually exposed himself. However, it did not matter. Senior brother Feng, is everyone alright? Su Yan asked directly. Among this group of people, Feng Yuhai had the most difficult battle. His enemy was the successor of Yaksha. Su Yan knew how terrifying he was. However, it was obvious that Feng Yuhai had won in the end. Feng Yuhai said, "Yes, everyone is doing well. At least we're all alive. There's only a little more than a day left until the deadline of 15 days. As long as we can return safely, we can get what we want from the Divine Demon Island." Su Yan nodded his head, but his brows did not relax because of this. He had a feeling that things were not so simple. It was as if there was something waiting for them. Mu Tianxing was the same as him. "Little Junior Su Yan, what's wrong? Are you that unhappy to see me? You're still frowning even now." Feng Yuhai was a little puzzled. Didn't this cousin of his always hate Su Yan to the core? Why was it that they still had the same tone now? However, he did not care. In his opinion, this was a good thing. Through this, he had discovered Su Yan's huge potential. He was sure that as long as Su Yan did not die, he would definitely become a strong person. He might even become a strong person like the sect leader. Su Yan was now a strong person. He was no longer the person who had just joined the Taihang sword faction, and was only at Dragon Realm level 1. Currently, he was at the same level as Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai was confident that he could defeat Su Yan, but now he did not have the slightest bit of confidence when facing Su Yan. It was definitely not a pleasant thing to have such an enemy. On the contrary, if Su Yan became a friend of the Feng family, it would be very different. At this time, Su Yan was a disciple of the Xue family in name. However, he was not a real member of the Xue family. If something really happened between his cousin and Su Yan, however, he quickly dismissed this thought. Looks like Su Yan is really giving me a lot of pressure. I'm actually thinking about this at this time. However, it seems like this trip to Divine Demon Island is finally over. Even Feng Yuhai began to breathe a sigh of relief at this time. After all, Divine Demon Island was not simple. If he was alone, he would not have cared. However, Feng Yuyu was also here. Therefore, he had to ensure the safety of this little princess. "Su Yan, what's wrong with you?" Feng Yuhai asked when he noticed that Su Yan's expression was very strange. Su Yan looked at Feng Yuhai and asked in a deep voice, "Senior brother Feng, You know the most about Divine Demon Island. The Divine Demon Island has appeared so many times. Are there as many survivors as we are this time? Feng Yuhai immediately frowned when he heard Su Yan's words. He was also an extremely smart person. He immediately understood what Su Yan meant when he heard Su Yan's words. That's right, there seemed to be too many survivors this time. One had to know that after the Divine Demon Island opened, less than 10% of the people survived each time. However, what about now? This time, almost half of the people on both sides had survived. Although it was dangerous this time, it did not seem to be to the point of being in a desperate situation. If these were the only things that happened every time the Divine Devil Island was opened, then could it be that all the experts in history were so weak that they all died here? No, that was definitely not the case. There's still one more day. He blurted out. Chapter 698. Female Literature. Yes, there's still one more day. I'm afraid that the last day won't be so easy to get through, Mu Tiansheng continued. It was at this moment that the huge Divine Devil Island suddenly appeared. A voice was heard from the Divine Demon Island. The fact that all of you were able to survive until today has already proven your strength. Now it's time to truly test all of you. As soon as this voice appeared, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. When it's time to truly test us, does this mean that the real danger is coming? As expected, this matter wasn't that simple. In the next day, I'll lead you to the evil demon hunting ground. What you need to do is to kill evil demons there. That's the place where the real evil demons gather. The evil demons that can survive there aren't the same as the trash that you've encountered previously. Moreover, that place was also crucial. Whether you can leave the Divine Demon Island alive or not depends on this. As his voice fell, many people's eyes flashed with shock. The hometown of evil demons. The real evil demons. What about the evil demons that they had killed previously? Cannon fodder? The cannon fodder had already killed many of them. How terrifying would the real evil demons be? Also, what did he mean by leaving the Divine Demon Island alive? At that moment, the mysterious island master continued. I need the heart of an evil demon lord, the more the better. Of course, it'd be best if you can get the heart of a demon god. Whoever can give me a heart of an evil demon lord will be able to leave the Divine Demon Island and return to your world. Of course, if you can give me the most evil demon lord's heart, I'll give you a corresponding reward. You have to believe that the things I give you will definitely not be bad. At that moment, Su Yan said, Senior, can we choose our own rewards? You can. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to give me enough things. As soon as he finished his sentence, he disappeared. It was also at this moment that the Divine Devil Island emitted a mysterious radiance. The radiance appeared. Everyone who was alive immediately felt themselves floating towards the sky involuntarily. In just a short while, everyone had already arrived on the Divine Devil Island. Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, Rosen, and the others all arrived at the island. Furthermore, at that moment they were unable to even move. Alright everyone, we will be setting off now. I hope all of you will be able to survive. A beautiful voice rang out. This voice was really beautiful. After hearing this voice, everyone was moved. At this time they were really curious about how beautiful the woman who could make such a beautiful sound was. Even women like Feng Yuhai and Xue Xinyue couldn't help but be curious, let alone these men. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was shocked to discover that the space in front of them had actually started to distort. What kind of strange power was this? No, it should be said that this power was so strong that it could directly distort space. Space was an extremely unfamiliar domain to everyone present. Only those who were extremely powerful were qualified to step into this realm. And this so-called extremely powerful person wasn't something that everyone could achieve. At the very least, it was impossible for ordinary supremacies to have such an ability. It was a domain that even supremacies couldn't reach. Unless one's cultivation had reached a certain level, and was already at the level of a sacred venerate. Otherwise, absolutely no one was qualified to do so. However, this woman actually had such strength. It was evident how terrifying she was. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were emitting a bright light. He was constantly pondering in his heart. He wanted to know the motive of this big shot. If it was just for the heart of the overlord evil demon, was it really necessary for him to do this? Su Yan didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he was, and he didn't dare to believe it either. Not to mention the overlord evil demon's heart. A person like him could even obtain the heart of a demon god. However, he actually did so. Su Yan imagined that this person must have a motive for doing so. Perhaps Su Yan had already guessed some of it. Of course, his guess might also be wrong. But no matter what, this wasn't important. The most important thing was this time. He had to find a way to survive. Only by surviving this battle would he be able to think about many things in the future. Survive. These 3 words sounded so simple. However, Su Yan was very clear in his heart. If he truly wanted to achieve this, it would be too difficult. He would need to risk his life to do so. Fortunately, Su Yan was never afraid of anyone. But at this moment, Luo Xin's eyes shone with a strange light. At this moment, his soul was trembling. It's her, it must be her. He actually heard her voice so quickly. Her voice was so beautiful. Did he want to live? I will definitely live on, and I will live longer than anyone else. The first elder wanted his life, but so did the demon lords. But now his life wasn't so easy to take. The moment he was rescued by the mysterious woman, he had already made up his mind. In this world, no matter who it was, no one could take his life. His life was his own, and no one could take it away from him. At this moment, an incomparably determined radiance flashed in his eyes. The method of tearing space was really terrifying. Almost in the next moment, the scene in front of everyone changed. It was as if they had just changed a piece of screen. However, everyone understood that they were no longer at their original place. They should have already arrived at the place mentioned by that person. That was the origin of the evil demons. Because the environment here had completely changed. The evil demons lived in an extremely dangerous place. 1,000 miles of barren land. No, it should be 10 million miles. As far as the eye could see, it was all barren land. Just by standing on it, one could feel a terrifying heat being transmitted from the soles of one's feet to one's body. This was also because they were Dragon Realm experts. Their bodies were already extremely strong, so they were not afraid of such power. If it was someone with a slightly lower cultivation base, they would have been burned to death by this horrifying blazing power. And these little evil demons lived and grew up here. Growing up in such a harsh environment, it was no wonder that the evil demon's strength was so terrifying. Everyone, this is the place where you will spend your last day of holiday. I hope that every one of you will like this place. Of course, I also hope that every one of you will be able to survive. After all, watching you get torn apart by the evil demons is not a fun thing to do. At this moment he said so grandly. Hearing his words, everyone frowned. If it was just to survive today, it would not be difficult. However, this guy had already stipulated that if they wanted to survive, they had to have the heart of a big evil demon. But in such a godforsaken place, how were they going to find a big evil demon? At this moment, the mysterious divine demon island had already disappeared. Damn it, if I succeed in my cultivation one day, I will definitely dominate that despicable divine demon island. How dare they make us come to such a place? At this moment, naturally, there were experts who could not take it anymore. They were experts. If they were in their own sects, they would be the favorites of their sections. Even if they were rogue cultivators with their cultivation, they would be respected by everyone. However, in this place they were actually treated in such a manner. What did the divine demon island master treat them as? Toys. However, they could not say these words in front of the island master. After all, the island master was too powerful. Saying such words in front of him was just courting death. Now that he had left, they could say a few words to vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Su Yan ignored these people. Regardless of whether it was in this world or the original Earth, he knew that complaining was useless. It would only make him worse. Su Yan had known this since a long time ago, so no matter what, he had never complained. Damn it, when the time comes he actually left just like that. What are we going to do? Yeah, in such a godforsaken place, how are we going to find the evil demon overlord? Damn it, really damn it. At this moment, many people began to complain. At this moment, Su Yan walked in front of Feng Yuhai and the others and said directly, "Let's take advantage of this and leave quickly." Feng Yuhai and the others did not understand what he meant, but they looked at Su Yan and trusted him very much. Since Su Yan said so, he naturally had his reasons. Even Feng Yuhai did not ask any more questions and walked away quietly. Their speed was not slow. In just a short while, they had already left everyone's line of sight. At this moment, Feng Yueyu asked, Su Yan, aren't we going to hunt the evil demon overlord? Why are you leaving everyone now? In an unknown environment, everyone hoped to be able to stay together with the group. This was the case even for powerful cultivators like them. This was a human instinct. At this moment, Feng Yueyu had such thoughts. Not only Feng Yueyu but Xue Xinhua also had such thoughts. Or perhaps Mengyang was the same. Chapter 699. Girls' Literature. Su Yan chuckled and said, Hunting demon lords? Haha, senior sister Feng, I think you're mistaken. It's not that we're hunting the fiend overlord, but that we've become its prey. Hearing Su Yan's words, Feng Yueyu was startled and asked, But, at this moment Feng Yuhai interrupted her. Su Yan is right. We did make a mistake. In fact, we are the real prey. Have you forgotten where we are? He asked Feng Yueyu. Feng Yueyu was stunned for a moment before she said, This is the devil's world. At this time Su Yan said, That's right, this is the world of demons. Previously in the outer space we have already experienced the terror of demons. Their numbers are the most dangerous thing for us. But there's already such a terrifying number of them in the outer realm. Senior sister Feng, how many do you think are here? After hearing Su Yan's words, Feng Yueyu instinctively shuddered. Yes, there were already such a terrifying number of abyss devils in the extraterritorial void. What about here? Although this place seems to be barren, I'm willing to bet that it won't be long before a horde of terrifying evil demons appears. If all of us were a cooperative group, that would be fine. But these people now, it's already good enough that they don't stab each other in the back. How can they be a cooperative group? At this time, once the evil demons rush in, I'm afraid it will immediately become chaotic. At that time we will be very passive. Therefore we have to leave the main group and hide our auras, Su Yan said directly. After hearing Su Yan's words, they finally understood what Su Yan meant. Now, he wanted to use these people as a signal. The scent of humans would definitely attract the demons. At that time danger would come. But at this time, they had already left the crowd and suppressed their auras. When that time came, they wouldn't have to bear the brunt of the devils. The island master of Divine Devil Island had made it very clear that the condition to return to Divine Devil Island was very simple, and that was the demon heart of a demon overlord. Su Yan's decision caused them to move from the open to the dark. At that time the demons would start fighting with these people, and they could only fish in troubled waters. It was not impossible to kill a demon lord in a group of demons. When the evil demons begin to attack senior brother Feng Mengyang, and I will go and kill the evil demon overlord first, then hand over the evil demon overlord's heart to you. Su Yan's plan was actually very simple, and that was to prioritize protecting the weak. The weak ones here were naturally the three women. At this time Xue Xinhua suddenly said, But big brother Su Yan, if we do this, won't it be unfair to those people? Her voice was a little weak, but it was obvious that she really couldn't bear to do that. After all, it was Su Yan who was using these people. At this time Su Yan said, Fair? Warm Moon, remember my words. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. The so-called fairness is in the hands of the strong. All I want is to live on. What's more, these people are not our friends. Half of them are our enemies. If you are kind to your enemies, then you are being cruel to yourself and your friends. Su Yan said these words very calmly. However, there was an unimaginable cruelty in this calmness. Xue Xinhua had never heard Su Yan speak to her like this. At this time she felt a little wronged. At this time Mu Tianxing said, Miss Xue, Su Yan is right. This world is a man-eat-man world. Moreover, we didn't mean to frame them. At this time Su Yan said directly, Okay, this topic ends here. This matter has been decided. When we get the Overlord's heart later, the first will be given to Xue Xinhua, the second will be given to Feng Yueyu, and the third will be given to Big Sister Mu. I think no one has any objections, right? At this time Feng Yueyu pouted. Clearly, she was very unhappy that Su Yan put her after Xue Xinhua. However, she quickly suppressed her unhappiness. She understood that this was not the time to throw a tantrum. Moreover, Su Yan didn't do this out of selfishness. Xue Xinua's cultivation base was actually similar to hers. But Xue Xinhua was too kind. It was a good thing for a person to be kind, but if a person was too kind, it could also be a road to death. Obviously, Xue Xinhua was not suitable to survive in such an environment, so Su Yan made such a decision. Not long after Su Yan and the others made a plan, an unforeseen event happened. At this moment, a terrifying roar was transmitted directly over. It was the sound of demons. In the distance, a dense horde of demons was beginning to head towards them. So many demons gave people an unparalleled oppressive power. At this time, the number of demons was really too large. The people who had been clamoring to hunt the demon lord had already quieted down. Now they knew that at this time the roles of the hunter and the hunted had been switched. No, it should be said that at this time they finally realized that they should be the hunted. No, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. At this time they no longer had the aura of the past. At this moment, they had already become stray dogs. In panic, they immediately began to flee. Since they could come here, none of them were weak. So they would not be directly killed at this time. At this time it was Su Yan and the others' opportunity. At this time Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Meng Yang directly found their target. There were countless little demons and great demons here, but the number of overlords was not many. Su Yan, I'm going. At this time Meng Yang had already begun to get excited. His bludgeon was already thirsty. Okay, Meng Yang, take out your best means later, don't hold back. Hearing Su Yan's words, Meng Yang immediately became excited. Wasn't Meng Yang's forte in sneak attacks from the back the most? Meng Yang said with a smile. Ha, Su Yan, don't worry, leave this glorious figure to me. What bullshit demon overlord. In front of me, they are just a group of vegetables. At this time Feng Yuhai suddenly said, Meng Yang, don't be careless. Demon overlords are much stronger than great demons in terms of defense and attack. Although your martial arts are powerful, you can't fail because of this. After all, generally speaking, the power of a demon overlord was equivalent to a powerhouse of 9 dragons. How terrifying was this kind of strength? In this place, other than Luosun, the highest realm that everyone had reached was only the 5 dragons realm. As for Rosen, his strength would only reach 8 dragons after he put on the demon god armament. Moreover, Rosen was obviously not on the same side as them. It was impossible for him to cooperate with them. Therefore, it was very important to make the first move at this time. Rosen nodded seriously and said, Don't worry, Su Yan. I'm actually very reliable. He patted his chest and said. For some reason, when the word reliable came out of Meng Yang's mouth, it felt a little weird. At this time, a demon overlord suddenly attacked. This time his target was a powerhouse in front of him. This human powerhouse had already killed an unknown number of demons. However, it was a pity that while he killed quickly, the devils behind him were even faster. That terrifying demon was simply boundless. At this time he was actually far from exhausted. But under such circumstances, he only felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier. This was an extremely bad feeling. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. He was now looking for a demon overlord, because he knew very well that no matter how many little demons and great demons he killed in front of him, what was the use? In this place there was no lack of demons. If he wanted to leave this place, the last way was to directly kill the demon overlord. Only by killing the demon overlord could he directly return to Fiend Island. While he was looking for the demon overlord, he didn't expect that a demon overlord had already targeted him. It was at this moment that a terrifying cry rang out. That terrifying roar shook him so much that his entire body began to tremble. Damn it, it's the demon overlord. At this time he immediately realized what had happened. But unfortunately, the demon overlord was really too powerful. This person's ability was already not bad. His realm was already equivalent to 4 dragons. But in the face of a devil overlord that was almost in the 9 dragons realm, he couldn't do anything at all. No. He only had time to let out a painful roar, as if this was his best farewell to this world. 15 days of time. He had already endured so many days in front of him, but was he going to fall on the best day of the month? He was really unwilling to accept this. At this time suddenly an arrogant voice sounded. Big reptile. Eat this Lord Meng Yang's staff. At this time, Meng Yang directly appeared and fiercely swung his staff. Boom! This strike was one that Meng Yang used all his strength. Naturally, one could imagine how terrifying the power was. Chapter 700. Female Literature. At this moment, The painful roar of the demon lord came directly. Mengyang immediately laughed. Big reptile, accept the punishment of Master Mengyang's stick, you damn thing. At this time, the person who should have been killed by the demon lord immediately escaped from death. This person was originally a powerhouse in Rosen's camp. When he first fought with Su Yan, he was taught a lesson by Mengyang's stick. At that time he hated Mengyang to the bone. However, at this time when he saw Mengyang, he felt so close. Mengyang, it's you, hurry up and save me. At this time he found a life-saving straw in a desperate situation. However, Mengyang said, "Who are you, ugly man? I don't know you. Don't talk to me, I have a phobia of ugly men." Hearing Mengyang's words, that person almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What does he mean? Am I really ugly? No, that's impossible. I'm a pretty boy who's very accurate. This hateful Mengyang, he actually slandered me like this. Once I get out, the first thing I will do is to severely correct this guy's aesthetics. But soon he remembered that it didn't seem to be the time to argue with Mengyang about such a thing. After all, the most important thing for him now was to survive. Mengyang, save me. Mengyang looked down and finally understood why this person made such a wailing sound. It turned out that when Mengyang made a move, the devil child had already landed a terrifying blow. Although this blow didn't hit because of Mengyang, it still hurt him. The demon lord's claws directly nailed into half of his arm. At this time he had to cut off his arm, otherwise it would be too difficult to escape. If Mengyang wasn't here at this time, then maybe he would really have to cut off his arm. But now Mengyang was next to him. Wishful thinking was also the bad habit of every human. If Mengyang wasn't here, then he knew that if he didn't do this, then he would definitely die here. But now Mengyang was next to him. If Mengyang was willing to save him, he could walk out of here with the smallest price. Unfortunately, it seemed that Mengyang didn't buy his words and simply ignored him. At this time, two extremely powerful sword lights suddenly appeared. The moment the sword light appeared, countless terrifying booms began to sound. It was as if endless distance began to roll. In such a place, not to mention huge waves, even a drop of water was very difficult. Therefore, such a situation could only mean one thing, and that was that someone was causing trouble. That was because Feng Yuhai's sword had arrived. On the other side, Su Yan's sword light also directly appeared. At this time, Su Yan's sword was simple and clean, without the slightest intention. It seemed to be an ordinary sword strike, but it made people feel an enormous pressure. Both of their sword chi had reached a certain level, and their power was so terrifying that it made people shudder. Even if it was just one of them, their swords were already very powerful and terrifying. Moreover, at this time both of their swords were attacking the same target. At this moment, the demon lord had already felt the crisis of death. At this moment he suddenly let out a huge roar. Under his roar, countless small demons directly swarmed over. And at this time his surroundings also directly exploded. At this time, a terrifying aura directly rose into the sky. At this time Su Yan seemed to have boundless majesty. And so did Feng Yuhai. Both of them knew that at this moment, the demon lord in front of them had to die. Although this demon lord had extremely powerful and terrifying power, they would never let him go because if the demon lord didn't die, they would be the ones to die. Two sword chi rose against the sky, and all the obstacles were crushed under such sword chi. At this time in the entire sky, all the endless light began to fall. The demon overlord's expression was now replaced by panic. At this time he couldn't even see the world that he was originally familiar with. Big guy, go to hell. Mengyang directly roared. At this time he was gambling everything. And also at this time the person who was almost killed by the demon lord finally made his move. Under such circumstances he had to make a move, because he also deeply understood that this was his last chance. If he couldn't succeed this time, then only death would be left for him. In any case he had no way out. At this time the power of the four powerhouses all moved out. The powerful force directly stabbed into the terrifying demon's body. The fiend overlord's body released a terrifying brilliance. What was shocking was that the black brilliance actually blocked everyone's path. At this time everyone was stunned. For a while their power couldn't pierce through. How terrifying was this? Previously, when they fought against the great demon was indeed powerful, but it could be easily killed by them. But now this great demon overlord's strength had actually reached such a level. At this time, the power of the 4 powerhouses was actually not enough to directly kill this great demon. Such strength, such defensive power, this was simply abnormal. Damn it! How can it be so powerful? Why, with so many of us, we can't kill it? Mengyang directly shouted. At this time, Su Yan's expression was very gloomy. He had previously estimated the strength of this demon overlord to be very high, so he had formulated such a policy. But at this time it seemed that the strength of the demon lord was much more powerful than he imagined. But this was definitely not good news. Supreme sun-shattering slash. Su Yan's expression was dignified. At this time he directly used the supreme sun-shattering slash. After using the Daybreaker slash, this was already his most powerful move. However, the Daybreaker slash was not suitable to be used in such an environment, because that move consumed too much energy. If he used it now, only death would await him. At this time 2 more forces came directly. Big brother Su Yan, senior brother Feng, we're here to help you. It was Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinhua. Originally, according to Su Yan's plan, they should be hidden and let them be backup. However, at this time, Su Yan's plan to kill the demon lord failed. At this time, Mu Tianxing decisively decided to let the 2 of them help. These 2 women were indeed slightly inferior among the crowd, but their strength was in the dragon realm after all. At this time, with the addition of their strength, the great demon immediately couldn't resist. Its body began to retreat bit by bit. Okay, let's kill it in one go, Su Yan shouted. At this time they had been here for too long. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Therefore, at this time it was already extremely crucial. If they could kill this great demon, they could directly obtain a key to leave this place. However, if they failed in the end, then they would be in an extremely passive position. At this time, the combined strength of the 6 people finally broke through the great demon lord's defense. Su Yan directly shouted, "Deity-slaying sword." This was a terrifying sword passed down from the great demon heaven lord. Such power was simply incomparably shocking. At the very beginning, the great demon lord had a terrifying armor to resist, so Su Yan's sword couldn't penetrate it at all. However, at this time, the great demon lord's armor was directly pierced. Su Yan's sword qi directly entered its body. Immeasurable demon slaying. At this time, Feng Yuhai's sword also directly pierced in. At this time, the power of the 2 people cooperated with each other, and immediately displayed a terrifying destructive power. Even if this great demon lord was powerful, it was already at the end of its road at this time. At this time its body directly released a dark green radiance, which was its blood. At this moment this great demon lord finally walked towards death. Ha ha, dead, finally dead. You damn thing, your great demon lord's heart is mine. At this time the devil sect disciple suddenly burst out and directly rushed towards the great demon lord's heart. This place was really too terrifying. If he continued to stay here he would die. However, at this time he didn't want to die. Therefore he had to escape. And in front of him was the best opportunity. The great demon lord was so powerful that so many people here only managed to kill one. It was simply a joke to let him kill it alone. Therefore, the first thing he had to do now was to directly plunder this great demon lord's heart, and use it to immediately leave this place. He didn't want to stay in this damn place for a moment longer. I'll fight. At this moment, a very familiar voice entered his ears. Then he only felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. At this time he was somewhat struggling. But in the end he still fell down powerlessly. Humph, you dare to play tricks in front of me. You really don't take me seriously. At this time Mengyang directly said. The devil sect disciple was now kneeling on the ground. At this moment, his cursing of Mengyang was simply unimaginable. This guy who ranked 4th, he actually dared to treat me like this. At this time, Su Yan had directly taken out the heart from the great demon lord's body. Act according to our plan. Xinhua, take the great demon lord's heart and leave first. Su Yan directly handed over the heart. Chapter 701. Female Literature. Su Yan. Alright, Xeng, don't delay anymore. We still have to hunt the next target. If you want us to return safely, don't waste our time. At this moment, Feng Yueyu stuffed the demon overlord's heart into Xue Xinhua's hand. Finally, Xue Xinhua nodded and said, "Everyone must return alive. No matter what, nothing must happen." No, that's mine. You can't do this. That was the key to leaving this place. It was something he longed for. He had also contributed, and in fact he was the one who was in the most danger. But now they actually wanted to give the demon overlord's heart to this woman. If it was any other time, he would definitely be willing to curry favor with a beautiful woman by offering her flowers to please her. But why didn't he look at the situation now? It was a matter of life and death. Are these people idiots? Why are they doing this? Give me the demon overlord's heart. I'll exchange it with you. I have countless treasures. I definitely won't let you suffer a loss. At this moment he struggled to stand up and take the treasure. But at this moment Mengyang suddenly said, "You idiot. If you dare to speak again, I'll knock you out and feed you to the demons." Mengyang was a complete villain. He wouldn't be polite to such a guy. At this moment he didn't sneak attack him again. He was already giving him face on account of his help earlier. However, if that guy were to continue to shout, he would have no choice but to give him another hit and knock him down. This person was directly intimidated by Mengyang's aura, and didn't dare to speak again. At this moment, Xue Xinhua had already begun to teleport. Great Master of Divine Demon Island, I've already obtained the Demon Overlord's heart. Please let me return to Divine Demon Island. After she finished speaking, a ray of light immediately appeared. As soon as the light appeared, it enveloped her. In the next moment, Xue Xinhua disappeared. As expected, he has been teleported away. When he saw Xue Xinhua leave, Su Yan immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then, he ignored the guy from the devil sect and said, "Alright, time is of the essence. Let's go find our next target." With this hunting experience, everyone knew how powerful a demon overlord was. Therefore, in the first attack he had to use all of his strength. Only in this way could he achieve a one-hit kill. At this moment the devil sect disciple finally stood up. Earlier, he did not dare to act impudently. After all, the other party was too powerful. At that time, if the other party had directly killed him, then there was nothing he could do. Taiheng Sword faction, I won't let you off so easily. Are you going to hunt the demon overlord? Humph, I miscalculated this time, but next time your demon overlord rank will be mine. He had seen everything just now. Therefore, he already knew what Su Yan and the others were planning. They wanted to send the two women away first, then immediately kill them one by one. It had to be said that their arrangement was very reasonable. After this experience he naturally realized the importance of a team. If he was with a team now, it would be very easy to hunt great demons. At least he would not fall into despair like before. However, he was also very clear about the key point. That was, they were all selfish. If one of them obtained the demon overlord's heart, he would immediately choose to leave. Why would he give this heart to someone else? Therefore, under such circumstances, it was destined that they would not cooperate sincerely. To be honest, at this moment, he was already a little envious of Su Yan and the others. After all, they were able to maintain such a cooperation. His goal was naturally not to join Su Yan and the others, because he did not trust Su Yan at all. Therefore, his real goal was to plunder. When Su Yan and the others killed a demon overlord, he directly flew over and snatched the demon overlord's heart. As long as the heart was in his hands, he would immediately move and leave. So what if these guys hate me? I've already taken the demon lord's heart and left. What could they do to him? Perhaps they themselves would have died here. Taking a step back, even if they could all leave alive and return to 9 regions, so what? At most he would have a few more enemies. In fact, this was not a big deal. Compared with the current chance of survival, this was much better. Just as he made such a plan, Mengyang muttered at this time, "Su Yan, why don't you let me kill him directly? Otherwise it would be good to knock him out." Mengyang had always been very unhappy with the demon sect. Just now, he actually wanted to kill this person directly. However, it was a pity that Su Yan had actually secretly stopped him. "Yes, junior brother Su Yan, I also feel that this guy is not a good person," Feng Yueyu said. Sending away Xue Xinhua was not only because of her fighting strength, but also because of her kindness. But Su Yan's heart actually became so soft? This was truly too rare. At this time Su Yan said, after all, he just helped us, so I want to give him a chance. But don't worry, I'm not a pedantic person. I've already made plans. If he doesn't follow us, then it's fine. But if he insists on following us, then he can't blame us. Su Yan's words caused their eyes to brighten. If that was the case, it meant that Su Yan had long since planned this. In that case, it's good. At this time, Su Yan gently raised the corner of his mouth and said, "This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. He actually chased us. It seems that he wants to snatch the demon's heart from us." After all, this was not difficult to guess. Moreover, this was indeed a good idea. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have set his sights on them. "Su Yan, what should we do?" he asked directly. "Aren't we lacking a bait now? I think he's not bad. Since he took the initiative to follow us, then let him lure the monster for us," Su Yan said directly. At this time, the demon sect disciple suddenly shivered unconsciously. Although he was injured now, it was only a minor injury which was actually nothing to him. Moreover, this place was very hot to begin with. But at this time he actually shivered for no reason, which was definitely not a good sign. But at this time he still has something very important to do, so he doesn't care about this now. After all, he's counting on Su Yan to snatch the demon overlord's heart for him. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that Su Yan and the others had disappeared directly. At this time, his expression was extremely interesting. Disappeared? Damn it. How could they disappear for no reason? Where did they go? Where did they go? While he was puzzled, a voice was suddenly transmitted directly. To him, this voice couldn't be more familiar. Demons. At this moment, the demons actually appeared again. The appearance of the demons also meant the arrival of the demon overlord. Damn it. Where did those guys go? How could they suddenly disappear? I have to find them quickly. Otherwise, I might miss the opportunity. This was a very important matter to him. Whether he could leave this place or not depended on Su Yan and the others. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that the terrifying emotions seemed to have become even stronger. What's going on? These demons. Damn it. These demons are actually coming for me. But I've clearly concealed my aura, and I'm only one person. Why are these demons coming for me? If it were just these demons in front of him, he would definitely rush forward without hesitation and kill them directly. Unfortunately, after this incident, he was already confident in his heart. He deeply understood that he would have to face the endless demons here if he fell into the encirclement of the demons. Kill them all? That's just a dream. There are too many demons here. Even in his dreams, it was hard to imagine that there would be so many demons here. So, at this moment, the only thing he could do was to escape. But the moment he turned around, he suddenly realized that there was actually a consciousness directly locking onto him. It was the consciousness of the demon overlord. Damn it. I was just casually thinking about it. Why did the demon overlord actually appear? No, I don't want to die. At this moment, he directly urged his strength with all his strength and directly fled into the distance. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to escape. After all, although he was fast, the demon overlord was even faster. At this moment, the huge beetle-like demon overlord pounced directly at him. A huge shadow directly shrouded him. At this moment, he was really in a panic. Previously, the 6 of them had worked together to kill a demon overlord. But now? He was only one person. How could he be a match for the demon overlord? He would die. He would be killed by the demon overlord. At this moment, he was completely terrified. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. The demon overlord's roar had already descended. Then, countless small demons directly rushed forward. 1 or 2 small demons naturally weren't that powerful and could be casually killed by him. But the problem was that this place was filled with small demons. Chapter 702. Female Literature. Moreover, it was a group of demons with a demon overlord behind them. Although he was very confident about his own strength, he didn't think that he could leave safely. Damned bastards, you think you can kill me with just the likes of you? Ha ha ha, if you want to kill me, then come. I will cut your disgusting body directly. At this time, he also knew that he had no way out. He couldn't beg these demons. Demons were not a kind and benevolent race. If he fell into their hands, he could only become food. Since that was the case, then let's fight. He directly took out his weapon, and then his inventory immediately fell on the body of the demon overlord. This demon overlord seemed to be more powerful than the fellow Taoist killed by Su Yan. His strength was really too terrifying. He stepped forward lightly, and the devil sect disciple felt his soul trembling. This time he was really afraid. Ayo! The great demon stared at the devil sect disciple. He seemed to have a monstrous hatred for this devil sect disciple, and wanted to kill him directly. Kill! Under the cold gaze of the great demon, the devil sect disciple felt that the pressure on him became incomparably strong. Therefore, at this time, he immediately began to clean up the surrounding great demons and little demons. He didn't dare to look at the demon overlord's eyes again, because it was too terrifying. If this continued, he was afraid that he would lose the courage to fight back. But he really couldn't understand why he was found in an instant when he clearly hit his aura. Suyin, did you do something to him? I found that you are really too sinister. Ha ha ha, I am not your enemy, otherwise I really wouldn't know how I died. At this time Mengyang directly said. Suyin didn't pay attention to this fool at all, because he knew very well that if he talked to this fool, he was afraid that he would be angered to death. After all, this fool was really too powerful, and ordinary people couldn't understand his world at all. Okay, no more nonsense, we are ready to attack, Suyin directly said. Speaking of taking action, Mengyang immediately shut his mouth. This was because it was time for him to show off again. After getting Suyan's permission, he directly flew out. His speed was extremely fast, almost incomparable. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the demon lord. It was still his signature roaring voice. I'll fight. Then he swung his staff down. With his previous experience, he was even more ruthless this time. Moreover, when he killed the demon lord last time, he had studied the demon lord and discovered his relatively weak points. Almost at the same time, Suyin, Feng Yuhai, and Feng Yueyu attacked simultaneously. The four powerhouses went all out and didn't give the fiend overlord any chance. A powerful force pierced into his body. After struggling for a while, the great demon finally died. At this moment, the devil sect disciple was dumbfounded. It's them. This moment they actually appeared. However, the plot was different from what he expected. Logically speaking, he should have snatched the fiend overlord's heart after Suyin, and the others fell into a bitter battle. But now why did he become their bait? Yo, friend from the limitless demon sect, long time no see. Mengyang directly greeted the unlucky guy. Moreover, he seemed to be very cordial. At this moment, no matter how stupid Chao Jiuming was, he knew that he had been used by the other party. Although he did not know what sort of method those guys had used to expose him, he was certain that it was definitely their doing. What's worse was that this guy actually dared to pretend to be so friendly and familiar. He was really gnashing his teeth now. You guys tricked me. He directly questioned. Feng Yueyu smiled and said, I didn't. At this time Mengyang also directly said, I didn't. You see, I saved your life again. Counting it, I have saved your life twice. So, big brother, you should thank me properly. Mengyang said with a cheeky smile. When he heard this, he almost vomited blood. He had saved him twice. He wanted to refute, but it seemed that this was indeed the case. Right now, he was incomparably furious. But at this moment, he couldn't say anything. At this moment, Suyin suddenly spoke. Okay, you don't have to pretend to be so angry. Everyone knows why you're here. Don't tell me that it's just a coincidence that you're here? Chao Jiuming directly raised his head and said, You're Suyin? Okay, I admit defeat. At this moment, he also knew that his scheme had been seen through long ago. Therefore, it was useless for him to continue staying here. In this case, he might as well be sensible and leave. But at this moment, Suyin suddenly said, What's your name? The disciple of the limitless demon sect was stunned. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. This guy, what exactly is he trying to do? Is he trying to kill me? That's right, after all, I belong to the limitless demon sect and am naturally opposed to them. It's laughable that I overestimated myself and wanted to attack them. But at this moment I put myself in danger. I know that you also want to obtain a fiend overlord's heart. Why don't we cooperate? Su Yan's words made him pause. Cooperate? This guy actually said to cooperate. What is he trying to do? But at this moment he came to a stop. He wanted to see what Su Yan wanted to say. Of course I want to obtain the fiend overlord's heart. But cooperation? How are we going to cooperate? Are you going to give me the fiend overlord's heart? He looked at Su Yan, but secretly he was vigilant. After all, Su Yan's strength was very terrifying. When Su Yan fought with Rosen, Chao Jiuming also saw him. Yes, I will naturally give you the Fiend Overlord's heart. But I can tell you clearly that the next Fiend Overlord's heart won't be yours. Chao Jiuming didn't say anything, but continued to look at Su Yan. If Su Yan said that he would immediately give the next Fiend Overlord's heart to him, then he would have already fled, because he didn't believe that there was such a good person in this world. Su Yan continued, actually, the reason why you were targeted by the Fiend Overlord has nothing to do with me. We didn't do anything to you, but it was because of you. You might not know, but you were injured by the Fiend Overlord. Therefore, the Fiend Overlord's aura has been mixed into your body. Su Yan's words immediately made Chao Jiuming's expression change. If Su Yan was lying to him, then so be it. But what if what he said was true? If this was true, didn't it mean that he had nowhere to go at this time? No matter where he went, he would be sensed by the Fiend Overlords. Is what you said true? At this time he was really a little scared. He really wanted to hear from Su Yan that this was just a lie. But at this time Su Yan said, I think you should know very well whether I'm lying to you or not. Do you think I need to lie to you? Su Yan asked directly. After hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Jiuming suddenly froze, and his expression became extremely gloomy, because he knew that Su Yan was right, and there was no need for him to lie to him. What happened earlier was actually a very good proof of that. Tell me, how do we cooperate? After all, Chao Jiuming was also someone who had experienced life and death, so he calmed himself down and asked directly. Very well, it seems that you've calmed down. Then let's talk about our direct cooperation. Su Yan continued, I don't need to say much about your current situation. As long as you're here, you will be the target of those fiends. If you're alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive. But now we can work together. Su Yan continued, you'll be in charge of luring the fiends, and we'll be in charge of killing them. But as I said just now, I can't give you the next Fiend Overlord's heart. We'll give you the next one. But after obtaining the Fiend Overlord's heart, you can't leave immediately. You have to continue helping us. Of course, if you encounter any danger, you can leave immediately. What do you think? At this time, Chao Jiuming's heart was also hesitating. To be honest, his heart was shaken. He had to admit that Su Yan's method was indeed good. But he also had his concerns. Cooperation was based on the status of both parties being equal. But now, compared to Su Yan and the others, the gap was too big. Their strength had completely surpassed his own. If they wanted to go back on their words and kill him, he didn't have much strength to resist. My Taihang sword faction is not your limitless demon sect. I Feng Yuhai guarantee that since you've already cooperated with us, as long as you don't do anything harmful to us, we'll do our best to ensure your safety. Moreover, we won't go back on our words. I think my name is enough. At this time he couldn't help but look at Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai, the second strongest person in the Taihang sword faction, and the leader of the younger generation of the Feng family. His reputation had always been very resounding. Logically speaking, his guarantee was indeed enough. But this was a matter related to his life. He didn't want any accidents to happen. At this time Su Yan suddenly said, forget it, let's go. Cooperation depends on sincerity. Since you don't trust us, we won't force you. Although there's not much time left, we should still have a chance to kill a few fiends. Chapter 703. Female Literature. After Su Yan finished speaking, he actually left without turning his head back. Chao Jiuming. This guy left really straightforwardly, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. He left just like that. At this moment Chao Jiuming finally said, all right, I promise you that we will cooperate. However, you have to remember what you said just now. The next heart of devil will be mine. Moreover, I promise you that after I obtain the heart of devil, I will continue to stay and help you. However, I hope you remember what you said. Once you are in danger, I will leave without hesitation. Su Yan said directly. At this moment Su Yan said, all right, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Chao Jiuming also smiled and nodded. At this moment it was time to send Feng Yueyu away. Feng Yueyu was straightforward and did not say much nonsense. However, this girl was also very bold. She actually sneaked up on Su Yan in front of everyone and kissed him on the cheek before leaving. Seeing this scene, Mengyang almost shouted, "Sister Mu, look at this. The moral degeneration of the world is really not what it used to be. This Su Yan is really too outrageous. He actually deceived another girl. Sister Mu, you have to stay away from him. From the beginning, I already knew that this guy is a bastard with a human face but a beast's heart." Mengyang was heartbroken at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's eyebrows were twitching continuously. At this moment, he wished he could directly beat up this bastard Mengyang. Can we still be friends happily? How dare he insult me like this? Moreover, it was clearly Feng Yueyu's sneak attack. I am also a victim. At this moment, Mu Tianxing also smiled and said, "Little Yan is indeed a little dissolute. Hee." Hearing Mu Tianxing's words, Mengyang immediately became very happy. "Aha, Su Yan, look, even Sister Mu said that you are a playboy. It can be seen that you are indeed not a good person." "Su Yan, did she say that I am a playboy? Were romantic and unfaithful the same concept?" However, Mu Tianxing continued, "However, the fact that Su Yan can be so popular with girls is also a reflection of his charm. Mengyang, you can't compare to Su Yan in this aspect." When Mengyang heard this, he immediately felt as if his HP bar had been emptied. Su Yan no longer paid any attention to Mengyang. Now they needed to reorganize themselves. Although he had already slain 2 demon overlords and things seemed to be going smoothly, Su Yan wouldn't let this temporary victory get to his head. He clearly knew that he was still in a dangerous situation at the moment. They still had a long way to go if they wanted to leave this place immediately. At this time, Chao Jiuming also got some rest. Su Yan had a way to temporarily conceal his aura. After all, if a demon lord appeared at this time, it would be extremely bad for them. Su Yan had devoured a demon god's demon core in the past. Naturally, he had some ability to do so. If he didn't succeed in negotiating with Chao Jiuming, then according to Su Yan's plan, he would be the bait himself. On Divine Demon Island, Xue Xinhua was restless at this moment. She was pacing back and forth on Divine Demon Island. At this moment, she was the only one in this huge place. None of the others had successfully returned. From this, it could be seen. At this moment, how difficult was it to hunt down a demon overlord? If it weren't for Su Yan's countermeasure, it would be very difficult for them to hunt down a demon overlord. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed, and then another person appeared. Feng Yueyu. At this moment, she had also returned safely. The 2 women were naturally happy to reunite. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said, "Little Yuer, don't worry, our family Su Yan is very capable. 2 people have already returned? This Su Yan is a bit interesting." Divine Demon Island Master said softly. At this moment, he suddenly stood up. Those idiots are here again? They always come to bother me. How annoying." Just as he was speaking, there was suddenly an endless terrifying suppression in this world. That terrifying aura appeared directly at this moment. Such a berserk power was simply frightening. That kind of berserk aura was truly incomparably terrifying. Such power was much stronger than that of a holy venerate. It reminded Su Yan of the scene when Evil Sword Icy Jade appeared. Obviously, there were peerless experts who had arrived at this moment. At this moment, terrifying thunderclouds gathered in the sky one after another. There seemed to be a few terrifying demons hidden in the thunderclouds. Such a power was simply terrifying. Whether it was those who were fighting or those who were hiding at the side. Whether it was the humans who came from Divine Demon Island this time or those terrifying demon overlords, after feeling such a huge suppression, they subconsciously knelt down. That terrifying power seemed to make all living beings kneel down. At this moment, Su Yan's knees unconsciously bent down. Under such a power, even he could not resist it and almost could not help but kneel down. However, he was very clear in his heart. No matter what, he could not kneel down. Su Yan did not have the habit of kneeling down to others. Moreover, the other party was not a human but a demon. That was even more impossible. However, this power was simply too terrifying. Under such an aura, it seemed that the entire world could not resist. "You want me, Su Yan, to kneel down? Impossible." At this moment, the heart of the great demon dragon and Buddha's heart in Su Yan's body violently beat. The power of the 2 hearts exploded at the same time. Under such a power, Su Yan's aura finally stabilized a little. Human-reptile die. As this thought fell, there was finally a terrifying lightning that began to fall from the terrifying thunderclouds. Such a terrifying power simply shook the heavens and earth. It seemed that such a power was everything in this world. However, at this moment, the voice of the divine Demon Island's island master was heard. How annoying. It's like this every time. In front of me, do you really think you can kill people? Inside the divine Demon Island, there was a sudden burst of light. When this light appeared, the thunderclouds that filled the sky were actually dispelled at this moment. How powerful was this power? Although everyone knew that the divine Demon Island's island master was definitely very terrifying, when they saw his means at this moment they were still terrified. With a wave of his hand he changed the weather. Could it be that he was the legendary Tao Master? One must know that even the old antiques in their sects would not have such terrifying power. At this moment they were really terrified. It's you again. At this moment, an extremely terrifying shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. That shadow was really indomitable. When he appeared, it seemed that he was the only one in the entire world. This was his strength and also his strength. It was so terrifying and so frightening. Such a demonic shadow just standing in front of him already made people feel despair. At this moment, the divine Demon Island reappeared. That's right. Of course it's me again. Hehe. I'm just bringing my little friends here to play. Saint Demon God? It's quite interesting. However, you're not my opponent. If you want to fight with me, I don't mind. Anyway, your place is already broken enough. I don't mind destroying this world. The divine Demon Island's island master played it down, but when everyone heard this, they were extremely agitated. He said that he didn't mind destroying this world. Exactly how powerful was he to be able to say such words? However, everyone knew that he was definitely not joking. He definitely had the ability to do so. If he wanted to do so, he would definitely be able to do it. Island Master of Divine Devil Island, don't be too proud. The king of the 10 great Saint Devil gods is about to return. When that time comes, your world will definitely be destroyed. My devil race will sweep across the universe, and your world will be conquered by us sooner or later. The two great experts communicated with each other using their unique thoughts. At this moment, the divine Demon Island Master said, I know. You have to say such nonsense every time you come. Call those old fogies back. Moreover, you didn't succeed last time. This time you won't succeed either. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm here to train my troops. If anyone above the Demon Lord level dares to appear, I'll immediately flip the table. After the divine Demon Island Master finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the huge demon and disappeared. That huge Saint Demon God shadow that stood between heaven and earth finally disappeared. Your world will be destroyed in the end. Moreover, this day won't be long. Finally, his huge shadow disappeared. Following the disappearance of his shadow, the terrifying pressure also dissipated. At this moment, the divine Demon Island Master's voice sounded again. All right, everyone. I've already talked to the master of this place. He will be very happy to help you train. However, the time is almost up. If you can't get the Demon Lord's heart, I won't wait for you. This voice clearly appeared in everyone's mind. His casual words made everyone's hearts become even more anxious. Stay here? What kind of joke was this? Staying in this place would definitely result in death. And at that moment, more devils appeared on the horizon in the distance. At this moment, Su Yan exhaled. Previously, under the terrifying pressure of the Saint Demon God, he insisted on not kneeling down. This had taken a huge toll on him. If he didn't have the Buddha's heart under the great demon dragon, which made his strength far surpass others, it would be impossible for him to recover. However, his original plan was disrupted at this moment. Originally, as long as they cooperated with Chao Jiuming and continued to lure the Demon Lord, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to immediately leave this place. However, at this moment, a large group of greater demons was charging towards them from the distant horizon. Such a large number of greater demons was definitely no joke. If they weren't careful, they would all die here. Moreover, it seemed that they couldn't take any shortcuts at this moment. At this moment, we can no longer use lure to kill. Chao Jiuming, I will conceal your aura. Of course, if you don't want to fight alongside us, you can leave now, Su Yan said directly. Since we've already chosen to form an alliance, I'll naturally fight alongside you. He wasn't an idiot. Just because of the aura on his body, if he were to become a Lone Ranger, wouldn't he be digging his own grave? Therefore, at this moment the wisest thing to do was to act together with Su Yan. All right, since you have made such a choice, I hope you won't do anything that crosses the line. Of course, I also believe that you won't be so stupid. At this moment, the demon army had already charged over. The powerhouses of the human race had also started to fight. At this moment, the island master of Divine Demon Island was lying on his rocking chair with his eyes closed. However, he said in his heart, "Everyone survive. If you can't even withstand such a small scene, who will be able to resist the demons when they attack the world in the future?" The mysterious Divine Demon Island would appear almost every few decades and randomly take away a portion of the powerhouses. Of the experts who were taken away, only a few were able to survive and return in the end. As for the others, they simply disappeared. No one knew why the Divine Demon Island did this. However, those who came back alive were very secretive about this matter. Even if their masters asked, they wouldn't easily reveal this matter. Chapter 704. Female Literature. The reason for that was because this matter was truly of great importance. Actually, there was one thing that no one knew. Those who had successfully walked out of the Divine Demon Island, regardless of their identity or status, had all mysteriously disappeared in the end. It was also because of this reason that the Divine Demon Island was so secretive. They even felt that it was an ominous place. In fact, they didn't know that this seemingly lazy island master of the Divine Demon Island did this in order to deal with the devil race. The devil race was fully deserving of the title of locusts in the universe. Everywhere they went, everything would be destroyed. In this universe, it was unknown how many civilizations had been destroyed by them. Although the invasion of the devil race was stopped in the end, however, the vitality of the 9 prefectures world was damaged. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Although the current 9 prefectures world seemed to be thriving compared to the ancient times, it was still too far away. If the devil race directly invaded at this time, the 9 prefectures world wouldn't have any ability to resist. At least in the current 9 prefectures world, no one could stop them. No one knew the identity of the island master of the Divine Demon Island, but he had already started to plan since a long time ago. And this was the meaning of the existence of the Divine Demon Island. At this time, the devil army had already swarmed over. Under the threat of death, no one was lucky. They knew that at this moment, if they didn't live, they would die. So at this time, they all used all their strength. And at this time, Su Yan said to everyone, "Form the formation. Listen to my wisdom, split up the position of your combat power, and try to kill this devil with the smallest price. Remember, our goal is not these little devils, but the devil overlord." Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, Mengyang, Mu Tiansheng, and now Chao Jiuming, there were exactly 5 people. And at this time, Su Yan told everyone to split up the position of their combat power, which was the position of the 5 elements. The 5 elements were the foundation of all things. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements combined into one. The power was invincible. Although a person's strength was fierce, there was a limit after all. And when they formed the 5 elements formation, they could communicate with each other in relay. This effect was far from as simple as the 5 elements being stacked together. This array was obtained by Su Yan in his previous life. It was just that there was no spiritual chi in the original world, and such a formation was only slightly more flexible. But now it was different. In this world with spiritual energy, the magical effect of this array was immediately reflected. At this moment, the way the others looked at Su Yan had changed. They had never thought that there would be such an ingenious array formation in this world. If their sex could master such an array formation, then their strength would increase by a lot in an instant. Junior brother Su Yan is truly a genius to be able to come up with such a formation. Truly amazing. I've lived for so long, but it's only now that I know that such a miraculous technique actually exists in this world. Feng Yuhai said directly. He wasn't exaggerating at all. The Taiheng sword faction was famous for their swordsmanship, and their sword chi was the best in the world. However, the swords of ordinary disciples didn't have much power. That was because their aura wasn't enough, so it was impossible for them to release powerful sword chi. However, if Su Yan could really teach them the 5-element sword technique, then it would naturally become very powerful when the aura of the 5 people was linked. Su Yan seemed to have opened a new door this time. When Su Yan heard Feng Yuhai's words, his face turned red. No matter how thick-skinned he was too embarrassed to say that he created it. However, it wasn't appropriate to say that at this moment, so he said, I've already told you some of the techniques of this array formation. Based on everyone's comprehension ability, I don't think it'll be a problem, but I still have to say that the most important thing for such a sword array is unity. At this moment, Su Yan's expression had become extremely serious. During a battle, if we can't work together, not only will we not be able to kill the enemy, but we might also be implicated by this array formation. I'm sure everyone understands what I'm trying to say. Chao Jiuming frowned. Of course, he knew that Su Yan's words were actually meant for him. After all, the four of them were friends and he was the only outsider. Moreover, he was on the opposite side of them. At this moment he nodded and said, Okay, I know what's good for me. At this time, I definitely won't be a burden to you. As he spoke, the group of evil demons from the individual division had already charged over. At this moment, the real battle had also begun. For everyone here, this was an extremely terrifying and frightening battle. If they couldn't win this battle, they would die here. Therefore, for everyone there was no way out. In the seemingly endless evil demon sea, Meng Yang suddenly roared, Su Yan, I found the evil demon overlord. Evil demon overlord. The key to this battle was the evil demon overlord. Only by killing the evil demon overlord could they survive. Charge over, I'll open a path. Su Yan's scorching sun sword appeared directly, and then he roared, Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. The first move of the Regal Sword Codex, Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. The moment the sword fell, a terrifying crimson fish dragon appeared directly at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's realm had already risen to 5 dragons, and his accumulation was even more robust. When the sword slashed out, it was no longer the same as before. A terrifying shadow appeared directly on the horizon, and the violent power was simply terrifying. That terrifying power rose directly at this moment. All the evil demons in front of the fish dragon were directly devoured by the fish dragon. It was so simple yet so violent. It was clearly just a sword chi that Su Yan had slashed out. However, at this moment it seemed as if the sword chi had come alive. This power was simply too terrifying. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake hanging on Su Yan's neck sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of monster is this? He seems to be very powerful. At this moment, the fish dragon was just a sword chi, so it naturally could not be compared to him. However, the sea-splitter demonic snake was able to discern the bigger picture. Although he had only seen a single beam of sword energy, he was able to picture the terrifying scene of the ichthyosaur soaring through the sky and devouring everything in its path. This was simply too shocking for him. At this moment he admired Su Yan even more. His master was really not simple to actually have such terrifying power. Now he was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of level his master could reach. A ray of fish dragon sword chi dissipated, and a path actually appeared in front of Su Yu and others. Although it was the first time the 5 of them had used the 5-element sword formation, the 5 of them were all very powerful and naturally stood out from the rest. At this moment, they directly displayed their power, and the lethality of the 5-element sword formation immediately manifested. The powerful sword formation rolled forward, and the terrifying power was simply like a meat grinder. Everything was directly annihilated by this terrifying power. Regardless of whether it was the great demon or the little demon, it was impossible for them to affect him in the slightest. At this moment, the demon overlord in front of them had already noticed the change at this time. Roar! Die! This thought burst out, and its huge body directly charged towards Su Yan and the others. Its speed was very fast, and such a huge body did not hinder it at all. Instead, it made its power even more powerful. This aura was very terrifying, and it was assisted by the great demon and the little demon. Its aura was even more terrifying, and Su Yan, who was at the forefront of the 5-element sword formation, was naturally the first to be affected. Such a terrifying power directly hit his face. At this moment, Su Yan's sword chi directly flashed. At this moment, the exquisiteness of the 5-element sword formation was displayed, and the aura of the other 5 people directly gathered in his body. Supreme sun-shattering slash. He suddenly jumped, then raised his sword and slashed down. That terrifying aura drew a long track in the sky. The terrifying radiance was about to drown everything. Right now, Su Yan was just like a deity. It was as if he was omnipotent at this moment. Such an aura was directly displayed, and even the demon overlord took a step back at this time. Obviously at this time it was already afraid of Su Yan's aura. What a terrifying sword. Feng Yuhai's strength was the closest to Su Yan here. However, after seeing such a sword, even Feng Yuhai's heart palpitated. Of course, he knew that the reason why Su Yan could slash out such a sword was closely related to them. However, because of this, he felt that Su Yan was even more terrifying. This was simply a power that could not be achieved by humans. Su Yan was actually so powerful. It had to be known that the sword chi could be transmitted, but there was a prerequisite, and that was that Su Yan's body could withstand such power. They were not weaklings, and the power of the other 4 people was directly concentrated on one person. For him this was a huge pressure. If it were him, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. This was not belittling himself, but a fact. However, at this time Su Yan seemed to be at ease. So the current Su Yan is already so terrifying. It seems that I am no longer his opponent now. Perhaps Wang Baichuan can only fight with Su Yan when he activates the true nirvana state. During the competition of the Taxing 10 Swords, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan fought to a draw, but only he knew that at that time, Wang Baichuan could not display his true strength at all. Chapter 705. Female Literature. Therefore at that time, although he attached great importance to Su Yan, he really didn't regard Su Yan as an opponent who could really fight with him. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to admit that Su Yan's strength had already surpassed his. This guy is really abnormal. The light of the supreme sun-shattering slash had enveloped everything. His sword directly destroyed everything, and the terrifying power was directly penetrated at this time. Even the defense of the Fiend Lord was cut down by the sword at this time. The Fiend Lord let out a roar of shock and anger. He already felt that Su Wei's threat was wrong, but he was still unwilling. He was so powerful, but at this time he was actually so weak in front of this human. The Fiend Lord kept roaring. Just as Su Yan was about to give him another sword strike, something strange happened. At this moment, the imps beside him suddenly roared in pain. Then their bodies dissipated. The imps seemed to have turned into gray smoke, and then went toward the Fiend Lord's body. Hundreds or even thousands of imps all did the same at this time. Not only the imps but even the great fiends were the same. These imps actually self-destructed, and then went toward the Fiend Lord's body. At this time Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He felt that this scene seemed to be very familiar. It seemed that he had seen it not long ago. Demon God Armament. Su Yan suddenly remembered where he had seen such a scene. That was when Rosen displayed the Demon God Armament. At that time, Rosen summoned countless imps, and then began to display the Demon God Armament. After he displayed the Demon God Armament, the imps around him began to move, and then gathered toward him. In the end, they finally became an extremely terrifying Demon God Armament. That armor was indeed incomparably terrifying. Even at this moment, Su Yan still remembered it vividly. That terrifying power, as well as the constant evolution, caused him to be extremely fearful. At this moment, the Devil Overlord's methods were exactly the same as Rosen's. There must be some connection between the two. Su Yan was sure of this. However, the mystery behind it was not something he could guess at the moment. After all, the Devil God Armament was not refined by Rosen himself. Its real owner should be that extremely powerful and terrifying old man. Su Yan had already experienced countless battles, and had seen many extremely powerful monsters. However, this old man was definitely one of the most terrifying monsters. Although Su Yan had only fought with him for a short period of time, he had even defeated him. However, Su Yan knew that he was just lucky. That old man could only use that Devil God Armament to fight him. In such a situation, the old man's power that could be transmitted over was probably extremely weak. But even so, he had already forced himself to the point where he didn't have much strength to fight back. If he hadn't directly comprehended the Sword of Daybreak at the last moment and directly crushed the old man with an incomparably powerful aura, in that case it was really unknown who won and who lost. Therefore, after that battle, Su Yan had already remembered this old man in his heart. He knew that the old man was from the Devil sect. Sooner or later, there would be a battle between him and the devil sect. At this moment, the gap in strength between him and himself was really too big. If the old man attacked him, then he would definitely not be his opponent. More importantly, the old man had already said that he wanted to treat him as another seed. In that case, it meant that the old man had already targeted him. It was only a matter of time before they faced each other. At this time, since he had discovered that the devil overlord could display a power very similar to his, Su Yan was naturally very concerned. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Su Yan, kill him. You must not let him finish devouring. Otherwise, he will become even more terrifying. Naturally, Su Yan also knew this point. At this moment, his sword intent had already condensed directly, but at this time he still didn't make a move but waited. The terrifying black power continued to condense, and in the end, it had almost merged with his body. At this time, Su Yan immediately knew that it was time. If he didn't make a move at this time, then it would be time for these powers to completely merge with his body. At this time, Su Yan directly transformed into a stream of light, and the moment he attacked, the other 4 people directly gathered their power towards his body. Su Yan's own strength was very powerful. At this time, with the power of these 4 people, his aura was even more terrifying. Deity vanquishing sword. At this time, Su Yan's aura changed. At this moment, his aura was like that of a giant demon. At this time, the terrifying power was directly activated. Then he slashed down with his sword. Su Yan's sword was really exquisite. He actually slashed the demon overlord's body when the terrifying aura was about to merge with it. This was the opportunity that Su Yan deliberately grasped, because he knew that only at this time, only at the moment when the 2 powers merged into one, this power was the most terrifying. Because at this time, the demon overlord's body began to accept the new power. In order to be able to merge with the devoured power, he naturally wanted to reduce his defense. Su Yan's timing was so clever. If he was a little faster, the demon overlord's original armor wouldn't have relaxed. At this time, although the demon overlord's power was powerful, Su Yan couldn't guarantee that he could defeat him directly. But if his power was a little later, it would be even more dangerous. It was almost impossible for his power to hurt the demon overlord. So at this moment it was the best opportunity. Su Yan's sword chi directly pierced the demon overlord's body and flesh. At this moment, the powerful demon overlord immediately roared in pain. Compared to before, this roar was clearly more painful, because Su Yan's sword had already taken his life. Die! Su Yan roared. His sword finally pierced through the demon overlord's body. Then he immediately took out the demon overlord's heart. With this heart in hand, Su Yan immediately returned. Big Sister Mu, take it. Su Yan said directly. At this time, Chao Jiuming clearly revealed a look of desire. However, he didn't say anything because this was according to the agreement. The next demon overlord's heart was his. Big Sister Mu, leave now. Su Yan said directly. But at this time, Mu Tianxing said, no, I can't leave at this time because once I leave, the 5-element sword formation will be missing one person. Don't worry, for me, this is just a small matter. Mu Tianxing's words made Su Yan frown slightly, but he knew that this was Mu Tianxing's good intention. Moreover, he also understood that among everyone, Big Sister Mu's strength was actually the most terrifying. Since she didn't want to go back at this time, then let her be. However, he still said, okay, Big Sister Mu, in that case you can stay here first. But you have to keep this demon overlord's heart first. If you encounter something, immediately activate it and then leave. Mu Tianxing nodded. Then Su Yan's gaze fell on Chao Jiuming. Mr. Chao, don't worry, the next demon overlord's heart is yours. We will keep our word. Among the group, this person was the real unstable factor. His willpower was very important to everyone. After all, just as Mu Tianxing said, the 5-element sword formation needed 5 people. Moreover, the 5 of them had to be of one mind. If Chao Jiuming had a change of heart, then the 5-element sword formation would naturally fall apart without any attack. In this case, there wasn't much meaning for Mu Tianxing to stay. Chao Jiuming said, okay. It was then that his brow suddenly furrowed, because he realized that the imps around him were closing in on him at an abnormal speed. And it's the demon overlord's heart. Su Yan immediately knew that it must be the demon overlord's heart that attracted them. These imps only had battle instincts and didn't have much intelligence. They instinctively sensed the demon overlord's heart and immediately came here. If they could devour the demon overlord's heart, then their lives would immediately transform and their strength would increase instantly. Su Yan was already a little impatient. If they were surrounded by these imps, then they were bound to become the target of public criticism. At that time, even more demons would be attracted to this place. So at this moment, he directly displayed his strength and suppressed the demon overlord's aura. But this was far from enough. Since those imps had gathered like flies, they wouldn't stop. Su Yan urged the aura in his body. At this moment, a powerful thunderbolt aura was released. After sensing this aura, Feng Yuhai and the others were even more surprised. Su Yan actually has a thunderbolt aura. Is he a monster? His sword aura was already so powerful. But at this moment, there was still a thunderbolt aura in his body. He must be a monster. Otherwise, how could a person have so much power? At this moment, electric arcs were released from Su Yan's body. The electric arcs were like electric snakes. Chapter 706. Female Literature. Under the impact of such a terrifying and secret technique's electric arc, the little demon died like a blade of grass. Meng Yang, have you found the next fiend overlord? Su Yan asked directly. In the northeast. Meng Yang said directly. With the aura of the next fiend overlord, they didn't stop and directly charged towards it. There was no need to doubt the power of a fiend overlord. But Su Yan and the others now had enough strength to kill these fiend overlords. Since that was the case, they naturally didn't need to be polite. Under the 5-element sword formation, Su Yan's full power could almost compete with the venerable. Although the fiend overlord's strength was terrifying, it wasn't a demon god. Soon on the third day, the fiend overlord was also killed by Su Yan. The fiend overlord's heart fell into Su Yan's hands. Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly threw the fiend overlord's heart towards Chao Jiuming. Chao Jiuming looked at the fiend lord's heart coming towards him. At this moment he couldn't help but get excited. This fiend's heart was the key to life. In fact, when he agreed to cooperate with Su Yan, he wasn't sure if Su Yan would keep his promise. He was just taking a gamble. After all, his situation at that time was really bad. He had an unconcealable aura that could be sensed by many fiends, so he was afraid that only death awaited him. So at that time he could only act as a dead horse. But now, Su Yan actually gave it to him so straightforwardly. He simply didn't dare to believe it. When he held the fiend overlord's heart in his hand, he truly felt that his life was once again under his control. At this time, Su Yan directly said, Mr. Chao, now that you have the fiend overlord's heart in your hand, I wonder what Mr. Chao plans to do? This was a very important decision for everyone present. Although at the very beginning, Su Yan said that he wanted Chao Jiuming to help them until everyone obtained a fiend's heart, or leave when they encountered an unmanageable danger. But after all, the initiative was now in his hands. If he chose to leave now, then everyone would be helpless. At this time, Chao Jiuming was indeed very excited. In his opinion, the sooner he left, the better. After all, this place was really too dangerous. Although they seemed to be fighting fiercely all the way, who could guarantee that they could continue like this? If they encountered a powerful fiend at this time, then all of their lives would be lost. Although the fiend overlord's heart could allow him to leave immediately, what if it was too late? There were always too many unknowns in such a terrifying place. So for his own safety, the most important thing he should do was to directly teleport and leave immediately. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. Leave immediately? Of course he wanted to, but he finally said, Mr. Su Yan and everyone, please don't worry. Since I, Chao Jiuming, have promised you before, I won't go back on my words. But let me say the ugly words first. If I encounter any danger that I can't resolve, I will still leave. Upon hearing his words, Su Yan said, Okay, that's what you should do. And also at this moment, Meng Yang directly slapped him on the shoulder. Good old Chao. I knew you were a reliable brother and comrade. From the first time I saw you, I knew that you were different from the other fiends. Meng Yang's appearance made people think that he and Chao Jiuming were long-lost brothers. But he forgot that when he hit Chao Jiuming with the stick, he didn't hold back at all. That solid hit caused Chao Jiuming great pain. At that time, Chao Jiuming had made up his mind to kill Meng Yang. Okay, there's no time to lose. Now we still lack 3 devil overlords. Let's go. As long as the 5-element sword formation could be maintained, Su Yan and the others would have a great advantage. It had to be said that the battle this time was very dangerous. Who knew how many of the people who came here had died? After a few hours, Su Yan and the others had obtained 2 more devil overlord hearts. At this moment, except for Su Yan, everyone had one in their hands. Damn it, there's not much time left. Where are the devil overlords? Where did those idiots go? Why aren't they coming out at this time? Meng Yang roared at the top of his lungs. There wasn't much time left. When the time was up, those who had the devil overlord hearts would be directly sent back. But those who didn't have the devil overlord hearts would be left in this place. No one thought that this was a joke, because they believed that the devil overlord would definitely do such a thing. They were clear that at this moment, there was only one way to survive, and that was to obtain the devil overlord's heart. According to Su Yan and the others' methods, it wasn't difficult to hunt down the devil overlord. But at this moment they encountered a problem, and that was they couldn't find the devil overlord. This was an inconceivable thing. No, it should be said that this was an extremely shitty matter. But this matter happened just like that. Without the devil overlord's heart, it meant that one of the 5 people couldn't be taken away. No matter who it was, even Su Yan, once they were left in this place, only death awaited them. Everyone was clear about this. What should we do? Damn it, where's that trash? Where's that group of devils? Where did they go? Why didn't they appear? Meng Yang roared furiously. How could this be? Mu Tianxing said softly. And at this moment Chao Jiuming began to feel uneasy. At this moment they couldn't hunt down the devil overlord. If they were really lacking a devil overlord's heart, then wouldn't the one in his hand be their final choice? After all, he wasn't related to them in any way, and strictly speaking they were still enemies. At the very beginning, he came here because he harbored evil intentions towards them. He knew a principle, and that was when the birds were gone, the good bough would be put away, and the cunning rabbit would be cooked. Then did he count as one? At this moment he inadvertently took a step back. At this moment Su Yan suddenly turned to him. His heart skipped a beat. Are they going to make a move? If they really made a move, then what were the chances of him escaping from their hands? No matter how he calculated, he found that his chances of escaping seemed to be very slim. Su Yan said, Mr. Chao, you've helped us a lot. You've also completed what you promised us. So, Mr. Chao, you should leave this devil battlefield first. Hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Jiuming was stunned. You want me to leave first? He really couldn't understand why Su Yan would say such words at this time. They should have made a move at this time. Anyway, he wasn't their friend. If they snatched his heart, then wouldn't they be able to rest easy? But now, Su Yan wanted him to leave directly. This guy really didn't want to snatch the heart in his hand, or was he acting to make him lower his guard? He couldn't tell. At this moment Su Yan said, I know what Mr. Chao is worried about. Don't worry, we will never attack our friends. Although Mr. Chao and we can't be considered friends this time, no matter what the purpose is, Mr. Chao is still our comrade in arms. So we won't attack you. Since we've promised you, then this heart is yours. Yes, old Chao, I'm an upright and selfless person. Since I've promised you, I won't snatch your things. At this moment they actually turned around and left. Whether it was Su Yan or the others, they left just like that. There was no sense of nostalgia at all. He wasn't stupid. He immediately knew that Su Yan did this to avoid suspicion. He wanted to tell him that he would never covet the demon heart in his hand. Now that they were far away, he could activate the ceremony at this time and directly return to Divine Demon Island. They actually let me go just like that. Haha, this group of people. He was a little speechless. If it were him, he would naturally make a move at this time. If it were other people, even if the person next to him was his good friend in the face of life and death, he wouldn't care and just snatch it first. He had seen this kind of thing far too many times. In the past, he never believed that there were righteous people in this world. But now he believed it. This time he suddenly made a decision. At this time he didn't activate the ceremony and leave directly. Instead, he directly followed them. He said to Su Yan, Mr. Su Yan, please wait a moment. Mr. Chao, is there anything else? Su Yan asked. At this time, Chao Jiuming said, "Everyone is a righteous person. No matter what your standpoint is, you're right. We're comrades now. Since we're comrades, I naturally won't leave my comrades. Anyway, it doesn't seem like there's much to do if I leave now." Meng Yang laughed. "Ha! Oh Chao, I knew you were a good person. Don't worry, the next time I hit you, I'll be gentler." Chao Jiuming unnoticeably distanced himself from Meng Yang. He was afraid that his idiocy might be contagious. Chapter 707. Female Literature. "Su Yan, no matter what, we can't find the fiend overlords now. What do you plan to do?" This was what he was very puzzled about. Logically speaking, Su Yan should be very anxious at this time. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not show any signs of panic. Su Yan said, "It's not that there aren't any fiend overlords. I think, if I'm not wrong, these fiend overlords should have been driven away by someone." Hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Jiuming was taken aback. Driving away fiends? Someone could do such a thing? Could it be that the mysterious island master made a move? But there was no need for him to do so. Su Yan said with a smile, "I know such a thing seems very inconceivable, but there is indeed someone in our group who can do it." After Su Yan's words fell, Feng Yuhai suddenly said, "You're talking about Rosen of the Ghost-Killing Hall." Everyone was startled at the mention of this name. This Rosen was definitely not simple. There was naturally no need to say how powerful he was. If he really wanted to do so, then he might indeed have the ability. After all, last time in the Outer Realm, he directly summoned an imp. Although the difference in strength between an imp and a fiend overlord was too great. But according to Su Yan's words, it seemed that it was possible. Whether it was him or not, we'll know when we go and take a look. I can already feel his aura. After Su Yan finished speaking, he turned to Chao Jiuming and said, "So, Mr. Chao, I think it's better if you don't follow us." Su Yan's meaning was very clear. Chao Jiuming was born in the Devil Sect, and Rosen was also a member of the Devil Sect. If he continued to follow them, he would be in an awkward position no matter what. However, at this time Chao Jiuming said, "Su Yan, you don't have to worry about me. Although I am also a member of the Devil Sect, I am not from his ghost-killing hall. Not to mention that his ghost-killing hall has already declined. Even if it has not declined, so what? I, Chao Jiuming, am not afraid of him." Those who came from the Devil Sect were all proud and arrogant. This was something that Su Yan had witnessed today. However, since this person didn't mind, Su Yan naturally wouldn't say anything. "Alright, then let's go together." Su Yan's guess was not wrong. This was indeed Rosen's doing. At this moment, Rosen's entire body was covered by the Devil God armament. It had to be said that the Devil God armament was really powerful. Inside the beginning of the ghost killing, the aura belonging to the First Elder had already been sealed. So in a short period of time, Rosen no longer had to worry about that old thing appearing again. The mission on Divine Demon Island this time might be extremely difficult for others. But to him it was a little easy. And the key to this was the Devil God armament. When he first obtained the Devil God armament, he knew that it must be a very powerful treasure. Later on, in the battle between him and Su Yan, this item had even displayed its terrifying ability. He almost directly defeated Su Yan. This thing was really too terrifying. And this time he once again witnessed the terror of this thing. At this time, the Devil God armament was actually able to affect the Devil Clan. And it wasn't an ordinary little devil, but a Devil Lord. Of course, he couldn't control the Devil Lord at this time. But he could affect the Devil Lord's thoughts. If he was alone, he would not be able to do this. However, he just so happened to have a treasure. It was the existence of this treasure that allowed him to do this. This thing was the beginning of the ghost killing. With such conditions, he naturally obtained the Devil Lord's heart very easily. And that wasn't all. Rosen's ambition was very big. In the past, he wanted to take control of the ghost-killing hall, then become the son of the devil, and directly become the master of the Devil Sect. But now, because of that mysterious old man, taking control of the ghost-killing hall seemed to be impossible. However, although he was unable to take control of the ghost-killing hall, he could still do many things. The first thing he did now was to make these guys listen to him. Normally, it wouldn't be easy to do this, but now this was an opportunity given to him by the heavens. At this time, he was enough to control the Devil Lord. Although it only affected their thoughts to a certain extent, it was enough. He made these devil lords stop coming. Just this point alone was enough to control everything. Without the demon overlords, it was naturally impossible for these powerhouses to hunt the demon overlords. And without the devil lord's heart, whether they could survive or not was a problem. This move could be said to be ruthless. How is it? Haven't you thought about it yet? Will you submit to me? If you submit to me as your master, then I will let the devil lord come over. Otherwise, you won't be able to obtain these devil lords," he said with a sneer. At this moment, everyone was gnashing their teeth in hatred towards him. This damn thing, he really deserved to die. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do to him at this time. After all, the current Rosen was really powerful. That strange armor was simply too terrifying. His strength was shocking. The aura within was simply incomparable. Lawson's strength was already very strong, but after he put on this armor, he became even stronger. His strength could almost reach the level of 8 dragons. To everyone, this was already very terrifying. Rosen was so cunning and his speed was so fast. So now they had no initiative at all. Damn it, Rosen, you're too ruthless. Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you in the future? One of them said directly. At this moment, the perverted dwarf spoke faintly. Ha ha ha, is your brain rusty? In the future? Do you still have a future? You only have 2 choices now, either submit to young master or die here. Tell me, if that's the case, what do we have to worry about? In the future. The perverted dwarf had long submitted to Rosen. At this moment, the person who spoke earlier had an extremely unpleasant expression. Although they were unwilling to admit it, what that fellow said made sense. They no longer had a future. They would either die here today or be used by Rosen today. At this moment, they were already hesitant because there was not much time left. At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard. You said that they don't have a future? I don't think so. At that moment, everyone turned their gazes over. At this moment, someone actually dared to challenge Rosen's dignity. They wanted to know who had the courage to do so. It's Su Yan. That's Su Yan who fought with Rosen earlier, as well as Feng Yuhai and the others. Rosen naturally saw Su Yan too, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Towards Su Yan, he was simply furious to the extreme. If he was not afraid of Su Yan's strength, he would have attacked Su Yan directly. However, he did not dare to do so in the end. The reason for that was because he still clearly remembered the battle that day. Even though it was the first elder who appeared and directly took control of his body, he still remembered the battle that day. He could not forget how terrifying Su Yan was. Even now, he still couldn't forget that terrifying daybreak sword. Such a terrifying sword that directly erupted and cut through everything. How terrifying was that? Su Yan's terror had already made him extremely fearful. Therefore, he did not dare to fight Su Yan at this time. Su Yan, you actually came here. I understand you can't capture the Fiend Overlord, so you came here. He immediately became complacent. So what if Su Yan was powerful? In the end, he still couldn't capture the Fiend Overlord. Since that was the case, he would be limited by himself. At this moment, Su Yan did not say anything else. Fiend Overlord, I want to see what you're capable of. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly cut his own palm. Then, his blood actually went against the heavens and flew towards the sky. At this time, he suddenly had a bad premonition. This guy, what is he trying to do? Rosen knew Su Yan too well. He deeply understood that Su Yan would never do anything meaningless. Since he was doing this at this time, he must have a purpose. But what is this guy trying to do? Does he think that his blood can attract those fiend overlords? Fiends do like to eat humans, but at this time he directly simulated the aura of the demon god with the demon god armament, making them not dare to approach. He did not believe that these fiend overlords would come here for such blood. But at this time a strange thing suddenly happened. After Su Yan's blood flew to the sky, it began to burn. Almost at the same time, the fiends in the distance suddenly began to riot. All the fiends gathered at this place at this time. Everyone, prepare to fight. Your enemy is here, Su Yan said directly. Hearing Su Yan's words, everyone was excited. It was not that they were not strong enough, but that they had no fiends to kill. They did not know what method Rosen used to make these fiends not dare to come over. But at this time, Su Yan actually attracted these fiends again. Impossible, Suyen, what method did you use? Rosen was really angry. The situation he set up was actually so easily broken by Suyen. Could it be that Suyen was really destined to be his jinx? Why is it like this every time? He was clearly going to succeed. But Suyen suddenly appeared at this time. Suyen said directly, I used a method? I just broke your method. Speaking of which, Rosen, you are really vicious. You actually want us to die here. The devil sect is really ambitious. After Suyen finished speaking, he ignored Rosen and walked directly into the distance. Chapter 708. Female Literature. Suyen, of course, wanted to kill Rosen, but he also knew that at this time the most important person wasn't Rosen but the Great Devil. After all, there wasn't much time left. If he continued to fight with Rosen, it was hard to guarantee that something unexpected would happen. After all, this Rosen wasn't a weakling. That was why he left directly. At this time, Rosen's face became even uglier. At this time, Suyen left directly. However, he could feel that everyone's eyes were on him from behind. When Suyen left, his last sentence seemed to be inadvertent. But in reality, he had a malicious heart. Everyone was already very angry with him. And Suyen's words directly ignited everyone's anger. In fact, even if Suyen didn't say it, this enmity had already been formed. But many times, many things were only separated by a fine line. At this time, Suyen's words made the resentment in everyone's heart even greater. At this time in his mind, Suyen had become a sinister and cunning villain. Of course, in his heart, Suyen's image had never been good. But at this time it was even more abhorrent. However, at this time Suyen didn't pay attention to him. At this time he directly killed the Great Devil Overlord. For them at this time, beheading the Great Devil Overlord didn't take too much time. This time the battle ended so easily. I finally got it. Since I've got it, I'll leave now. In that case, I should also take my leave. At this time Chao Jiuming left directly. And then Mu Tiansheng also left directly. But at this time Suyen didn't leave. Suyen, why haven't you left yet? Mingyang said. However, Suyen said, there's still some time. You can go first. Now that Suyen was no longer under any pressure, he wanted to stay because he wanted to continue strengthening himself. And these demon lords here were the final sparring partners. With the help of the 5-element sword array, he could indeed display extremely powerful strength and directly kill the fiend overlord. But this was still not enough. After all, the 5-elemental sword array was not his own strength. He knew very well that if he wanted to achieve better things in this world, he would be able to do better. The only person he could rely on was himself. Feng Yuhai glanced at Suyen and said, I finally understand why your strength has risen so quickly. I'm indeed inferior to you in this aspect. At this moment he deeply understood a principle. That is, in this world there is no such thing as luck. From the first time he saw Suyen until now, Suyen's strength had increased too much. At this moment, when he saw how desperately Suyen was cultivating, he finally understood this point. For him, Feng Yuhai, to be able to reach this point, he naturally cultivated very hard. But was this really enough? No, it was far from enough. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to cultivate even harder. Soon those who had the ability had already left, and those who did not have the ability left their corpses here. After everyone left, Suyen directly released his aura. His aura was rolling like the sea, and that violent aura immediately rejoiced at the arrival of the demons. At this moment on the Divine Demon Island, the maid named Xiao Qian was looking at a scene. And in the scene Suyen was there. This is really a strange person. No, I should say that this is an interesting person. At this time he's still not leaving. Another woman walked over. TSK, why Xiao Qian, are you tempted? But this guy is really perverted. He's actually so competitive that he won't even let go of this little bit of time. Xiao Qian said. Yes, this is the kind of man I admire. At this moment, Suyen had already displayed his swordsmanship. Without the presence of others, he displayed his swordsmanship even more unscrupulously. Daybreak Sword appeared again at this moment. At this moment, Suyen's aura was even more terrifying than before. The last time he displayed Daybreak Sword, he had not completely mastered it. And this time it was obviously much better than the last time. As soon as Daybreak Sword appeared, the demon overlord also felt threatened. At this moment, there were actually 3 demon overlords directly charging towards him. Those were 3 demon overlords. But at this moment, Su Yan not only did not shrink back, but instead stimulated all the power in his body and directly faced them. At this moment, his power was really forcefully stimulated to the limit. His speed was so terrifying. At this moment, the boundless brilliance devoured everything. Under the continuous stimulation of his power, his body had already begun to riot. Perhaps it was the stimulation of the demon overlord's aura, or perhaps Su Yan's chi and blood power was going berserk. At this moment, he only felt that the power in his body was scattered everywhere. Well, not good. I'm actually going to summon the power of the demon overlord. At this moment, Su Yan was fighting to his heart's content, but he forgot one thing. This was the homeland of the demon overlord. His continuous fighting here actually caused the power of the demon overlord's blood in his body to begin to go berserk. This was something he had never thought of. For him at this moment, this was definitely not a good thing. If he could not suppress this power, then it was very likely that he would be directly devoured by this power. At that time, he would become a demon overlord. How powerful was Su Yan's strength? Once he became a demon overlord, he would definitely be an extremely powerful and terrifying demon overlord. Hey, I'm finally back. My homeland, I'm finally back here, haha. At this moment, such a voice actually appeared in Su Yan's body. After Su Yan heard this voice, his expression immediately changed. At this moment, how could he not know the person in his body? That was the demon overlord. However, back then in the ruins, the demon overlord had clearly died. Su Yan had refined his demon core for such a long time, but he did not have any reaction at all. Unexpectedly, he actually woke up at this moment. At this moment, that terrifying consciousness was constantly descending. Such a powerful power was constantly increasing, causing Su Yan's aura to become more and more terrifying. However, at this moment, Su Yan was not happy at all. Now he was only terrified. Because this was not his own power, it was the demon overlord's. Human, become a great demon overlord. The great demon overlord will conquer the entire world, and everything will be shattered under our power. That consciousness appeared directly. This consciousness wanted to directly invade Su Yan's body. He wanted to demonize Su Yan directly. Oh no, Xiaoqian, there seems to be something wrong with this kid. Why is there a demon overlord's consciousness in his body? At this moment, Xiaoqian also looked over anxiously. The demon overlord's consciousness was very powerful. Of course, this demon overlord's consciousness was nothing to them, but for Su Yan it was too unbearable. If this went on, Su Yan would probably be demonized by this terrifying consciousness. No, I have to help him. At this moment, Xiaoqian suddenly said. Another maid looked at Xiaoqian in confusion and said, Xiaoqian, do you really like him? She originally thought that Xiaoqian was just joking. However, Xiaoqian said, Ying, you don't understand. This person is favored by the island master. In the future battle, he may play a huge role, so he must not be demonized. After saying that, Xiaoqian's body disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that really it? Xiaoqian, it seems that you are really moved. The two of them had been together for countless years, so how could she not know Xiaoqian? What Xiaoqian said just now was indeed very reasonable, but she could find that Xiaoqian's heart was really a little chaotic. Of course, it was only a little chaotic. But then again, this kid was really attractive. At this moment, Su Yan's aura became even more terrifying. As his aura increased, he actually felt like he was about to break through the realm. It was extremely rare to break through the realm. If it was a normal time, Su Yan would probably be too happy to do so. However, Su Yan was not like that now. At this moment, he was not unhappy, but suppressed his own realm. I understand. It's not your divine soul, but an obsession. Sure enough, the stronger it is, the more troublesome it is. At this moment, Su Yan directly understood the situation at this moment. This was not his divine brilliance, but a thought causing mischief. It was an obsession left behind after death. At this time, when he arrived at the devil's homeland, he directly killed the devil lord and then refined their hearts, which actually triggered this obsession. Obsession. Yes, I'm already dead, but the devil clan is immortal. Is it just an obsession? That's enough. As long as there's an obsession, I can be resurrected. Now your body is mine. At this time, this obsession actually began to grow. The devil god of the devil clan was really terrifying. Only an obsession was left, but it could directly grow, and there was a tendency to directly resurrect. At this time, Su Yan had completely calmed down. Looking at this divine soul, he said directly, "Humph, want to occupy my body? Dream on. Bright moon, green lotus, suppress." At this time, Su Yan directly mobilized the power in his divine consciousness. The current Su Yan was no longer the ignorant person of the past. He had experienced countless battles in the sea of consciousness. At this time, there were divine objects like the green lotus and the bright moon in his sea of consciousness. This kind of power was so terrifying. It should be known that even if a terrifying thing like the Godslayer sword entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness, it still lost in the end, let alone an obsession. Chapter 709. Female Literature. Soul-suppressing seal, evil spirit extermination. At this moment, Su Yan's power erupted. His aura was raised to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, the soul-subduing seal was released from his body. At this moment, his power was so terrifying. The surging power immediately suppressed his power. What this is the power of the Buddha. At this moment, he was really shocked. It was the power of the Buddha. In the previous war, the Buddha sect was so strong. Who knew how many troops of the devil race were killed by the power of the Buddha? At this time, his obsession was released directly, and the violent power slowly swept over. This obsession of his had already started to grow. This was the homeland of the devil race. As long as his obsession could be transmitted, then there would be countless devil race flocking here. At that time, Su Yan would be dead. But at this time, the soul-suppressing seal of the Buddha sect appeared. As soon as the seal appeared, his body was immediately frozen. What a terrifying power! Such a terrifying light constantly entrenched. At this moment, he began to tremble all over. How can this be? How can this be? He did not want to accept this reality no matter what. He finally had the chance to be resurrected, but he met someone who had the soul-suppressing seal. He could not accept this. No, I will not admit defeat. So what if you have the soul-suppressing seal? You want to suppress me? Absolutely impossible. At this time, he seemed to have made the final decision, and directly burst out with the last of his strength and began to roar. This was his belief and also all his strength. So what if you have the soul-suppressing seal? Break for me, I am immortal, I am invincible. At this moment he continued to roar and roar. It was at this moment that Su Yan's eyes burst out with a cold light. This guy was really restless. But since he was so restless, Su Yan would not be polite. Do you really think that I only have one soul-suppressing seal left? You're wrong. If I want to suppress you, I can do it with just a raise of my hand. How can someone like you be my opponent? Now I'll let you know how strong I am. 4 directions seal appear. Su Yan roared again. The powerful 4 directions seal immediately appeared at this time. Such a powerful force rolled up, it was simply incomparable. Soul beasts began to emerge from the 4 directions seal. As soon as these soul beasts appeared, they immediately suppressed everything. That extremely terrifying power immediately suppressed his aura by a lot. But this was not the end. Green lotus, bright moon, suppress, refine. At this moment, Su Yan directly mobilized the green lotus and bright moon in his sea of consciousness. Those were the anomalies condensed in his sea of consciousness, and they contained terrifying power. At that time, the Godslayer sword was wreaking havoc in his sea of consciousness, but it was suppressed by this phenomenon. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and powerful this phenomenon was. So what if the demon god's obsession was strong? In the face of such power, it could only end up dead. Under such power, his obsession was slowly ground to pieces. In the end, not a trace of it was left. Phew, I've turned danger into safety. This time, I will directly refine his will, and the power of my sea of consciousness will increase again. Moreover, refining him at this time is better than leaving him alone. If he appears at a critical time in the future, it will be very disadvantageous for me. At this moment, Su Yan let out a long sigh of relief. Although it was only an obsession, it still belonged to the demon god after all. The psychological pressure it brought to Su Yan was naturally not small. At this moment, although Su Yan had already won, he was still covered in cold sweat. But fortunately the crisis was over, and it seemed that it was about time. He immediately opened his eyes and found that there was a woman in front of him. The woman was wearing a white veil and was indescribably beautiful. Su Yan was stunned at first. He did not understand why such a beautiful woman would appear here. He even thought that it was just his imagination. But soon he was sure that it was definitely not. The woman stood in the void. Although she did not release her aura, Su Yan felt extremely pressured. At this moment he immediately took a step back. You can actually see me clearly? Your spiritual energy is truly powerful. No wonder you were able to directly refine that strand of obsession on your own. Clearly, Su Yan being able to refine that strand of obsession on his own had greatly exceeded her expectations. Su Yan greets Senior, Su Yan said respectfully. Hearing Su Yan's greeting, Xiao Qian's face immediately froze. However, there was a layer of white sand on her face. It was dreamy and illusory, so Su Yan could not see it. Senior? You actually called me Senior. Am I very old? Xiao Qian questioned directly. Su Yan immediately froze. He immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. It was equivalent to calling her old. Fortunately, Su Yan was very quick-witted. He immediately said, Fairy, you've misunderstood. You can't just use senior to describe your age. In my hometown, there's a saying that goes the one who reaches the top first. Fairy's strength is far above mine, so naturally, you should address me as senior. Hearing this, Xiao Qian's face looked much better. That's more like it. I thought you would be demonized by this obsession, but I didn't expect you to refine it directly. You're impressive. Since you're fine, I should leave. I think we'll meet again in the future, but you must remember to live well. After she finished speaking, her body had already disappeared. Su Yan was stunned. This woman was really mysterious. When she left earlier, she did not make a sound at all, and there were no spatial fluctuations. It was as if she was just a light effect. At this moment, the woman's voice was heard again. I know you're Su Yan, but you must remember my name. I'm Xiao Qian. If you don't die, I think we'll meet again. This voice allowed Su Yan to confirm that everything that happened before was not an illusion. That woman really did exist. Xiao Qian? This voice sounds familiar. At this moment, Su Yan's body was suddenly surrounded by white light. Su Yan was stunned at first, but then he immediately recalled that it was time for him to return to Divine Devil Island. On Divine Devil Island, Feng Yueyu asked Mengyang and the rest, Why isn't Su Yan back yet? Are you really not lying to us? Did something happen to him? Mengyang scratched his head fiercely. My beautiful young miss, this is already the 74th time you've asked. I've already said that there's nothing wrong with that fairy. I'm very, very sure that there's nothing wrong with her. If you keep asking like this, I'll go crazy. Mengyang had already cursed Su Yan to death in his heart. What the hell is this guy doing? If he doesn't show up, my head will explode. Xue Xinue, who was standing at the side, was obviously very worried. At this moment, those who should have returned to Divine Devil Island had already returned. At the beginning, there were at least 100 people who entered Divine Devil Island. However, at this moment there were only a mere 20 people left. As for those who did not return, they were naturally dead. How cruel was this? Divine Devil Island was really an extremely dangerous place. At this moment a white light flashed past. Someone's back. At this moment someone immediately shouted. Hearing this voice, everyone immediately looked towards the white light. Su Yan, damn it, why didn't you die there? Rosen was the first to see the person clearly. It was Su Yan, it was actually Su Yan. This despicable guy, he still came back in the end. However, he also knew that with Su Yan's ability, it was impossible for him to have died there. As though he felt Rosen's gaze, Su Yan directly looked towards Rosen. Both of their gazes met directly. At this moment, an extremely powerful mental strength suddenly exploded from Rosen's eyes. When he was in the land of the evil demons, his control of the divine devil armor had improved further. The most obvious thing was that his mental strength had greatly increased. Otherwise, he would not have been able to affect the judgment of the great evil demons back then. Since he was confident in his mental strength, when he saw Su Yan, he could not help but send his mental strength over. On the other hand, Su Yan did not back down at all. Instead, he went head-to-head and released his mental power as well. In the next instant, both of their mental strengths met directly. Mental power was supposed to be formless, but when the two people's mental powers met, a silver light burst out, as if a flame was burning. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill in their hearts. These two people really had powerful mental strength. At this moment, Rosen directly took a step back. He felt a little dizzy. How could this be the result of the competition? He had clearly improved greatly, but the result was still the same. At this moment, a beautiful voice was heard. "Don't mess around on Divine Devil Island." As she spoke, a light appeared immediately. The light turned into a whip and whipped Rosen directly. Rosen immediately groaned. In the face of this light, he did not even have the ability to dodge. At this moment he was extremely furious because he recognized the voice. It was the voice of the fairy who had saved him previously. However, because of Su Yan, he was actually punished by the fairy. This was all Su Yan's fault. He deserved to die. He really deserved to die. However, Su Yan ignored him at this moment and walked towards Feng Yuhai and the others. Chapter 710. Female Literature. Rosen was punished by the Divine Demon Island because he was the one who initiated the attack. Even though he was just testing the waters. This was the Divine Demon Island after all. It was a place where no one was allowed to provoke. Here, no matter where one came from or what kind of background one had, it was useless. The island master of the Divine Demon Island was the real ruler. He set the rule that no violence was allowed on the Divine Demon Island. Hence, no one was allowed to violate it. In the end, Lawson was too careless. As his strength increased, unknowingly, his true nature was gradually exposed. He was invincible. This was the kind of person he was. When he wasn't strong enough, everything was fine. He would be in awe. However, as his strength increased, the thoughts in his mind became more intense. In other words, his willpower was dominated by his strength. At this moment, Su Yan had vaguely grasped this point. He also had a guess as to why he was like this. Rosen's strength was not entirely based on his own cultivation. During the battle with him, the demon god armament was activated, and his strength increased by a lot. It was also because of this that he suddenly felt like he could dominate everything. Of course, the devil god armament would also have a huge impact on him. Regarding this point, Su Yan firmly believed without a doubt. However, at this moment, Su Yan could see that the sudden attack from the Divine Demon Island was not a bad thing for Rosen. To him, this was a wake-up call. It would be best if he could learn a lesson from it and wake up. Su Yan ignored Rosen and turned to leave. At this moment, Rosen was looking at Su Yan with resentment. When a person hated his enemy very much, no matter what it was, as long as it was not good, he would put his resentment on it. At this moment, Rosen was like that. At this moment, the voice of the Divine Demon Island's island master was heard again. "Congratulations to all of you for surviving." At this moment, no one spoke. The reason for that was because they knew very well who was the true master of this place. After all, Rosen's plan was right in front of them once again. "Everyone, I won't say any more nonsense. The Divine Devil Island's test is indeed extremely harsh, but I've already said that my Divine Devil Island's reward will absolutely not disappoint everyone. You've killed a lot of demons this time, but let me tell you clearly, this is just the beginning." This point he paused. At this time, everyone immediately realized that the next important thing was coming. "Everyone, I'm sure you've all heard about the invasion of the demon race. I can tell you clearly that this is no longer just a legend. In the near future, the invasion of the demon race will definitely come." As soon as this sentence was said, everyone showed a heavy expression, no matter which side they belonged to, because they knew very well that no matter which faction they belonged to, they couldn't change the fact that they were all humans. This time they had witnessed the might of the demon race and deeply understood how terrifying it would be once the demon race's attack arrived at this time. When that time came, it wouldn't be a simple relationship of interests, but a relationship of survival of the race. The demon race definitely had the ability to annihilate all humans. If the humans in this world didn't unite, only death would await them. Originally, they didn't know the purpose of this powerful Divine Devil Island master. But now they understood. It turned out that this was the purpose of this person. At this moment, everyone had become extremely solemn. Now they were thinking about why this person had asked them to come here. The demon race was indeed powerful, but the problem was that they weren't capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. In other words, they were still far from it. Since all of you survived this trial, you'll naturally be able to receive my rewards. His gaze swept across everyone and then he said, I know a lot of thoughts in your hearts, but it doesn't matter. I was just entrusted by someone to pass the time. The Divine Devil Island Master's voice sounded again. I'll give you the seed of power. As for whether you can become a powerhouse of a generation in the end, that's your own business. The seed of power. No one knew what it was, but everyone knew that it was definitely something very precious. This was because many people knew that those who returned from the Divine Devil Island alive had almost all become powerhouses of a generation if they didn't die midway. If they weren't wrong, this should be related to the seed of power. This was something that could directly increase one's strength, and it was precisely because of this that everyone was moved at this moment. Even Feng Yuhai was the same. The Divine Devil Island was indeed cruel. At this moment, only about 1/5 of the people who had entered were left alive, and the rest were all dead. But just as the Divine Devil Island Master said, if they could survive this event, it would definitely be everyone's luck. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Would the Devil Clan invade? If they really would, then when would they invade? No one could say for sure about these things. After all, the inheritance of the Divine Devil Island had been passed down generation after generation, but the invasion of the Devil Clan had never come. The 9 provinces continent had almost forgotten about the existence of the Devil Clan. If it weren't for the fact that there were memories of such a terrifying creature in ancient records, everyone would probably think that this was a fictional legend. Since that was the case, what did it matter? After obtaining the seed of power, their strength could indeed be guaranteed to increase. This was a good thing. Right at this moment, the Island Master of Divine Devil Island suddenly waved his hand. At this moment, rays of star-like light began to appear. Shining with a mysterious radiance, small stars directly flew towards the crowd. Not long after, it had already quietly floated in front of everyone. Everyone looked at this small star with burning gazes. Was this their seed of power? At this moment, this seed of power seemed to be calling out to them. Gradually, some people had already directly stretched out their hands. This was a naked temptation that almost no one could resist. Unbeknownst to them, the seed of power had already rushed into their bodies. What a strange scene. Su Yan only felt a sudden heat flow directly into his body, and immediately after, the seed of power actually started to directly attack his heart. Su Yan was suddenly shocked. This thing was actually going to rush into his heart. This heart will merge with your hearts. As long as you don't die, this will be a part of your body. The Divine Devil Island Master's voice sounded. It could be seen that almost all of them were very satisfied with their gains. This was because they had already felt that when this seed of power entered their bodies, their spirit energy seemed to have started to become stronger. The stronger the spirit energy was, the more terrifying a person's strength was. This was almost common sense, and at this moment this seed of power actually did this so easily. For everyone, this was really something that was full of surprises. However, at this moment, Su Yan's situation was different from everyone else's. This was because when this seed of power wanted to rush into his heart, there was an accident. Su Yan had 2 hearts in his body. One was the Buddha's heart, and the other was the demon heart of the great demonic dragon. When the seed of power entered his body, it could not get close to his heart at all. The 2 hearts released a force almost at the same time, but it rejected this seed of power. At this moment, Xue Xinhua happily walked to Su Yan's side. Big brother Su Yan, I feel that the seed of power has become a part of my body, as if it has become my heart. It's really magical. At this moment, Feng Yuhai's expression relaxed, but he suddenly realized that Su Yan's expression seemed to be a little abnormal. Su Yan, what's wrong? Is there a problem with you? Su Yan immediately shook his head and said, there's no problem. I'm just not used to this. Su Yan naturally would not reveal the situation in his body at this moment. This was because he clearly knew that this was not the right time. That seed of power could indeed make the person who obtained it stronger, but was there any hidden danger? Of course, he did not voice this question. This was not the right time. It was not that difficult to figure this out. After all, that seed of power had not merged with Su Yan's heart. At this moment he was isolated in his body. The Buddha's heart had released a force that directly restrained him to the side. Su Yan had already made up his mind. When there was no one else around, he would begin to study it. At this moment, the master of Divine Demon Island spoke again. The seed of power just now is your reward for surviving. Next, according to the number of demon overlords you kill, I will give you a certain reward. Think about what you want first, then tell me. I believe that this island master will not disappoint you. This sentence undoubtedly caused everyone to forget about everything that had happened. After all, just as this master had said, he had almost everything here. Elixirs, treasures of heaven and earth, and divine weapons.